into your arms again. All I ever wanted to know, into your arms again.
We're laying on the floor with the same conversation. It's a different night, but the same situation. And I know you look me in the eyes, 'cause you know I'll give in every time. When it comes to you, I got no moderation. Here we go again. I can't pretend that I'm not selfish, 'cause I'm not letting you go. And you're so selfless when you show up at my door. Part of me knows that it's wrong, but all of me can't be alone. So I'm selfish, 'cause I just want you. I want you one more night. 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 I want you to stay, but I don't have a reason. I don't wanna say it, but I know how I'm feeling. And it's hard to hear that we're just friends, 'cause I know I'll call you up again. So I won't say a word, just stare at the ceiling.
I see flowers through the window. I don't know why they remind me of you. 'Cause your color was yellow, and that's the song that we played when we moved. Said goodbye back in May, thought by now I'd be safe. Then it hits me right out the blue. Every face that I see, a reminder to me what I lost when I lost you. Baby, I've ghosted your number, I've slept on the other side, but no matter what I do, I still get these butterflies. I've hidden all the pictures, I try staying out all night, but no matter what I do, I still get these butterflies. I get drunk, I feel lonely, try to drown all the noise in my mind. But alcohol doesn't hold me the way it did, the way it would when you were mine. Said goodbye back in May, and all the memories we made, they still hit me right out the blue. Every kiss on the street, a reminder to me what I lost when I lost you. Baby, I've ghosted your number, I've slept on the other side, but no matter what I do, I still get these butterflies. I've hidden all the pictures, I try staying out all night, but no matter what I do, I still get these butterflies. For you, for you, for you, I still get these butterflies. For you, for you, for you, I still get these butterflies. Oh, why I still get these butterflies. Oh yeah, I've ghosted your number, slept on the other side. No matter what I do, I still get these butterflies. I've hidden all the pictures, I try staying out all night, but no matter what I do, I still get these butterflies. For you, for you, for you, I still get these butterflies. For you, for you, for you.
Is there something in between what I want and what I need? It's too late to fall asleep. Try to rest, try to dream. I can't think, I can't see straight. I can't breathe, no, I can't wait. Oh no, oh no. Is there something in between what I want and what I need? Too much is never enough, no, it's never enough for me. It keeps breathing me alive, it's the only thing I need to survive. Won't someone save me, please? 'Cause I need a remedy. Desire's my disease, always seems to follow me. I don't wanna bear this weight, I don't wanna seal my fate. Oh no, oh no. Won't someone save me, please? 'Cause I need Too much is never enough, never enough for me. Too much is never enough. Too much is never enough, no, it's never enough for me. It's close enough to touch, 'cause too much is never enough. Too much is never enough, no, it's never enough for me. It keeps breathing me alive. It's the only thing I need to survive. Too much is never enough, never enough for me. Too much is never enough, never enough for me. We are the hunted, the chosen few. They track us down, tempted by the sound. It's friendly fire, but it's dangerous. To feel their stares, always watching us. Could you feel it coming? Could you feel it coming? Oh, could you feel it coming? Could you feel it coming? Oh, you want some night magic? You want to take control? 'Cause when the lights go out, that's when the dreamers go. That's when the dreamers go. That's when the dreamers go. We're in a free fall, no end in sight. It's a tender spark, we will ignite. We will taste some electric air. When the city sleeps, you will find us there. Could you feel it coming? Could you feel it coming? Oh, could you feel it coming? Could you feel it coming? Oh, we want some night magic. We want to take control. 'Cause when the lights go out, that's when the dreamers go. That's when the dreamers go. star of my own fantasies. Don't want somebody else taking the place of me. I'll always be the girl born from a tragedy. I'll never give up, never let go, fade away. Isn't it obvious my love for this life? Giving me such a rush and making me high. How free is your mind? Are your eyes wide open? If you feel like you're falling behind, come along, we're going. How far do you wanna go? How far do you wanna go? How far do you wanna go? How free is your mind? Are your eyes wide open? If you feel like you're falling behind, come along, we're going. How free is your mind? Are your eyes wide open? If you feel like you're falling behind, come along, we're going. How far do you wanna go? How far do you wanna go?
Call my name, come running, love so vain. It's black and white, see my ties undone, and I want you a hired gun. On moonlit nights, you look amazing. Every time we touch, and you say my name, it's something amazing. Feeling you so much, what a wicked game. Someone call the band and say, don't stop the rhythm, rhythm. 'Cause I feel like dancing. Don't stop the rhythm, rhythm. 'Cause I feel like moving, and I don't gotta make you mine for life, baby. If you want me, that's alright. Don't stop the rhythm, rhythm. 'Cause I feel like dancing tonight. You make me numb. You're like cowboy, how good things come to those who wait. I've been black and blue, like a vampire, and I need you to get me straight. And you look amazing. Every time we touch, man, I feel your skin. It's something amazing. I'm just a midnight crush, but I'm sinking in. I'm gonna call the band and say, don't stop the rhythm, rhythm. 'Cause I feel like dancing. Don't stop the rhythm, rhythm. 'Cause I feel like moving, and I don't gotta make you mine for life, baby. If you want me, that's alright. Don't stop the rhythm, rhythm. 'Cause I feel like dancing tonight. Look amazing. Every time we touch. When you move like that and push back, I'm a
Supreme Whites.
Do you remember when we felt so free? Boys like you and girls like me. 1,000 summers in my memory. Boys like you and girls like me. We fight the dawn is what you said to me. Boys like you and girls like me. How can you know just how it felt to be? Boys like you and girls like me. When you held my hand, electricity was raining down. Can you hear that sound? Light a match, we're burning up this town. And if I close my eyes, I can taste it, can erase it. Some things aren't meant to last forever. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire. Keep pushing like a sail free. Some things you can't release, burning, burning like a wildfire, wildfire. We live forever in my fantasy. Boys like you and girls like me. Can't find the words and I can't escape it. Boys like you and girls like me. When you held my hand, electricity was raining down. Can you hear that sound? Light a match, we're burning up this town. And if I close my eyes, I can taste it, can erase it. Some things aren't meant to last forever. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire. Some hearts aren't meant to last together. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire. Keep pushing like it's sail free. Some things you can't release, burning, burning like a wildfire, wildfire. Keep pushing like it's sail free. Can't stop the memories, burning, burning like a wildfire, wildfire. Another time, another place. I see your eyes on a stranger's face and I'm frozen. How could we know? How could we see how beautiful that this could be? I'm frozen. Some things aren't meant to last forever. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire. Some hearts aren't meant to last together. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire. Some things aren't meant to last forever. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire. Some hearts aren't meant to last together. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire.
Bless you all. Hello, everyone. Welcome to a Supreme White Sabbath stream. I appreciate all of you who have already stopped by and said hello. God bless you to all of you who are a part of my kindred people who have already visited. Let's have a look here real quick. Joey was the first noticer tonight, as usual, I must say. God bless you. He said good evening to you, and God bless you. Happy Sabbath. Evan Smith has already stopped by. Hello and good evening to you. God bless and happy Sabbath to you. And he also gave us all a Roman salute. Roman salute back to you. Precision Netica has already noticed and stopped by and said, wherever you are, may you all attain wisdom, contentment, and most of all, be at peace. Amen. Well, thank you very much for that. God bless you and happy Sabbath to you as well. Slow Boy Whiteboard has already stopped by. Hello. God bless. And she said, hey, Joey, hello, and God bless you, dear, and happy Sabbath to you. Joey said hello back. And I think I've caught up to everyone. Okay. Well, at least everyone who has chimed in. Wow. So I apologize first and foremost for not saying happy Sabbath or streaming with you folks last Sabbath. I needed a Sabbath off to myself, and so I went ahead and took one off. I apologize for that, but I needed last Sabbath for myself. And so I've been looking forward to getting to do another stream, to interact with you folks again. So much happened that week, too. You know, I was a little disappointed in myself because, of course, I wanted to stream with you folks. I would prefer to stream every Sabbath. And I always like to be early. I like to do it on the beginning of Sabbath on this evening, Friday evening, because like our godly men of the Bible, they always reported to the Lord early. And so early means first thing. It doesn't necessarily have to mean the day before or hours before it starts, but it means first thing. And so by us starting the stream first thing, this shows the Lord that we are serious, that we care about his word, and that we know he means it, and that he knows that we know that we mean, or that we know that he knows that we mean it. You know what I mean? And it's a sign of respect. You know, if you care about something, you're going to show up at least on time, if not early. And so early for us only really needs to be on time. It's not like work where you actually need to be a little bit early. On time in this circumstance is early. And so I'm grateful any chance I get to be able to have a stream with you folks, but especially on Sabbath and especially if it's early. First thing. And, you know, like we've mentioned before in the streams, you know, or like I have mentioned, I should say, in the streams before, I realize the view count is low on Friday evenings because everyone's out doing what they want to do, or if they are at home online, they are watching their big YouTuber that's streaming, and that's fine because at least we're reporting for duty to our Lord like we ought to, like all of our people are supposed to. We are living by example. We're setting the example. We're pioneering the path. You know, this is an old trail that all our ancestors have been down millions of times, but it's grown up now. Our people have started using sidewalks that have been built by our money and our effort, but that the Jews tricked us into building, and we have all these other manner of sidewalks, metaphorically speaking, off in other distances from the true, correct, old school path that all of our ancestors trekked, single file line, up and down. And because the Jews have tricked us into creating all these other sidewalks for ourselves to be walking on in some other place, and those sidewalks feel secure, boy, they are solid, and they're fresh concrete, and we did it ourselves, so it's done very nicely. And so all these things give off the appearance as though they are good, safe, correct paths to be on. Whether it's our lefties thinking they're on the right path, whether it's, our conservatives thinking they're on a solid path. And they're all walking on these strong, well-built, fortified sidewalks that our people have been tricked into creating, rather than all of our people continuing to walk on the correct old school trail. And so by us doing the stream every Friday evening that we get a chance to, this is us showing by example. We want others who are off on the sidewalks to look off in the woods where we are and see us and wonder, what are they doing over there? Why aren't they over here on the sidewalk? What are they doing over there in the woods? And over time, as more and more of our people become more and more black-pilled and more aware of the situation our people are under, and they become increasingly dissatisfied with the YouTubers that they listen to online, they perhaps, out of desperation, might click on one of these streams, wondering what us folks are doing over here in the woods, on this old path that nobody's on, that nobody's using anymore. And here we'll be, tromping down the grass, clearing the path, cutting the shrubbery out of the way. And so I appreciate any and all of you who do manage to stop by on Friday evening during the stream to give it support. I realize folks have families, folks have arrangements, folks have obligations. And some folks just flat out don't want to put up with me for more than a few minutes. But they're willing to come by and say hello and chime in and say their piece and stay however long. And so I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. And on behalf of all of our people, I say thank you. Because we have to set the example. We can't just tell people, oh, you got to start keeping Sabbath. We can't just be trying to say happy Sabbath to people we love. Yes, that works. And yes, we need to do that. But we have to be doing it ourselves. We can't be saying this all the time, and then a buddy of yours notices that here comes a Sabbath and you're not even paying attention to it, or you're doing something that your buddy would think would be bad to be doing on Sabbath. I don't want to try to come up with an example, but the bottom line is we should be, our people in our circle should be noticing. They should know and be able to tell someone else about you that, oh, no, when he or when she, when Sabbath comes around, she keeps that on Sabbath, Oh, yeah, she probably won't go bowling or probably won't do bowling league with us every week because if y'all are only going to do it on Saturday, she keeps Sabbath, so she won't do that every week, Whatever it is, I'm sorry I can't come up with a good example, but the example is what we have to lead by our way of life. And that's why Friday evening, even though it's not the best time for views, and even though it's inconvenient for some who may think of Friday night as being their only night of freedom, that they get to go out and stay out. Maybe they only get to sleep in on Sabbath morning, perhaps. And so Friday evening for them is their only night to while out, however they do it. And I've been in all those different circumstances of life, all those different phases. So I try to be empathetic and sympathetic and understand, but at the same time, we have to set the standard again. Our people followed this standard. And our people followed the standard of Sabbath so well for all of these 5,700 years of white man's trial upon the earth. We followed it so well that, not saying we followed it perfectly, you can read all through our Bible where our people stopped keeping Sabbath, and then the Lord allowed the Jews to flood us with non-whites, and we were conquered, and that was that. And we were dispersed, and we lost whatever place we had, and we lost whatever power we had, lost whatever say-so and control over our own destiny that we had. And so it has happened. And right now it's happened again, where we aren't keeping our Sabbath again. We aren't, as a people, obeying our God again. And what's happening again? God's allowing the Jews to flood us with non-whites by the billions again, to destroy us again, and lose all of our agency and destiny of control over our own destiny again. It's just history repeating itself, perfectly repeating itself. And we can tell and teach our people about this exact scenario being the case till we're blue in the face, till the cows come home. And it won't make a hill of beans difference if we're not setting an example, living by example, showing them the way we're talking about. And we certainly can't lead them to greener pastures by not keeping the example, by being a hypocrite. And I don't mean to be starting off the night with a big old lecture about Sabbath. I'm just reinforcing to all of us why I like to do it on Friday evening, even though it's not the best, most convenient time, best view count time, or any of those things. Because that's not our goal. Our goal is not mega view counts. Our goal is not shekels. Our goal is to do things the way God says to do them. And if we're walking that old trail, that old overgrown, that grown over, I should say, trail, by us trekking down that old school grown over trail again and clearing that path, refreshing it anew again, hopefully, as more and more of our people become more and more right-wing, become more and more uncucked, I should say, they will hopefully start seeing that we congregate early, first thing, when Sabbath starts, to celebrate and honor and acknowledge that it's God's special day made just for us, made just for white people. I've stressed before in other streams, and I'll reiterate now, that God gives us a minimum of 52 white people history days every year. 52 minimum. And if you also keep Sabbath every new moon, then you get 12 or 13 more every year. And the other Sabbaths that we read about in the Old Testament, we don't have to consider those anymore, because those were typifying the eventual arrival of Christ. But the seventh day is the Lord's day. The seventh day is holy and hallowed and set apart from all the other 6 days of the week. It's special. It's a gift from God to us. And we're supposed to treat it like a gift. We're supposed to be grateful for it like a gift. We're supposed to be excited about it like a gift. And so I am. I have for a long time now of my life. Thank you, Lord. All glory is yours. I have been blessed with the understanding of Sabbath. I've been blessed to accept our God's holy word written all through our Bible from beginning to end. Sabbath, 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 Sabbath. From beginning to end, every godly man that is written about in the entirety of the whole Bible. Sabbath. And I'm grateful that God cleared the Jewish fog from my eyes so that I could read my holy word, my God's holy word, my holy Bible in plain words. And I'm grateful for all of you who have pleased God enough where he has decided to bless you all with the truth so that you are not lost. Remember, every single one of our people who are not pro-white, who are not pro-white Christian nationalist fascists are lost. They are lost. All the while they think they're smarter. They think they're more intellectual. They think they're more philanthropic, which just means boy lover, by the way. They think they're more empathetic, sympathetic, virtuous, decent, if you will, for being not a Christian, for being anti-white, for being not a pro-white Christian national fascist. And nationalist, we don't even have to put in there because white Christian is redundant. White Christian nationalist is triple redundant. White is Christian. Christian is white. Those are synonyms. But we have to specify white Christian because so many of our people are still cucked that when they hear the word Christian, they think anybody can be a Christian. Any old non-white can be a Christian. And that's why we have to continue and always continue to specify, white Christian national. And the national, again, is redundant. It's redundant for a third time. Because nationalist means racialist. A nation means a race. Look it up. Webster's 1828. The word nation means race. So if you're a nationalist, you're a racialist. And that's what's so funny about all these conservatives who call themselves Christian nationalists. If you were to point out to them that nationalist means a racialist, oh man, they would retract from it so hard, they would implode. They would retract so hard. They'd be like a hermit crab going back into its shell. And they wouldn't want to have anything to do with nationalists. And they might argue with you for the sake of their own ego and to save their own ego in the moment. They may argue with you at that moment that nationalist doesn't mean that. But when you inform them of it with pure confidence that you know for a fact that they can just look it up right now on their phone on Webster's 1828 and see that the word nation means race, it's not really hard to get them to understand that nationalist means racialist. And once they really do understand that that's true, they won't ever call themselves a nationalist again, which is a bummer, but that's the nature of a conservative. They're so terrified of the scary R word and being called the scary R word that they won't even have anything to do with the word nationalist anymore. So really, I guess I should be saying white Christian fascist. That's what we need to focus on. Because you can be a nationalist and not fascist enough, or not fascist at all, sadly. Granted, nationalist and fascist are practically almost synonyms also, because you can't really be a racialist unless you're a fascist. But you kind of can, because, and the reason why you kind of can be is because fascist means the law of your government is the law of your God. Whatever the laws of your religion are, those are the exact laws of your government. And no law of your government can ever sidestep or supersede or defy any law of your religion. That's fascism. It has nothing to do with all this, oh, the state controls the means of production, it doesn't have anything to do with any of that shit. Fascism means the laws of your God, the laws of your religion, are the exact and specific laws of your government. And that is why the Jews created Antifa, anti-fascism, because they knew the only way to destroy white people is to get us to try to believe in imaginary concepts like separation of church and state, when we've never done any such thing. The whole concept of all of our kingdoms, all of our kings, all of our royal bloodlines were that they came from our biblical royalty of bloodlines. And we hear all these stories about how we were pagans back in the day, and that all those kings we had back then, those were all pagan kings, and yada, yada. But they didn't get their kinghood, and they didn't get their royalty as king and royal bloodlines from their pagan religions. None of their pagan religions even had anything written in them about declaring how any bloodline became royal. They didn't even have a concept of royalty written in any of their pagan, in any of our old ancient pagan, any of our cucked people who became pagans back in the day. There was not even anything written about which families are royal bloodlines or, any origin of that. There's no mention of kings in paganism, in any of the written documents of structure of their governments or anything. They didn't really have constitutions. That was a latter invention of white peoples. But in their versions of their constitutions, which I guess we would back then have, nowadays we would use the word decree. So back then, their decrees and whatever that they had, their version of their Magna Carta, if you will, before the Magna Carta and after, for each of these kingdoms, never specified anything about kings and queens and royalty and bloodlines. And so all of those kings of ours who were kings during paganism received their royalty of their blood lineage from our Israelite people before they were diasporaed. Before our people were split apart, those royal families, and they weren't royal then. You got to understand, when we all lived together And there was never a time when all of us white people all lived together in one spot on the earth. But what I mean is when the bulk of us were still together as Israel, our people were not, we weren't looking at one person or another considering any of certain families to be royalty or their bloodlines to be royalty. How that came about is as our people split, as our people were conquered by Assyria and conquered by Babylon and those things, and then after the fact, as we traveled through the Trail of Israel and up to the Caucasus Mountains and then down into Europe, and then we started spreading across Europe. When we did so, as those generations passed, as we were doing that, the families that were in charge over their specific tribe of our group, whether it was Manasseh or, Benjamin or Levi or whichever tribe, the families that were trusted to be in charge, the families that were the high priests of those specific tribes, of each of our tribes, those became the royal bloodlines. And the reason why is natural order of hierarchy. Since they were the high priests, since high priests only existed in certain families of each of our 12 tribes, those families became what our ancestors later on down the road, after the diaspora, declared were the royal bloodlines. And all through the time they declared them that, because as the priests were still alive, they were looked up to as the leaders of each tribe. And as those priests passed on, they had already reared up their own sons to take over priesthood from them. And so the original royalty in paganism actually came from priesthood and the families that had priests in them from our Israelite people. And that's the only reason that paganism had any kings at all, because, again, there's no structure for kings and queens and all of that in most paganism. It's not to say that there aren't millions of writings from the medieval times and from paganism where they talk about kings, talk about queens, talk about, what kings aren't allowed to do in their kingdom and what queens aren't allowed to do in their kingdom and yada, yada. All of that exists. But what I mean is the metaphysical part of the religion, the actual religion part, it only talks about, and it's totally separate from people, by the way. Most 99% of pagan religions exist in this ethereal world that isn't necessarily physical with us at all, right? And I could go through example after example, but just think of any pagan religion you like on your own right now and notice that the whole structure of it on the supernatural side has really no written connection to people. Right? It's just gods fighting gods. It's gods screwing gods, creating other gods by screwing the other gods. They give birth to other gods, and all the gods are up there fighting, and certain features of the earth, like giant splits in mountains and things, were from fights that they had and all this stuff, but none of it actually ever connects to people, to us. And so paganism was basically just campfire stories that turned into religions for each of our different tribes. And then as our tribes were atomized and turned into many kingdoms per tribe, well, that started more and more different tales. Because after all, if a certain king, becomes a king of a certain, section of a tribe, as the kinghoods all started splitting up into more and more smaller kingdoms, they didn't want to follow the same story that the king who's ruling the arch enemy land over there, because our people do bicker back and forth about things. Well, they wouldn't want to keep the same exact religion going that their neighbor is a good word. That's why Christ called us that. That our neighbor, our fellow people in some other kingdom nearby were keeping, because it made that king feel like, oh, you know, I'm inferior, or I could be thought of as inferior to that other king. If my kingdom is obeying the exact same thing as them, then they could end up mixing my people. I could end up losing a lot of my people to that kingdom over there, since they keep the exact same thing. And so religion became competitive among, and this is pagan religion, became competitive among all of our people and among all of our different tribes. And so each kingdom came up with their own version of, even though we had multiple kinds of paganism, multiple examples of it, within each version of paganism, we had factions of paganism, denominations of it, if you will, that believed different things about the same paganism. So we had pagans of one exact group where some, when the king would die, his men would kill themselves to be dead with him and guard him in the afterlife. Then we had other factions from the same exact pagan religion who would not do that. And so on and so forth. So there were many denominations that that were created from the original pagan religions, and it was mostly, and this is just for free here off the top of my head. I would suggest to you all that a lot of our pagan nonsense that happened among our ancestors was actually implanted into the ears of our people by Jews. Okay, because Jews were merchanting all over the place back then. And so they followed us everywhere we went. And so they were in our ear the whole freaking time everywhere we went. And so you know how they find out whoever the leaders are and start rubbing elbows with them so that they can subvert them and the whole thing. So you know they followed around and figured out who the kings were of each of these tribes. Of each of these tribes. And then got in their ear. You know? And then started telling them crazy nonsense to believe, to change their version of paganism that they believe to be slightly different than the neighboring kingdom of of our same people that say are 100 miles away from their kingdom. And it sounds silly, it sounds petty, it sounds childish, it sounds not that effective. But back then, you got to understand, we didn't have cell phones and internet and airplanes and automobiles and all these distractional things in the world for people to be occupied with. Instead, there were only several very important things to everyone back then. And one of them was religious order, which was the social order of that kingdom. And so kingdoms fought entire wars over just small disagreements between denominations of the same pagan religion. You know, today, if we were still as wild and as balls of steel and as, violent as we used to be, then all of our Christian denominations would be warring with each other constantly. You know, you'd have Baptists attacking freaking Methodists and Methodists, shooting at Assembly of Gods, and Pentecostals trying to take over the Benny Hinn Church. I mean, it would be a madhouse. And it was back then. But it was because, I bet you, because Jews were in the ears of the kings of our tribes back then, concocting these differences in these pagan beliefs. Meanwhile, if you look at our God's real religion for our people, if you read the scriptures of our Holy Bible, our God's Word, He connects our entire religion to us from the very beginning. The very beginning of God's Word is the story about how we were created, not how some god Pegasus was created by two other gods screwing. And that's the story, and we just worry about them and we just worship them up there somewhere. No. Our God's holy word that He gave us literally speaks about our creation. And it tells us what we are supposed to do. And it tells us who we are supposed to be leery of. And it tells us good news and gives us hope and gives us the promise that after our 6,000-year trial is over, we will all live together in eternal bliss with our Creator. And none of the pagan religions offer that. None of them say that man is a sinner and needs to be redeemed. And the ones that do accuse men of being evil or whatever, some version of their version of evil that religion considers evil, even if they do condemn mankind as being that way, there is no redemption offered. But the bottom line is, and the original point is, and the only one we really need is, the fact that pagan religions do not connect the people to the religion. They do it artificially. You know, they would sacrifice to the gods, and they would write about the gods, and they would create giant statues about the gods, and they would create perhaps mosaics and paintings and all manner of things, hold festivals about the gods. But it doesn't change the fact that their pagan religions did not have anything written in them connecting those gods to the people who are worshiping them. And even if you could manage to come up with one random pagan story where a person interacts with a pagan god, it would just be a random anomalous story in some pagan religion of where a god interacts with a person. But it's like a one-off, one-time thing. It's not a structure of the religion or anything. It's like a one-off doodad. And that's not good enough. Somehow our people didn't put two and two together back then that, wait a minute, none of this connects to us. How does any of this have anything to do with us? You know, how does Zeus and Thor and all these gods have anything to do with us? Other than we die when they get angry and stir up the ocean or stir up the earth or cause a storm. Otherwise, they have no connection with us. We're just fanboys of them while they pay us no mind at all. They're just up in the sky doing their thing, fighting and screwing and reproducing new gods, and we're just down here worshiping them. And for all they know, we don't even exist. We're just down here, woo, cheering them on, hoping that maybe they'll notice us someday. That's paganism. Our faith is nothing like that. Our faith, from the beginning of the book to the end, makes us be and talks about and details articulates with specificity over and over and over and over and over again, all throughout it, from the beginning all the way through the whole thing to the very end. It talks about and details interaction between us people and our Creator. That's real, proper faith. That's a faith you can get behind. That's a faith of a real Creator. And not only did he, all throughout his word, explain the connection, why we were created, that we were created, by whom we were created from, and what our purpose is, but he also gave us instructions all throughout it on how to function as intended. You know, we're so impressed with all these futurists from the early 1900s who drew pictures and paintings about what they imagined the future to look like. And some of these artists from the 1920s literally have paintings they did showing women talking to a friend while they're staring into their makeup compact mirror. And in the mirror, instead of it being their reflection, it's their friend's image. They're using their makeup compact mirror to FaceTime. Likewise, I could see in the future that perhaps in the future, now that so many things have been invented, and it seems like almost everything has been invented, almost every concept has been invented, but me having a blip of futurist vision like those men of the 1920s had, one problem we still have to this day is when people open a new thing, they have to read the instructions. They have to read the instructions, and they have to follow the instructions in order to comprehend how to use the thing that they purchased and how to use it properly and how to use it fully. Because after all, they may have an idea of how to use it, but they may not know about these cool tricks and features it has. That they may own the thing for years and use it 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 times and never actually make use of these other cool tips and features it has because they didn't read the instruction manual. So when you buy something, it's critical to understand what all you're able to do with it. So it requires you to read the instruction manual. But I say, as a futurist, like those futurists from the 1920s, that in the future, products that we buy will read their own instruction manual. Because after all, that's a problem that hasn't been solved with technology yet, is it not? So in the future, our products will read their own instructions. And so the creator of that product will have instructions that come with it, and then the thing itself will read the instructions and learn what it's supposed to do for you. And what's crazy is we're basically like a product. We're like that product of the future that I'm talking about. It comes with instructions from its creator, and it will read the instructions itself and learn how to function as intended all its own. That's what God's intention for us was. Read his instruction manual ourselves and function as intended, as our Creator intended us to. But my point of saying all of that was we have an instruction manual. God didn't just put us here and make us figure it out on our own. He gave us a detailed instruction manual that connects him to us and us to him and interconnects us with him all throughout the entire thing, from the beginning to the end. Every godly man had a connection to God. Every godly man of the Holy Bible had some direct interaction with God or Jesus Christ. And all of our godly men of our Holy Bible all stressed the same thing over and over again. God's Word. What did Jesus stress when he was alive, walking the earth as a man? What did he stress to people? It is written. It is written. What does that mean? That means the Scriptures. That means the Scriptures matter. God's instruction manual that we call the Scriptures. Christ referred to our instruction manual over and over again. Every single time he says it is written, he's saying in our instruction manual, da 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 da, and so and so. That's what he's saying. He's saying according to the instruction manual. And what did he do every Sabbath? What was his custom? Every Sabbath, not every Sunday, not the first day of every week. What was his custom on the Sabbath, on the seventh day, the holy day, the Lord's day, God's day, white people's day? What was his custom? What would he do on Sabbath? He would go to the church and he would read scriptures. He would read the instruction manual to us. You ever had one of those friends who would invite you, or ask you, I should say, to come over and give them a hand building something? You know, they bought a new gigantic armoire, or they bought an entertainment center. I know some of you folks from the 90s and early 2000s, you probably had a buddy call you and say, hey, can you help me put together this entertainment center? And you get there, and the parts are simple. They're very straightforward. Anybody with a 3-digit IQ would be able to look at the hardware they provided and the several parts there are and look at the picture of the thing on the box and go, yes, I see how this goes together. It's not really complicated. It's just a few parts. But your buddy who bought it, he spent all that money on it. He's very nervous. He wants to make sure it comes out perfect. So he's reading the manual. And you're already grabbing pieces and putting them together and using the hardware provided, and it's going together like butter. And you're like, dude, we don't even need the manual, bro. Look, it's real straightforward. It's just, this is the bottom, clearly, because no other piece looks like that. That's the bottom. Look, you got your two sides. You got your back. Here's the top. Here's your shelves. It's all real straightforward. But your buddy who bought it is sitting over there ignoring you while you got the parts together and you're holding it together, and all you need is just him to chip in and start helping you put it together. But he's over there with his head buried in the manual, reading the instruction manual. And you're thinking to yourself, come on, man. Let's go. We got this. We don't need to read the manual. It's very straightforward here. Well, Jesus was being that guy. Jesus has a vested interest in us. Just like that buddy of yours has spent all that money on that piece of furniture. And he wants to make sure his wife's pleased with it and impressed with him about it. Christ wants God to be impressed with us. He wants God to be pleased with us. He has a vested interest in us, just like your buddy would about the piece of furniture he bought. And so Christ is reading the manual to us. He knows the manual. He's not reading it like your buddy was to try to make sure he puts the thing together correctly. Christ don't need those instructions. But imagine if your buddy was sitting there reading the instructions out to you. Take pieces A and pieces B and join them together with hardware pieces 1 and 2. And you'd be like, yeah, I got that, dude. Look, I already got it together. I already got pieces A and B together here, and I already got hardware pieces 1 and 2, joining them together, bro. And then he reads off the next step and reads off the next step. That's what Christ is. Christ is being that guy who cares, who wants it done correctly. But he was reading it to us because he wants you to learn what the manual says. He already knows what it says. He's reading it for you to learn it. And back then, during the time when Christ walked the earth, a lot of our people were illiterate. The Jews had kept us dumbed down. And so the mass bulk of our people could not read or write. And so they used that to their advantage. They could basically tell our people anything they wanted. They could pretend they're reading something in scriptures that were total BS. And if one of our people would disagree and say, I don't believe that it would say that. Surely it doesn't say that. The Jews would point at anywhere they wanted in the scroll and be like, you're a fool. It says it right here. Knowing that Israelite wouldn't be able to prove them wrong. Why do you think that the Jews used the Catholic Church for more than 1,200 years, really? Really, for the last 2,000 years, they've been using the Catholic Church, trying to prevent our people from reading the scriptures. Because they know that if you aren't interested, or if you don't ever get the opportunity to, and really, all white people have the opportunity to. So really what it boils down to nowadays, back in the day, it truly did boil down to opportunity. Now, opportunity is available to every white person practically. So now it boils down to trying to convince white people to not want to know the instruction manual, not want to hear the instructions. But in either case, the end result is we don't know what the instruction manual says. And that's how the Jews wanted to keep us, not knowing what our instruction manual says. And that's why when Christ showed up, what was he doing? He was leading by example. Every Sabbath, he came to church and read scriptures to people. He read the instruction manual every Sabbath to the people. Now remember, you read about all kinds of things that Christ did. You read about his travels. You read about him healing people all day. But on the Sabbath, he had a custom. That means he had a religion. He had a routine. He had a regular practice. What was it? He read the instruction manual of God to us. And again, he didn't need to know any of that. He already knows every word in the scriptures. He wasn't reading them so he learns something. What was he doing? He was leading by example. So circling back Jen Psaki style all the way to the beginning of this whole rant, we're trying to lead by example by streaming on Friday nights, just like Christ led by example, reading the scriptures every Sabbath, setting the example, clearing that path. You know, God said he's going to raise up the old waste places. You know what that means. That means the grown over path that's been forgotten because the Jews have tricked us into creating civilizations far off in the distance and sidewalks and clever roadways. Instead of just walking the narrow, grown over, practically camouflaged by nature path that God intends and expects us to be on. Now, the instruction manual is also a map. Metaphorically speaking, it's a map to tell us where the path is and what it looks like so that we can recognize it. What good does it do if we get to the path and we don't even know we're standing on it and we walk right on past it? We got to be able to recognize the path, so we got to know what it looks like. And we got to have an idea of where on earth to go to find it. So when Christ was reading the scriptures to us every Sabbath, as his custom was, he was reminding us of where to find God's path. And he was showing us that the way to find it is to read the scriptures. And then he was telling us what it looks like. And he was showing us also by example that by reading the scriptures, you will also learn what it looks like. And so there you are. Christ living by example, leading by example, showing you that the only way to know where the path is that God wants you on and what the path looks like once you get there is by reading his instruction manual. That's cold drink. It tastes good. Well, I'm grateful to all of you who've stopped by already tonight. Thank you all for visiting and letting me rant. And honestly, it's not a furious rant. I'm excited to talk with you all. I've been disappointed in a lot of things that have went on in the last couple of weeks, of course, like I'm sure all of you have been too, but I'm in festive spirits. Not because I think we're winning in any particular way. I don't think we're hashtag winning or anything like that. But I just feel good. It's Sabbath. I'm happy to be here, y'all. I'm grateful to be a part of not only our covenant people of God, but also to be a part of our covenant people who have been given the full truth so that we are not lost. I am so grateful to be a part of it. I wouldn't trade the emotional burden and the loss of care from people who I care about or any of those things. I wouldn't trade what I know now to have all of that back. And that's not to say that I don't love certain people that I care about who, have distanced themselves because they're afraid of being called the scary R word, or they vehemently disagree with my position, or whatever the circumstances are of each particular person along the years that I have separated contact with because of their disagreement in our proper faith we're supposed to be maintaining. Really, due to their cuckery, I could have said. But it's not that I don't care about those people. It's that I care more about the truth, and I care more about the salvation of all of us. Remember, if we put God's way more important and God saves our people sooner and we provide more harvest to God and more harvest of white people to Christ by saving more white lives, by saving our country sooner than later, then all of those people I'd care about who have distanced themselves from me due to their own cuckery and their own ignorance, I will actually be doing them a greater favor by helping save our country sooner than later than if I pander and cuck to them about their emotions and their ignorance to try to maintain my friendship with them. Better that I save them from being killed by blacks than kiss their butt enough where they stay friendly with me. You know what I mean? And I wish I had a friendlier way of articulating that, but that's just the way it fell out of my face tonight. So I apologize if it didn't come out all that crassy. Actually, I guess it came out crassy. My bad. Let's see here. Evan Smith said, "Amen, brother." Let me see here and make sure I'm not passing anybody up. Oh, Camo has stopped by and said hello. God bless you, Camo. Hello to you, and happy Sabbath to you as well. I don't know how I didn't see you earlier. And maybe it was because that is the most recent thing that had kicked in after I stopped reading. Evan Smith said, "Amen, brother. We were blessed by our God to know the truth. The Jews brainwashed our people to become anti-Christians, cause in their Talmud it says to build the Goyim for studying their Torah." Well, yes, it's our Torah, but I think you meant by their Torah, I think you meant their meaning ours, as if they were speaking it. Yes, totally true. And Camo put, or actually Evan had a correction and he put their Torah. Yeah, okay. He was just correcting spelling, though. Let's see here. Evan Smith said, "They hate that we are the real people of the Old Testament, and they are demonic usurpers." Absolutely true. They hate us because they ain't us. That's absolutely their problem. Camo also said, that pic of Canada is accurate. Can confirm the ratio. Okay, he's commenting on a pic that I had in the slideshow, and I don't remember the exact picture you're referring to right now off the top of my head, but I know I do have some that mention Canada in them. Camo said, "Rest in heaven, Irina." Yes, God bless her. I still, every time I see her picture, I'm humbled for a moment, and you know, it's not just her. Every time I see any white person who is deceased now, anytime I see any of their pictures, including our young men and our little boys and elderly, I see a picture of any one of them that I know was killed by a non-white that is not supposed to be in our country. And I say, but I added that extra part at the end because that's just, it goes without saying. So I should just say that who have been killed by a non-white. Every time I see a picture of any of them, I have a moment of silence inside myself, and I literally think to myself about them for a moment and share a moment of empathy for them and a moment of sympathy and condolences their way, you know, for the fright and the pain and the terror that they had to experience in their last moments of life. And it just breaks my heart that any of our people would ever have to die that way. You know, of course, death is terrible. Of course, it's something that, you know, we are horribly saddened by. We don't want to lose anyone who's alive with us that we love. But it's a million times worse if we know that one of our people who've died were killed by something terrible happening to them, something frightening, something painful, something that is terrifying and terrorizing to them. And so every time I see one of these white people we've lost's picture, I pause for a moment in my soul. And in that brief moment of time, many things happen. I say I'm sorry to the person. I say I'm sorry to our holy God. I ask our God, is it finally done with? Are we finally done being punished? How long, Lord? How much longer, Lord? All these things go through my mind in that brief moment of time that I stop and look at the face of that white person. And in that brief moment, I grieve for them. And in that brief moment, I grieve for their loved ones. And in that same moment, I grieve for all of our people. And in that same moment, I grieve for all of our lost people. You know, we're always joking about how they're going to pay the toll someday. And I don't just mean with mud sharks. I mean just in general, you know, the homosexuals, the whatever, the whoever's, you know, the wiggers, the druggies, everybody that's a screw up of our people. You know, we know that someday their toll has to be paid, whatever it is. If they're a mud shark, it's that version of toll paid that's coming. If they're a druggie, they're going to end up on a sidewalk somewhere, hit by a car, you know. If they're a wigger, they'll end up in jail forever, you know, or dead, or both. If they're a drunk, they'll end up, you know, causing a terrible crash perhaps and going to jail for half of the rest of their adult life, you know, or most of their adult life. Any manner of different things, you know. Sorry, I'm sitting here looking at the chat. But I do. I have those. I have that brief moment for every person of ours that we've lost to non-whites. that I see. You know, whenever I see a picture of them and, you know, whatever. And I heard a YouTuber yesterday or today mention that, you know, we've become almost numb to how terrible this war against our people is, because of so many different examples of our people being murdered and attacked and raped, that we've gotten to the point where it doesn't sting us anymore. It doesn't, and I know it does to you folks who chime into this channel, and it does to me. But what I mean is, as a larger group of our right-wing people, and as a whole of white people in general, of course not counting the ones who pay no attention to any of that at all, but just the white people who would pay attention to the violence that's happening to our people and to people in general in America and in Europe. Excuse me. How do I say it? How I want to word it? Let me get back over here real quick. Sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained right now. I got a couple other things I'm sitting here looking at too, and I need to stop that so I can just focus on what I'm talking about here. But the bottom line is, you know, we have to we have to be more sensitive again to all of these killings and all of these attacks on our people, because we've become desensitized to it as a people, not you and I as individuals. Of course, we are hypersensitive compared to the others of our people, but as a group of white people as a whole who are noticing the violence, noticing all the stuff, even if they don't notice that it's happening mostly to white people by mostly non-whites, even if it's just white people noticing there's a big uptick in violence in the world and they're still cucked about races and don't know that it's a racial war, regardless of even if they don't know about that, you know, just the fact that they notice and we notice, it's happening so much that it's becoming normalized. It's becoming so common that other people in our right-wing circles can talk about some girl of ours being murdered or some lady of ours being raped and dismembered and burned alive or burned in a trash can afterward, or some elderly man of ours being attacked and killed, or some young 20-something-year-old couple of ours being gang raped, both of them raped and then killed. We can hear about these things, talk about these things among each other without it humbling us deeply, without it stinging us all the way to our core, to our soul. You know, any of you folks who are Generation X or older, remember that anytime we had a murder anywhere in the United States of America, the news would report that it shocked the whole nation. You know why? Because it did. We used to have so few white people murdered in America that when a white person was murdered, it made national news. And sure enough, we had a white person murdered every day. So sure enough, every night on the nightly news, we would hear about a white person murdered somewhere. But it usually wouldn't even be in our town. Most often, it wouldn't even be in our own state. It'd be in some other state. And every single time, it was the same story. That nothing had ever happened in that neighborhood before. That the entire neighborhood is beside themselves and in shock. Because there's never even been so much as a police car drive down the street in their neighborhood. Much less a murder occurring. That is how infrequent the murder of a white person used to be in the United States of America. If you lived in the United States of America during the 1970s or 1980s, and you watched the news in the evening, you would hear about maybe 2 murders on the entire nightly news. And they would both be murders that happened in 2 different states, usually not even in your state. But perhaps one of them would be in your state somewhere, but it wouldn't be in your town. And those 2 murders will have shocked the entire nation. And they made national news because, after all, there wasn't enough murder in the country for it to just be local news. So it was national news. Now, white people are murdered in every single town of America every single day. Think about that. Every single day in every city of America, a white person is murdered. Every single day. Every day in Nashville, a white person murdered. Every day in Chicago, a white person murdered. Every day in New York, a white person murdered. Every day in Miami, a white person murdered. Every day. And we don't realize that's the case because they don't report it. They just flat out don't report it. People are murdered all the time and you are not told about it. People are murdered all the time and no one reports it on the news anywhere. No news channel at all. No newspaper, no online news source. And I'm talking about a lot of murders every day happen that you are none the wiser about. I guarantee you, in whatever city you live in, every single day, a white person is murdered. Every single day. So that means on your nightly news, every single night, you will have, or should have, unless they don't report it like they so often do not do. But if they do decide to report a murder, they'll always have one right there in your home city to report for every night of the week. And it won't shock everyone. They still say that to this day because that's become a meme in the legacy media world. In the dinosaur media world, they like using these old phrases to trick white people who still watch the news into feeling like they still live in all-white America. And so they say things like we used to really mean, like the whole neighborhood is in shock. No, they're not. When they interview the people, half the time they find blacks to interview because they love doing that. That supposedly makes the blacks look innocent also. After all, they wouldn't be interviewing a black if all blacks are criminals. They wouldn't be able to interview this black who wasn't part of the crime, didn't commit the crime, was just there as an innocent witness. So that proves that not all blacks are criminals. That keeps the not all thing going in white people's minds. So they love to interview blacks anytime a murder happens in a neighborhood. And you don't ever hear blacks say they're shocked and terrified or whatever. They always say, yeah, you got to watch out around here. Yeah, that dude, he crazy. We've been saying about him. We've been telling people about him. We've been warning people. We told the police about him a long time ago. They're never shocked. Why? Because violence and murder is in almost all of our neighborhoods now, all across our country. Why? Because everywhere white people used to live, completely homogenous, 100% all white neighborhoods, have now been flooded with blacks. Not illegals, not legal immigrants. Blacks who were born and raised here. They just take a whole mess full of blacks and they go knock on the door of the developer of whatever neighborhood. And they go, we're here for our 30% of all your new houses. We're here for 30% of all the houses you built in this neighborhood over here 40 years ago. We're here now for you to surrender 30% of all your houses to these Negroes just because they're Negroes. Just because we're Jews and we don't like the fact that white people are enjoying themselves, living all in peace by themselves out there in the country. So we're going to take this big mess of blacks here and we're going to move them into that neighborhood to ruin the white people who live there's experience and quality of life. And to hopefully get some of their daughters raped. And some of their young boys attacked and killed. Ah, they're such worthless garbage, ain't they, y'all? So this is our burden. This is what we deal with. But you know what? I wouldn't trade it for anything. I wouldn't trade the truth for anything. I'm so grateful, just so all of you folks know, I'm so grateful to know the truth. I'm so grateful to be a part of this movement, this pushback, this fight for white people and for our countries and for our God. I'm grateful to be a part of it. I look forward to the day where it goes fully hot, full live. And I know that when that day comes, many white people will perish. And that's the only thing I don't look forward to about that. But I know that it's like ripping the Band-Aid off of a wound. The sooner the better and the quicker the better. We will suffer much, much less loss of white people's lives. Imagine if you could do something tonight that would save a beautiful little white child's life tomorrow. Tomorrow. This beautiful little white child is going to die tomorrow. But they won't. They will live and enjoy their life and not be terrorized and die a horrific death tomorrow. If you just do this one simple thing tonight. It wouldn't be anything major, it wouldn't be anything hardcore, just something simple, just something easy, something you can just quickly do, quick and easy, no effort on your part hardly. And it'll save that beautiful white child's life tomorrow. You would do it. You would do it. And so that's all I'm asking from all of us and from all of our people, is to understand that tomorrow, which may not be in the morning, I mean it metaphorically speaking, but tomorrow, coming very soon, whenever that is, many millions of white people are going to continue perishing and perish, en masse. When this war finally pops off, the longer we wait, though, for this war to pop off, the more white people perish by the thousands. So I said all of that a minute ago about the little white child to say, wouldn't you rather save many white children? We were talking about just one white child a minute ago. Now multiply that by, say, 10,000s, perhaps hundreds of thousands of beautiful little white children that you and I can save the lives of if we just force this war to start sooner than later. If we can egg this on to kick off and go full hot sooner than later. Every hour that we wait, 4,000 more non-whites land on the soil of this country for the first time. And not a single soul is being deported. Don't let yourself be duped into believing that bullshit. Not a soul is being deported from this place. You don't see non-whites hiding anywhere. You see non-whites at every intersection. Look around you when you're at the intersections. Non-whites sitting in brand new shit all around you without a care in the world. Not worried about being seen. Not worried about getting pulled over. Not worried about getting scooped up by ICE. None of that shit. They've already been told, all non-whites have clearly already been told, go on about your day every day. You don't worry about ICE. We've got that whole thing made up to keep white people duped. That's just our bullshit show we're putting on to keep a pacifier in a whitey's mouth. You go ahead and come on in and bring all your freaking little midget family with you too. Bring all 12 of your little freaking kids. Nobody's being deported. And I say 4,000 non-whites per hour are landing on our soil for the first time. It might be 10,000 per hour. You think I'm exaggerating? I'm not. And even if I am exaggerating, what if it's only 2,500 non-whites per hour? Wow, I overshot it by quadruple. Does it really matter when 2,500 more non-whites every hour are being spawned into our country? And remember, when they're spawned into our country, they're spawned fully grown, fighting age male. And not only are we having thousands per hour spawned at the airports, full-grown fighting age males, But we also have millions of them already in our country who are spawning brand new ones. Babies. And don't ever end up being one of these cucks that's like, oh, and feels bad for the little non-white miniature critters, the ones that aren't grown yet. Don't ever be caught, boo hissing for them, because those little pieces of shit are what are going to grow up to attack your daughter. One of those little worthless mongrels or one of those little worthless nogs is going to attack you when you're an elderly person and try to rob you. But here you are 30 years before that, boo hissing over the thing. Oh, the poor little 4-year-old niglet. I feel bad for the nog. You see that in the comment section on these body cam videos, Some freaking dead ass Shaniqua is fighting the cop. Turns her taillight ticket into a felony arrest. She got her chow in the car. My chow's in the car. I'm going to pick up my chow. You can't arrest me. I got to go get my chow. And inevitably, almost every time, some cuck ends up in the comment section boo hissing over the freaking worthless little niglet in the back seat. Oh, I feel so bad for that little nog in the back seat. Why? It's going to grow up to be a criminal. It's in its DNA. It's genetic. So it doesn't matter what age they are. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you hear the cucks being like, oh, it's just a kid. Oh, they're just teenagers. Oh, they're just kids. No, they're criminals. They're non-whites. God color-coded them so we would be able to look at them in an instant from a distance and be able to instantly recognize danger. No different than he color-coded snakes and spiders and other things. And you got the cucks walking around going, I don't see color. Well, you're an idiot. God literally color-coded them for you. You dumbass. By claiming that nonsense that they don't see color, first of all, it's a lie. Okay, because any cuck server there tells you that bullshit, be like, oh, cool, you saving up to buy a house in the hood? And they go, what? No. Why would I do that? Oh, what? You don't want to live in a black neighborhood? That's like the bomb, dude. You don't see color, right? That's where you should live, because you could buy a castle in the black neighborhood for pennies on the dollar. Yeah, have yourself a 7-bedroom house right in the middle of the hood. Why wouldn't you want to do that? That's super thrifty. You get a lot of house for your money. Oh, well, I already got a house. Yeah, but why wouldn't you want to sell that stupid 3-bedroom turd and buy yourself a 5-bedroom in the ghetto? You could buy a huge mansion in the ghetto for what you're paying for that little turd house you got. And you'd have money left over to spare. And remember, blacks are amazing and invented all of our things and civilized us and created this whole earth before we ever were created by their friend or their buddy Jacob. So why wouldn't you want to live in a black neighborhood? You don't see color, right? If you really corner them, they're full of shit. They all see color. They all worry when they see a pack of blacks walking toward them on a sidewalk, no different than Jesse Jackson does. So A, it's disingenuous. And B, even if they really did try to not see color, well, then they're defying God's own offering. God literally color-coded them so that you could recognize what's dangerous and what isn't. I mean, we do this with berries and flowers and, critters. And conservatives have no problem with the fact that God color-coded those things. They have no problem with that fact. And I would say, in fact, they actually are, a lot of them get real interested in either botany or critters or something, and they learn every detail about which color represents which thing. Oh, you can't eat those berries because purple means deadly, or don't eat those red things. Red means deadly or whatever. They know all the little, they create these little sayings and stuff. Like how we have, if it's brown, flush it down. You know what I mean? They'll have little color code sayings about snakes or spiders or flowers or berries or fruit or vegetables or greenery of some sort. And so when it comes to plant life or critters, oh man, the conservatives are all about God's color code. Thank you, Lord. But then all of a sudden, when it comes to non-whites, just because they can be decorated up in white people clothes and they can stand at a toilet and pee just like we can, and they can get in a car because we've been foolish enough, like stupid idiots, to teach them and allow them to get in our vehicles. They can get in a vehicle and drive it like we can. That they must be no different than we are. And if they're no different than we are, then by golly, Christianity's for them too. And if Christianity's for them too, then by golly, our whole country should be for them too. After all, if our country's even a Christian nation, well, they claim they're Christians. In fact, they claim they was the first Christians. And that Jesus was black. And that they created Christianity. And that the white people stole it from them. And then the other half of the blacks say that Christianity is a lie. And that Jesus is Satan. And that Jesus is the white devil. And then that's why the white people love Jesus and not God, who's black. And that Jesus and white people are just an invention of Jacob. So either way, Whitey's bad in their version of, quote, Christianity. But a white person doesn't know that. A cucked white person thinks a Christian's a Christian's a Christian. I don't see color. Oh, you're a Christian, you black guy? Oh, you're a Christian, Consuela? Oh, okay. And they just accept it at face value. Oh, Shlomo Sheckelberg. Oh, you changed your name to John Smith? Oh. Oh, and you're a Christian? Oh, wow. Anybody can claim they're a Christian. You can understand that. And so God knew that Jews and non-whites would tell us whatever we want to hear. And what do conservatives want to hear? That they're a Christian. So God knew they would say things like, I'm a Christian, so that white people wouldn't kick them out of our white countries. Of course they're going to say whatever they have to say so that we don't kick them out of our countries. So of course they're going to say they're Christian. If all of us white people are walking around going, this is a Christian country, this is a Christian nation, we're Christian nationalists, we want everybody out of here unless you're a Christian, then they're just going to lie and say they're Christians. And then, because they claim they're Christians, can't let them leave, or we can't kick them out now. Oh, we got to give them due process and let them stay and let them keep their kids here and the whole thing, because after all, they claim they're Christians. No. God color-coded them so that no matter what they say to you, you can take one look at them and know that you're dealing with a non-white, that you're dealing with danger. You're dealing with jeopardy to you or your people. You're dealing with an invader who should not be standing on the soil of your country. I mean, what an insult to God it is that our people refuse to acknowledge God's color code. And white people are so cucked about color now that they're afraid to care about color about anything anymore. They've had the word color beat into them so much. They've been browbeat, I should say, about the word color so much. And the concept of worrying about what color something is. You could ask a white person nowadays that just went out and bought a brand new car, oh, what color did you pick? And they'll tell you the color they picked, but if you asked it a different way, you could be like, oh, what color were you hoping to get when you were looking for one? They won't hardly ever tell you a definitive color anymore. Like, oh, I wanted a red one. I was hoping to find a red one. I was hoping to find a white one. I was hoping to find a blue one. Instead, they'll tell you stupid shit like, oh, I really didn't care what color, you know. I didn't really have a particular color in mind. I just kind of picked whatever they had on the lot. That's not how they really felt. That's not how they really feel. They may actually have wanted a certain color, but because of their cuckery about the concept of color and about the word color and about how shame on white people for ever noticing any color at all, they've had to tell themselves for so long that they don't see color that now they can't even prefer a color for a new automobile they're going to pay $100,000 or $80,000 or $60,000 or $30,000 for. Of their hard-earned money, they can't even decide a color. They can't say, I want a red one. I want a white one. I want a blue one. I want a green one. They can't say that anymore. A lot of them cannot bring themselves to do it. That's how extreme their cuckery level is about color and the concept of color and the concept of caring about colors. And about the only thing white people are still interested in colors about is our ladies. You know, our ladies are all about colors when it comes to the dresses they try on and outfits they have and shoes they like to wear with certain outfits and makeup they like to wear. They're all about color. In fact, our ladies spend, I would say, 30% of their time concerned with colors of things. You know, they care more about the color of the vehicle that they're going to buy brand new at a dealership than they do about the actual vehicle itself. You know, they'll buy a vehicle they weren't even really interested in buying, and I mean vehicle type wise. Like some girls were never interested in an SUV or a Jeep or something like that, and then they're at the dealership looking at cars, and they saw an SUV that was some color that they loved, that none of the cars there had that color, and they'll buy that SUV even though they came there not even wanting an SUV because they fell in love with the color. And they'll tell you that, too. They'll be like, you could ask them, oh, what made you pick this vehicle? You know, were you wanting an SUV even though you're a single lady with no kids? No, I love the color. I saw the color and I fell in love with it, or I just had to have it, you know, whatever little thing they'll say. But they'll admit that they bought it almost solely because of the color. So color matters hugely sometimes for certain things, but then when it comes to God's color coding, of the other species, they just derp out. Our people just completely derp out. And go into that whole mode of they don't see color. It's the weirdest thing. I don't understand it. I don't know how they ever came to that crazy scenario in their minds. Because I've known my whole life, every time I saw a black, I knew I need to be on the lookout. I need to be on the watch. And it wasn't because I got lucky and assumed it the first time about them, first time I ever saw a black, and ended up just being correct. It's because of their behavior. First time I ever saw a black, he was acting a fool, causing trouble, causing a problem. To white people, of course. He was being a menace. And so from the first moment I ever saw a black, I knew that they were a problem. And because God color-coded them, thankfully, I'm grateful to him that we can just look at them from a great distance away and know what they are and to stay away from them. To take some sort of action to gain distance from them. All right, let's get in this chat. And there's so much that's went on in the last 2 weeks, but especially in the last couple of days that I would love to talk with you all about tonight. One being Trump with this whole Marjorie Taylor Greene. Just a couple hours ago, he put out an X post blasting her, calling her a lunatic and low IQ and all this stuff because she doesn't want to carry water for Israel, give Jews billions of dollars. She's pushing for the Epstein files to be released. So now, on top of Trump dissing her like a childish leftist with insults and everything else like he did in his X post, like any typical leftist would, he also is now supposedly starting up an investigation against the Democrats, not just anybody that Epstein may have done business with, sexual business with, but Democrats specifically, right? When meanwhile Trump was their good buddy, his good buddy all through his heyday of prostitution and all of that. And another thing that he's come out with at the same time, it's like a triple whammy. He's basically throwing mud at the wall and hoping that any of it sticks. So not only did he blast Marjorie Taylor Greene, he then at the same time said, I'm appointing a committee to look into the Democrats and their connection to Epstein. He also had his team produce this bullshit string of emails where supposedly Epstein is talking crap about Trump, saying that Trump is a douchebag and he doesn't like him and all this. Yeah, right. There are more pictures of Trump and him together at parties, smiling and hugging, than you have pictures with your own family. That's how many exist. There are so many of him and Epstein together that there are more of them together than there are of you and your family together. And not only all that, he did one more thing he threw at the wall is he's trying to have this rumor spread around in the Republican, in the Q-turd conservative circles that he was an FBI informant all along. You know, that all this time he's been an undercover agent working against Epstein and all this. It's like, what a crock of retarded horse shit. Anyone that believes any of that nonsense is totally gone in the brain and will never probably get to our level of understanding. I hope they do, but if they're already in 2025 and they believe any smidgen of that horse shit, that all of a sudden he's an FBI informant for all these years against Epstein, and that Epstein never liked him, and that the Democrats are the only ones that have any connection to him. Therefore, that's what the investigation that Trump wants to open ought to be targeting. And what's the other thing? The first one I had mentioned, the attacking major retailer Green. So you add all four of those up. If you believe any of that, if you believe any of his BS of any of those four things, like that his attack on major retailer Green is warranted in any way, shape, or form. Just because his only negative that he could say about her that was legit was that she only managed to muster 12% of the support in some area that she was campaigning for a seat in. But that alone should be all he needs to not support her. All he'd have to do is just be like, I'm going to withhold my support for her, because he wouldn't even have to put a tweet out or nothing about her. He could just look at the fact that she only won 12% of the voters in that area, allegedly, and then not support her, and then never make any big public announcement that he's not going to endorse her, but just never endorse her, and that's that. And then if some other Republican ends up running against her, then he just simply endorses that other Republican, and he never has to say anything negative about her. Never had to attack her, never had to say any reason why he wouldn't be endorsing her. Even Obama didn't do that. Obama was black, and he didn't go around going, I'm not endorsing this dude because he's a stupid motherfucker, and I'm not endorsing that lady over there because she's a lunatic. Trump does that. Even nigger Obama didn't do that shit. Even Obama didn't do that shit. And keep in mind, we had Twitter. He's black, so he would have had the privilege to do that all he wanted. And not only would he have not been criticized by anyone on the left, they would have harangued and hoo-hawed about him being their version of their Trump. He would have been like Trump for them. They'd have been like, oh, we love his witty banter on Twitter. We love how he angers the right. We love how he stirs up drama. We love how he shit posts and starts shit fights with the right. We love that. And all the Republicans would be disavowing the fact that they love that about Obama. And they would be dissing Obama and saying, oh, he acts like a freaking... That would have probably actually made them more right-wing like us. They'd have started saying, oh, only a nigger could get away with this and whatever. A white guy could never do that. Could never say all that crap without getting all kinds of heat from all of you. And remember, to set an example for all of us white people, they deleted Trump's account for a while, banned him from Twitter for a while, But do you really think that they really had him banned where he couldn't get back on if he really wanted to and all that? No, it was all for show. It was to show you white people that if you get mouthy online, you're definitely going to have your account deleted, because after all, you just watched your untouchable, unstoppable superhero white guy have his account deleted. The most powerful man in the world. So if his account gets deleted lickety-split by them, then that lets you know that you better watch what you say on Twitter, because you'll definitely get deleted. Same thing they did with Wesley Snipes over Jewish theft not being paid to them or whatever. They pretended to imprison him for 4 years, and that was to spook all the white people into thinking, oh, man, if they'll lock up a celebrity for not paying them, then they'll definitely come knock my door down. And so that was just to teach white people, you better pay the Jews the theft that they demand out of your paycheck. And if you don't, look what could happen to you. But it is Jewish theft. It's against the law. You don't owe them anything from your income. So do anything you can to keep all of it. And whatever process you do to do that, do it. And don't worry about them, because if they ever did take you to court, all you have to do is stand on the fact that it's against the law. It's against the law. It's against the law. And they can say all they want till they're blue in the face. Actually, no, we ratified it. It was ratified and blah, blah, blah. It was amended and blah, blah, blah date this year, blah, blah, blah. Session, court, Senate session, blah, blah, blah. Hearing number, blah, blah, blah. House freaking bill, so-and-so, number, da-da-da. They can rattle all that shit off and tell you exactly when they changed the law and the whole thing. The bottom line is the original law by our founders is that it's against the law. And so every bullshit thing they've done after that, as they converted our law to legalism, which is Jewry, is invalid. And it even says in our law that any new imaginary legal rule that's created that defies one of our laws, it's null and void, and it can be completely ignored and completely defied. So whatever you got to do to keep all of your income and not have to give any of it away to Jewish theft, I suggest you do so. And so that was a crazy thing from Trump today. And of course there are some other things that he's done and said recently that have everybody pissed off. The 600,000 Chinese, he already reneged on that. You know, he had all of his voters pissed off about it the other day. And he was like, look, calm down, you know, we need them, blah, blah, blah. He wasn't really standing down from the 600,000, but he made it sound like, look, you know, I was blowing smoke, I was exaggerating, you know, maybe not 600,000, but we need a bunch, we need some, you know, whatever. He tried to play it down where his voters wouldn't be so pissed off at him about it. But then the very next day, today or yesterday, whatever, he reneged and said, no, we need all 600,000, blah, 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 blah. He went right back to saying that all 600,000 are coming here. And so, of course, the Trump conservatives are trying to side with him on this, even though it's completely indefensible. It's completely indefensible, and they're literally just coming up with stuff to say, you know, and they're even trying the leftist tactics now, where you know how the left will have some absurd title to an article where it'll say something that's bad for white people, but then it'll finish the title with saying, and here's why that's a good thing. Well, they're actually doing that stupid, it's not only not bad, but it's actually a good thing tactic in their comments, trying to defend Trump about the 600,000 Chinese. They're saying stuff like, this is a smart move Trump made. That's how they'll start their comment. And then they'll babble on for 5 or 6 more lines, you know, to try to defend that first statement. And then I read other comments like saying, you know, good, this is good. Trump knows what he's doing with this because blah, blah, blah. And so just lots of Jews in the comment section, you know, blowing up the Fox channel. Of course, all the conservative channels are blowing those up in the comment section to try to steer all the normie conservatives into agreeing and going along with the invasion of 600,000 more non-whites into our country. And also, there have been a shit ton of the Jewish bots or the Jewish employees in the comment section for any of the videos where they're already talking about him blasting Marjorie Taylor Greene. So anywhere you see a conservative channel like Fox News or, you know, Talmud Point or any of those things talking about him blasting Major Taylor Greene tonight, you will see in the comment section all these pro-Trump comments, talking crap about MTJ or MTG, saying, Trump's right. She was a lunatic. She was always this and that. Oh, Trump was right. She's too emotional. Just all the stuff. Just always siding with Trump. Trump could literally shoot a child in the head, a white Trump supporter's child in the head, and have the Trump supporters mortified, crying, sobbing, holding their child, screaming, "Why, Trump? You're my favorite guy. You're my superhero. Why would you shoot and kill my child right in front of us, right in front of me and my wife?" And he could do that in front of all of his white voters, and they would all still vote for him. He literally said that. He said it to them anyway back in the day. He said, "I could shoot someone right in the middle of Fifth Avenue, and I wouldn't lose a single voter," or however he said it. And he's not kidding. He knows that conservatives are that in love with him, that they idolize him that much. And he even said in the 90s, when he was asked if he would ever run for president, he had been asked many times, but one of the times he was asked, and I don't remember where it was, whether it was Oprah show or some other show, but he said that he wasn't interested. He said, "Oh, I'm not really interested right now in something like that. But if I ever did run for president, I would probably run as a Republican because their voters are stupid and they would vote for me." He literally said that he would run as a Republican because Republican voters are stupid. And Trump conservatives, they just do not care at all. They're like, "Whatever, dude. This guy loves us, bro. We love..." Actually, you don't ever hear Trump conservatives say that Trump loves us. Just all you ever hear is the other way around. "Whatever, he's my guy. I love him. He's our best damn president we've ever had in my lifetime. Da 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 da." And they love to stick to those like low-hanging fruit accomplishments. Best president since I've been alive, best president in my lifetime. That's not a major achievement. Have you looked at the presidents we've had the last 10 in a row? And all these cucked idiots that say that were little kids when Bush W was in office and when Clinton was in office. Like, they don't even know what was good and what wasn't about those presidencies. All they know is they worship Trump. That's all they know, and that's all they care. And they don't care if anyone knows. They don't care if anyone tells them that they're in a cult. They don't care if anyone tells them that and makes fun of them for worshiping Trump like an idol or a god. They call him a god. They call him God Emperor. Think of all the Trump conservatives that call him God Emperor and have been for the last 10 years now. That's how bad we got it. That's how bad our people are. And so he really could shoot someone right in front of all of his voters. And he's not going to lose a single one that worships him. He's not going to lose a single one. Now, does that matter really? As far as votes are concerned, no. Because after all, Jews don't count your stupid Goyim votes. But what it does matter for is social influence. This is what Jews do, is they influence our people. They influence our population to go along with certain things, to believe certain things. What do you read about the Jews in the New Testament? They riled up the crowd. They stirred up the crowd. They are crowd manipulators. They can make a mob angry at you. They can make a mob praise you. They can make a mob seek to kill you. They can literally manipulate a mob to be whichever way they want. They could have stirred all the masses up to worship Jesus. They are masters of propaganda. And since they're masters of propaganda, that is what allows them to easily infiltrate and eventually subvert white countries. White people would never dream of impostoring as another race. And since we would never dream of doing any such thing like that, we as white people, by default, suspect and assume wrongfully that all the other races of the world wouldn't do so either. And because white people foolishly think that, not so much on a conscious level, but on a subconscious level, we do think that way and we operate that way. And because of that, Jews easily infiltrate us and eventually subvert us and take us over. They use our politeness and our naivety as suckerism, as gullibility, as weakness, as prey. And so, of course, we can't win. We cannot stay winning in our own country or any country where we have Jews duping our own people into working against our own interests. All while they think they're doing the right thing. You know, and that's kind of what makes conservatives more detrimental to us than actual leftists. And we all understand why, because, you know, we have wolves in the hen house. And if we have the ones we trust, you know, telling us that the wolves in the hen house are just really big, scary looking chickens and that they're totally fine and they're exactly like us in every way and there's nothing to worry about and everything's fine, and why don't you let your little white girl hang out with this little black boy over here at the church? You know, white people cannot trust that. And as long as we have our pastors and our Shabbos goy of our people in government selling us down the river, we're going to continue losing more and more and more and more. And our people are so cucked, y'all. It's unbelievable how bad our people are. I realize if you stay online all the time, it's easy to start feeling like, man, we're winning. We've got this in the bag. You know, the whole Nick and Tucker thing, and now the whole Tucker versus fucking Talmud Point and Ben Shapiro. You know, you watch all the infighting going on and you think, man, the hardcore right side is winning right now. We're waking up more and more normies every day, they're thinking. They're thinking October 7th really helped us get a lot of our people's attention up and noticing things. But I assure you, as much as it might feel like that and as much as it might appear that way to you, if you spend most of your time online instead of in the real world, you are mistaken. White people are not awake. 99% of our people are cucked beyond belief about blacks. More so than all the other races, by the way. By far, I would say. And that's not just me talking about our mud shark girls. I'm talking about our men are absolutely cucked beyond belief about them. Everything from business owners who hire them and think of themselves as, quite virtuous for hiring a bunch of Tyrones and teaching them how to drive equipment or whatever, to the sports cucks who memorize millions of different blacks' names and all of their useless sports facts about them, to the wiggers, to the country guys who blare rap music in their trucks every day, even though they're country guys, to the faggot city slickers who only listen to rap once in a while around black people so that they can be accepted by black people and win over, approval of them. To the mud sharks, and our young white girls who all listen to rap because that's all they've ever been taught to listen to since they were a little kid. All of those types pander to blacks way more so than they do any of the other races. I don't see white people pandering to dots all the time. I don't see white people pandering to Jews even all the time. But you do see white people pandering to blacks all the time, everywhere, anywhere where there are white people and blacks, you will see a white woman especially pandering and cucking to some black, And if there is a white guy, he'll probably be pandering to them too, especially if he's a cuck-servative, It's funny. Conservatives and homosexual leftists pander to blacks about the same amount. Regular leftist guys who are not faggots, even though those are kind of few and far between, the non-homosexual leftists actually do not pander to blacks anywhere near as much as the homosexuals and the conservative white people do. So that's something to consider and think about. And what else? There's been some other stuff that's went on this week. Let's see. We've mentioned Trump. We got through that part. What was the other thing? There were some murders this week I was going to talk about here in a little bit. Hadn't got to them yet, but we will. We'll talk about them eventually. Goodness. I'm going to go through my device here in a few. I'm not near it now. I'm actually out in the yard pacing around, but I'll go back in a few, and I'll get on one of the devices. I'll fire one up, and I'll look on my YouTube history to remind me about some of the stories that have been hot this week. I guess I'll talk real quick about I need to rant, and then I'm going to get in the chat and I'll start replying to what you folks have wanted to talk about and what you have mentioned. But another one I wanted to just kind of touch on is the Nick Fuentes stuff. Now, you know, I'm not a big Nick Fuentes follower. I'm not one of these people that is like a fanboy of his. I do not consider him a Mexican, regardless of his name. He is white. He can blood people hair and eye colors. He is not a brownoid. So I do not consider him Mexican, regardless of whether he thinks he's Mexican or not. Basically, what the deal really is his mom slept with a white man, and she's telling him that her husband she's married to, who I guess is a Mexican, is his father, but really his father is some other white dude that she cheated on him with. And that's why he thinks he's a Mexican, and he thinks that whoever that Mexican dude is that he thinks is his dad, he thinks is his dad, but really his dad is some white guy that he doesn't even know. But the thing about him that makes it an L for me, his biggest L is he's still a civnat. He talks all this shit about being pro-white and how America's for white people and all this, but then he wants Kanye to be president. And he's really serious. He really is serious that he would vote for Kanye if Kanye ran for presidency. And that's utter stupidity. That's the stupidest, most idiotic, and we're talking especially coming from a guy like him, all right, who knows the jig. He knows the deal with the Jews. He knows the Kalergi plan. He knows the war against white people. He is pro-white. And then the fool is going to turn around and say he would vote for the most pro-black nog you can imagine? All because he one time wore a shirt saying white people's lives matter? And he was only doing so because he had fell out of the limelight and he needed to do, he's a shock character. That's what he's all about, is doing, he's a shock artist. He likes to say things that are controversial, that are so obvious and obviously over the top that it'll get him attention. And he doesn't care that it's negative attention because he doesn't have anything positive to put forth. So he figures, fuck it, I'll go ahead and do a White Lives Matter shirt one day and walk around with it. And that'll make all the news demonize me, and I'll be the new bad boy in town again. You know? And then after that, and the limelight faded away on it, what'd he do? He come out with the Hail Hitler shit. And right when he started all of that, Nick, being a high IQ person like he is, I don't think he's near as high IQ as he thinks he is. I think he probably thinks he's around the 140 range, high 130s, but I think really and truly he has good memorization skills and he has good oratory skills, but I don't think that he has as high of an IQ as he thinks he has. I imagine his IQ is probably around 115 to 125. But regardless of that, let's say his IQ is 125 or 130 perhaps. For him to have an IQ even remotely that high and then side with Kanye when Kanye decides he's going to do the Hail Hitler thing, that was utter stupidity to, like, he didn't just play along with him about it. He encouraged it, endorsed it, cheered it on. He was like a fanboy for it, you know? We can't have that in our pro-white movement. We just can't have that. You know? What pro-white person are we going to rally behind who's then going to cheer on a nigger to be president who's like super hardcore pro-black? The dude like thinks Jesus is black, literally did an album insulting our Lord, blaspheming our Lord, put himself up, called himself Jesus on his album, put himself on his album on a cross, completely mocking our God in every way, mocking our Lord and Savior, and then you're going to say that you would support him to be president, that you would endorse that and vote for him? That's the most idiotic, stupid, ass-backwards take ever. And the other massive L that I say has come from Nick, and obviously all of you should agree with this one too, is, and you probably already know what I'm going to say, is when he swore up and down that the Jews have nothing to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination hoax. A, he's playing along with the narrative that Charlie's dead, and B, he's playing along with the narrative that the Jews have nothing to do with it and that it was just some stupid, crazed leftist. While he knows that the news is owned by the Jews, knows that the news literally puts out lie after lie after lie to always frame some white person for something that the Jews do, to always dupe white people into blaming some leftist. When it's attack on a conservative, then they got to get all the conservatives to blame a lefty instead of the Jews. We know all of this is their MO. He knows all of that is their MO. Yet, he's playing along with the narrative that Charlie's dead, and he's playing along with the idea that the Jews have nothing to do with it. And both of those, I say, between that and him supporting Kanye and being down with the whole CivNat craps for some reason, even though he claims he's not a CivNat, and the whole rest of his format of his whole existence is that he's anti-CivNat. The dichotomy between those two positions, he's a walking contradiction right now. And so, you know, some people accuse him of being a plant, a Fed, or whatever. I don't know. But what I can say is he certainly appears to be one with having contradicting positions like that. That's for sure. Okay, let me get here into the chat. I apologize for all of your wait. Rooster Cogburn has chimed in and said, hello, God bless you, and happy Sabbath to you, and I will get to your comments soon. Top Flight Security is here. Hello. And God bless you if you're friendly and you're a part of our covenant people. And happy Sabbath to you if you are. Amazeballs is here and has chimed in already. I will get to your comments too. Hello, God bless, and happy Sabbath to you if you are a part of our covenant people and on our side. Cotton Ministries has chimed in. Hello, God bless you, and happy Sabbath to you. Vlad, the Kebabber, is here, y'all. Hello, God bless you. And I don't know if I said your name already a minute ago, but if I didn't, I said it again just now. And, okay, I think I have caught up with everyone. If there's someone that has just recently chimed in that I did not say hello to yet, my apologies. I will get to you in a moment. Let's see here. All right. Let me get to where I'm trying to get to where I left off. Okay. Evan Smith had said something to Camo, and then Camo said, your rants are unparalleled, Stay White. Always good to be here and listen. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the kind words there. I thank you for that. Vlad, the Kebabber, said, noticing is mainstream now again, but it's a double-edged sword. Yes, it is. And we've discussed that before, where it's kind of diluted our information. You know, now that the left is anti-Jew and being told to pretend to be anti-Jew, I should say, while they're being told to pretend to be anti-Jew, it's got us all screwed up because, A, every time we're critical of the Jews, our own side, our own fake right-wing side, calls us lefties and says, oh, well, where would you rather Kamala had been president? With their low IQ derping. And on top of that problem we also have the whole issue of when they talk about Jews now, or when we talk about Jews, when we talk about Jews now, not only do our own side dismiss us as lefties, as they would call us, but the ones that might be even further right wing than that wouldn't default to calling us lefties just because we're critical of the Jews, they will still take our information less seriously, because even if they don't accuse us of being rabid lefties or whatever, they'll think that a lot of our points, they might think we mean well, and that we're on white people's side only, and that we're pro-white, and they might understand all of that and even empathize with us about all those things, but then still suspect in their heart of hearts that some of our talking points, that some of our arguments, that some of our evidence proving who the Jews are is leftist nonsense, when really it's all true. And it's all real evidence. It's all factual. And they will dismiss a lot of our information as being leftist made up stuff. And so that's a problem. And so, yes, double-edged sword definitely is, unfortunately. Camo said, we done told the police. I don't remember which thing he might have been talking about on that one. My apologies. But I'm sure it pertained to whatever I was talking about at the time. Evan Smith said, brother, this question occurred to me today. I was driving around and shopping in a nice area. I realized that we at least are still able to have some peace and some good times. Why are the Jays... Why are the Jays, if they control everything and could just have us all offed and cause total destruction, letting us enjoy ourselves a little longer, causing death by 1,000 cuts in place of a sudden blow? Well, I have to say that is a great question, Evan. And of course, I could give you, one of many answers, and I could even give you multiple answers, and all of them will have some truth to them, and all of them will be slightly wrong in some ways, I'm sure. I think a lot of it has to do with the way the Jews want things done. The Jews' plan is to make everything look as though at the end of it all, maybe not right now to us, but they know in the future, to future generations, they want the Bible to read as though it applies to them, not us. And so when future generations read about Jacob's trouble and how the whole world's going to be against Israel, and that God's going to come down and destroy everyone in the world that's been warring against Israel and being hateful and evil toward Israel, their goal is to convince all the white people of the future, when Jacob's troubles times come, which will happen in the next 200 years, when that time comes, they want that generation of white people to think that when they're reading the Bible, when they're reading scriptures and they're reading about this tribulation and these times of trouble in the end, that they are the bad guys and that the good guys are the Jews. Or at minimum, that the good guys are Israel, a.k.a. the good guys, a.k.a. the ones that God is on their side. And that we white people, that the white people who are reading that at the time in the future, are just indifferent, or they'll be enemies of God and the Jews if they don't side with the Jews. And so I think that's why the Jews haven't done just an open F you whitey war against us. They do anyway. They do in social circles and in the political spheres, and and on TV commercials and in our news reports. They already do it to us everywhere. But to go full hot live against us, open game, open season against white people, and if they specifically declare it that way, that actually, I think, would be pushing white people just far enough where they would finally have the super obvious epiphany that Jews actually want us dead. So I think it's a combination of that and the thing I mentioned earlier, which was that Jews want it to appear as though over time they want to trick white generations into believing. And remember, it's already working now. They already have this generation now of white people thinking that they are Israelites. Now, granted, we could say that Generation Alpha and Generation Z perhaps do not believe that about the Jews, thanks to our Lord and Him blessing our endeavors online. Perhaps we've convinced Generation Z and Generation Alpha and perhaps a lot of Generation X to know that Jews are not Israelites. But the generations after Gen Alpha, as generations continue on in the future, if the Jews keep up with their plans where they basically try to make each thing of the Bible prophecy happen, right? But they need it to happen where it appears as though the Jews are the victim, and therefore they appear to white people as though they are the biblical Israelites, because after all, it's Israel who's supposed to be under attack in the last days. And so this is part of why they always claim to be a victim all the time. Because if they keep repeating it now, generations into the future, when they're fully attacking white people from every angle they can, way more so than they even do right now, white people, even though they'll be obviously being under attack at all times, and they'll see that Jews are orchestrating it half the time, they'll read scriptures and go, okay, but it says that the Jews are who are under attack, not us. So even though I feel like we white people are under attack, really the Jews are the ones that are under attack all the time. It says it right here in our Bible. And what it'll be is they'll believe that because of the constant complaining about being victims, the constant complaining about the anti-Semitism across the world running rampant, and they'll also use all the wars that they've forced us to stir up in the Middle East as appearing as though the whole world is turning its back on Israel, because in our scriptures, it says that the whole world will turn its back on Israel. But when you understand that the name Israel means white people, then all of a sudden your Holy Bible makes perfect sense with everything you see in reality. Okay? Only white people have contributed everything to the entire world. The entire world has come up out of poverty because of white people. Because of white people, the entire world doesn't have to eat mud cakes anymore and bug burgers and drink cow piss instead of water, because they know how to make clean water now. They know how to purify water now. That's all thanks to white people. You know, because of white people, billions of non-whites around the world now have cell phones and wear clothing and wear shoes when they used to have no such concept. They walked around barefoot and would die from diseases they would catch and sepsis they would catch from injuries on the bottom of their feet. Because of white people, billions of non-whites don't die every year due to malaria anymore. That's what kept non-white populations down, was malaria. It's still the number 2 killer in the world, if not number 1. But despite the fact that we've knocked down its death rate massively, it's still a massive killer. It's still either number one or number two. Number two is usually malpractice and hospital care and misdiagnosis, just so you know. But the fight for number one, number two, number three, it's always in a contender for one of those top three in the world. And so, you know, despite the fact that it's one of the number one killers and kept their populations low, now we've eliminated billions of deaths from that. So that's thanks to white people. Didn't help us any, didn't benefit us any to allow billions of more non-whites to stay alive and continue reproducing and outbreeding us. Didn't help us a lick, but it sure did help out everybody else. And what are they doing now that all of them have cell phones and our internet and our vehicles and all of our things that we are used to using? Now that all of them know how to use it all and have access to it all, what are they doing with white people? What are they doing to Israel? They're turning their back on us. White people have given them everything, and instead of saying thank you, they've turned around and given us the finger. And said, thanks, suckers. And so now we are living in a time of Jacob's trouble. It's not the final Jacob's trouble. It's not the one you read about in Revelation, but it's a same one as you read about in Revelation. We've had Jacob's trouble times before that were the same as the one spoke about in Revelation, but it's not the one. It's just a same one. Likewise, the one we're in now is a same one. It's not the final one that is written about in our Holy Bible, but it is a same one. It is a similar one. Is it exactly the same and the same severity as the very final days one? No. In the last days, the very last one, the final Jacob's trouble, will be horrendously bad. Bad like I've told y'all about before, where white women will be on rape carousels in the middle of town square, tied up to giant merry-go-rounds with their butts poking out for any non-white who walks by to have their way with. There will be things that our white people will have to endure that would make your soul implode. That would make you want to just give up right now and throw in the towel and say, the burden is too great, Lord. That's how bad it's going to be for our great, 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 great grandchildren. They're going to be in a really bad situation. And the reason why is because we're going to have another victory sometime in the next 100 years. Really, it's going to be in the next 50 years. And honestly, it's probably going to have to be in the next 30 or less, because we can't go 30 more years like we're going right now, where white people are losing everything and being shamed into oblivion and being lied about left and right in our schools, and our women are being murdered like hotcakes. We can't endure this for 30 more years. And so that means in the next 30 years, at some point, we're going to have another victory. We're going to rise up as a white people, and we're going to have another victory. And when that happens, we're going to create a new white utopia like the world has never seen. It will be the greatest white utopia the world has ever known. And it will be because when we retake this country, the rest of Europe will follow behind us. They will fall in line behind us, one country at a time, until all of Europe is restored. Canada will be restored because of America. And because Europe gets restored and Canada gets restored, Australia and New Zealand will also fall in line because they are British colonies as well. Once all of that is complete, our world will begin a new white utopia, the greatest one that will ever exist on the whole earth. And white people will create many millions of new white babies. And the white population will explode again. We will have a new baby boomer generation. And when that happens, they will create the greatest times this world will ever know. And because we will have enjoyed for however long we do the greatest white utopia the world has ever known, we will be the most high trust society we've ever been. And what that will allow is that will allow the Jews to concoct some way, even though we've reworded our new constitution to say that no non-white is ever an American, that no non-white is ever a German or a French or a Swede or a Norwegian or a Brit or an Italian or a Spaniard or a Portuguese or an Argentinian or an Albanian. All of those things will be back to being proper white people. It'll be understood that it's only white people. It'll be rewritten in all of our white countries' constitutions that only white people are the people of those countries. And it will say white people. It won't just say of European descent. It won't just say, terms like that. It will say the word white. That way there's no confusion, because after all, when they say all this other crap like European, well, guess what? There are blacks in Germany who live there, who were born and raised there. And Germans there, or other Europeans in Europe, are cucked into calling those blacks who are born and raised in Germany Germans. They're cucked into calling them Europeans. And so that's not good enough. We have to have the word white wrote in all of our constitutions of all of our country's documents. And it's not enough that it will say that only white people are the inhabitants of these lands and that the only white people are Germans or are Brits or are Americans or are Canadians or are Australians or whatever. But it will also say, and exactly 0 non-whites can ever be considered a European, a Canadian, an American, a Brit, a Swede, a German, or whatever. It will say both of those things so that it's highly specific that no non-white can ever be called or call themselves. There's no identifying yourself as one. We will make it illegal. Not illegal. I'm going to quit using that. We will make it unlawful for any non-white to ever even be dressed in white people clothing or be on a white country's soil, much less approach us and pretend to be a white person and call themselves a European or a German or an American. None of that will be permitted ever again. They will not even be permitted to have white people clothing. They will not be permitted to have white people technology. They will not be allowed on the internet anymore. The internet will be only for white people and Asians. And you think to yourself, how would we get Indians and Arabs off our internet? Well, we will. A white genius in the future will be born who will come up with a clever idea that none of us have thought of. It'll probably be super straightforward and be a thing that all of us tell ourselves, dang, why couldn't I have been the one that thought of that? Why didn't I think of that? So simple, so easy, so straightforward, so genius. And it will work, and it will separate all the non-whites off of white people's internet. It will kick them all off of our cell phone tower service at all, or whatever it does, whatever the genius move is that the white person comes up with. And it will separate the non-whites off of our internet system. And at that point, we will have all non-whites banned from using white technology. They will all go back to, just in 2 or 3 generations, they'll all go back to just being cargo cults, where they have no idea what white people inventions are doing. They'll see a plane of ours fly over their country in the sky, and they'll just think it's a giant bird, a giant living creature. They'll have no idea about machinery or technology. They'll be wearing their own makeshift garb again, uttering their own noises again, as God intended. But because we will create such a glorious, high trust, numerously populated white world again, we will be so high trust of a nation again that the Jews will come up with a clever way to infiltrate us and subvert us. And that final subversion, the Jews by then will have so much rage and so much anger and so much revenge and determination built up against us. And they'll couple all of that with knowing that this is their last chance. This is their last remaining few years before they're exterminated forever by God. That is when they will use that last moment of subversion, that last chance they get once they subvert us and take us over. That's when they're going to ramp everything up immediately, full throttle, like what you were talking about a minute ago, Evan. That's when they're going to ramp that up, just like what you're describing. Full mask off, full on attacking white people, full on, fully live, fully hot war against white people. That, Evan Smith, is when the ultimate final attack on white people will come, and that is when the attack will be every bit as much and as bad as what you were asking about a minute ago, why they don't do already. And to be honest, I don't know why they wouldn't just go ahead and attack us more aggressively now, like they could, because after, as all of you can tell, they clearly could already if they really wanted to. They could just go ahead and go live against us tomorrow. They have enough of our people duped. They have enough of our people willing to fight against us and on their side. They have enough non-whites in our countries already that they really could go ahead and just decide to attack if they wanted to, you know. And I can't really say for absolutely certain why they don't go ahead and just go for it now, you know, because after all, it's got to be eating them up. You know, but they are at least smart enough to play a long game. They know that if they ever riled up white people enough to to where it was a point of no return where all the white people woke up on them, and it started like some kind of domino effect that they couldn't stop, that would totally ruin their plans, And the whole reason their plans work as well as they do is because they're long-term plans. They play a really long game. They play a multi-generational game on us. People, we're all about results. We're all about get it done now. We want the results now. And we used to have more patience. We used to build cathedrals that took 600 years to finish, where people who laid the first ground stones, the first foundational stones, and started building the first framing of the building, knew that they would be long gone for multiple generations, and it would take 3 or 4 or 5 of their generations of grandchildren before this church would be finished. And that they would live their whole lives dedicated to building it and never see it finished, never even see it remotely close to finished. Still have 550 years to go. But because we have created so much technology and so much awesome stuff, so much machinery, we've created so much social order, so much corporate order, that we now expect everything to happen lickety-split. So when white people decide we have a goal, most often we try to accomplish it right away, as soon as possible. And that's cool and all, except if someone else, a.k.a. your opponent, is playing a longer game than you're playing, you're going to end up making mistakes trying to win everything right away. You're going to try to come out swinging and win in the first round. And the thing about them is they know that they can't just defeat us. They know that if white people get wound up and rise up against them, that they will lose and that white people will win. And so, combining that knowledge they have about that circumstance with the fact that they want to dupe our future generations into believing that they are definitely Israel and that the whole world's attacking them, just like the Bible says, and all this stuff, they're going to continue playing this long game. That just like our ancestors, they're working on their own version of a church. They're working on their own version of a cathedral or a synagogue, if you will, in their case, that they, in their lifetime, they know they will not get to see the fruition of it. That they won't get to see the benefit that Jews have in the future from the pain they're inflicting on white people now. From the schemes they're pulling on white people now. Now, that doesn't mean that a Jew doesn't get to enjoy benefits of ripping off white people in this lifetime. Of course, they get to enjoy money and elite status in their own race and all these things. They get to enjoy power in our government. They get to enjoy, having say-so over millions of white people when they have no business having any such thing. But they're not satisfied with having what they have over us right now. They want full control of the entire world. And while it may look like they already have that, they don't have it openly. They have it behind the scenes. They own everything and control everything behind the curtain, behind the veil, behind closed doors. And what Jews really want is they want a one world government that is openly obedient to the Jews specifically and only. Not obedient to some government over some country. They want a one world government ran by the Jews only, racially controlled by the Jews as a race, not as a religion, as a race. And they will be distinguishing themselves as such once they decide to come out in the open as the owners and controllers of everything. Once they decide to reveal to the world that they are completely finished with their accomplishment of their one world government, their new world order, then and only then will they have achieved the goal that they've longed for. And they are all in lockstep together. They know that each one of them as an individual is just a worthless, mongrel, sniveling Jew who is absolutely valueless, who has no worth in God's hierarchy anywhere. And that's why they stay so lockstep together. Because they know that as individuals, they are nothing. And no different than worker bees or worker ants or billions of non-whites. They stick together, they tribe up, and they put only their kind first and foremost and only. And because they stay so stringent about that policy, they win. And keep in mind, they don't even have to follow their own rules. A Jew can disobey any rule in the Talmud. If the Talmud says a Jew cannot kill another Jew, a Jew can do it anyway. If the Talmud says a Jew can't rip off another Jew, a Jew can do it anyway. If a Jew is not allowed to steal from another Jew, a Jew can do it anyway. Anything the Talmud says a Jew is not allowed to do, a Jew actually can still do anyway if he wants to. The Talmud is only a series of guidelines for them. And they pretend that they staunchly obey its laws, but that's only an excuse for them to be able to simply benefit from the lifestyle that the Talmud commands if they follow it. If they follow the Talmud, they end up being the leaders of white countries. They end up being the money changers, the money holders, the ones with all the gold, the ones with all the decision making. Therefore, they end up ruling over millions of white people. And that's their ultimate goal. So, by staying tribed up and sticking together, they achieve their ultimate goal. And when they don't stick together, they're just worthless individuals. So it didn't take them much to figure out that they have to stick together. And what's wild is all the other non-whites understand that too. Indians go to a white country and they look for the other Indians. And they tribe up with them. Blacks get here and they try to find other blacks and tribe up with them. Puerto Ricans and Mexicans come here and they find other Puerto Ricans and Mexicans and tribe up with them. Asians, same thing. So only white people are duped into not doing that. And the reason why is because white people don't typically move to a non-white country. And if they do, they do so with the understanding that they're going to be the only white person anywhere around most of the time ever. There is no non-white country that a white person would move to knowing that there are millions of other white people who have already clamored to that non-white country, that all they got to do is find that massive group of millions of white people who've clamored their way into a non-white country, and then they just tribe up with them and they're good to go. There is no option like that for white people because we don't do that. We don't clamor into any non-white country by the millions. So there are no millions of white people in any non-white country for a white person to go expatriate to and tribe up with once they get there. Let's have a look here in the chat. Let's see here. Rooster Cogburn said, I left a comment 4 years ago on a channel that Tucker did a story on. I feel blessed. Well, how about that? Vlad, the kebabber, said, you left a comment saying, quote, I wish I spoke German. Ha That's a good one. A Rooster Cogburn said, I'm reading those Trumpers complaining in the comments on that channel about white supremacy. Cotton Ministries said, who is sending them? I don't know who he's asking that question to. My apologies, buddy. Top Flight Security said, hi there, Stay White. Hello, God bless you. I appreciate you. And he said, love to the chat. Thank you very much for your kind visit. I appreciate you very much. And happy Sabbath and God bless you to you. Vlad the Kebabber said to Rooster, yeah, those Trumpers eat up anything. Rooster Cogburn said YouTube was actually giving me notifications of replies on a 4-year-old comment. Had to go watch the Tucker video. Yeah, it's wild that you were getting notifications about a 4-year-old comment. But, you know, I mean, I guess that's the way it is. If you have notifications turned on for your comments, I guess it really don't matter how old the comment is. If someone replies to it, you're going to get dinged about it and told about it. So that's pretty wild. I don't have notifications turned on like that because I'd be getting dinged all the time. So I don't, you know, because I'm too active to have it on, you know, because I'd be getting so many replies from people I, you know, comment to and stuff that I don't have that turned on. But I imagine if I did, I'd probably be getting notifications for stuff I left 12 years ago on a video, you know. Let's see here. Evan Smith, they're okay. There was some hellos back and forth between Vlad and Top Flight. And then Evan Smith said, on the news, Jack's channel, he's just saying, here's some news for us. Jack's channel finally hit 50 subscribers to allow him to do live streams. Hope to hear some new Jack streams soon. Me too, and that is great news. Really sad to hear that it took him all the way to now to hit 50 subs. I figured surely his people would, you know, our people would look out for him and resub to him quicker than that. That just goes to show you how hard it is to get subscribers. You know, Jack has been online for as long as I have, I presume, for the entirety of YouTube. And he's had many channels. He's reported that he's been purged a lot more than I have. I've only been purged maybe 6 times, I think. I think I'm on channel number 7. And he said he's had to start over many times more than that. And so have other people. Another guy that I used to be friendly with online, but he knows me under another channel name, and he doesn't know know that my old channel name, that this new channel I have is my old channel. He doesn't know me as the same guy. But he did know me from my old channel, and we used to be friendly online. And it's the guy, I can't remember his name right now, but I normally would know it. But he goes by A Call for an Uprising. And he also has many other channels. He has one called Hive Mind Nation. And I don't know all the other channels. He has a lot of channels. I think he has like 8 or 10 active channels. And then he's had, I think, somewhere around 80 channels total over the years. And he's been, deleted during purges when I was deleted. He was deleted in 2018 when I was deleted. He was deleted 2 years earlier when I was deleted in 2016. Or not in 2016, 4 years earlier when I was deleted in 2014. He was also deleted in 2012, so was I. But all along the way, in between those times, I guess, other channels he had created were being deleted here and there at random. The only channel I was aware of his back then was A Call for an Uprising. And he would get it banned or get it deleted during one of the purges, and then he would start it up again under another name. And after he was up and running for a few months, then he would switch the name of the channel to A Call for an Uprising, and then he'd have his channel again with the same name again. And I like that clever move he pulled there. I never thought to try doing it like that, to keep maintaining my original channel name. And so that was very slick of him to get away with doing it like that. And so now he has a channel again that is called A Call for an Uprising. But I think his main channel he's posting his new stuff on all the time is Hive Mind Nation. So Hive Mind is one word, Nation. And he's been around a long time, like Jack has, and like I have. And so he has had, of course, he's a huge YouTuber, though, compared to Jack and I. And so, he builds subscribers back, fairly rapidly, but he always gets far less than he had before. When he was really popular back in 2012 or so, I think that was his peak that he ever had as far as subscribers. And he was at like almost 1 million subscribers or something. And then after that big purge in 2012, he started from scratch, yada, yada. Ended up at like 20-something thousand or 50-something thousand subscribers. And they purged us again. And I think I had made it up to like 300 or 400 subs at that point. And then we all got purged again. And then, so it took me like 2 years, and I only got like 300 subs, from 2012 to 2014. And then, and of course, he had accrued thousands by then. He had got up to whatever, some crazy number, 50,000 or something decent. And then, out of nowhere, we were all purged again in 2014. And then we all immediately started up new channels like we always did back then. And so at that time, in 2014, we had all been discussing the shape of the world, and NASA being a hoax had been a discussion for 10 years almost by then, or 6 years anyway by then. And so as we started discovering that the Earth actually was not a ball, I decided when I got purged and started the new channel that I was going to make it specifically about targeting that subject matter, to wake up people about the shape of the Earth and that NASA is a hoax and the whole thing. And so I did that channel until it got purged in 2018. So that one only managed to last 4 years. But here we are on number 7. And it's funny, it's my 7th channel, I think. And this is the 7th year of this channel. Funny enough, I got a birthday notification for this channel several months back saying that the channel was 7 years old. So got some of our God's favorite number, our Sabbath number. as a part of the channel for this year. And so for the next, next 10 months or so, this is the 7th year of this channel. And Jack, I'm super glad to hear that Jack is able to do streams again. I look forward to being on his live streams. I don't like to watch them after the fact. Or it's not that I don't like to watch them after the fact. I happily watch them after the fact when I miss them. But I prefer to be a participant during his live streams. Even if I don't say anything in the chat, I just prefer to be there when he's doing it live so that I can contribute to the number of how many people are watching him live, and so I can give him his like while he's doing his live stream. And of course, I can't help myself. I will, of course, participate in the chat as well. But that's not what I'm really there for. What I'm really there for is to help his numbers and help his like count go up during the stream. And of course, I'm there to just listen to him say things, that need to be said. And, Jack is one of my favorites because he says the hard things to say that need to be said. He calls out the Jews. He calls out that white people need to put white people first and only. He calls out that white people need to tribe up immediately. He calls out that our government is actively working against white people to destroy us on behalf of the Jews. He calls out the things that need to be said. Do I agree with every single thing he's mentioned? Perhaps not. He has mentioned, a couple of things about blacks that I don't agree with, like that they should be given a portion of America to live on separately. I don't think that will work because they will still invade our areas, and white people will happily never go into their area, but they will still be free to come attack us constantly in our areas, and they will just flee back to their little black city after they've attacked, robbed white people, whatever. They basically can't have any access to white people, so they have to be sent off of white people's country's soil. America, Canada, Europe, Australia, New Zealand. They have to be removed completely. They have to be removed, not just, given a portion of the land and told, now, don't you leave here, because they totally will. And once they do, every time they do, white people will be victimized, and then they will just flee right back to their neighborhood. No different than they do already. See, we already know it won't work because we already have black parts of town, and they do the exact same thing. So they leave the black part of town, attack white people somewhere else, invade some white people's home in a nice neighborhood, attack some elderly white lady and a widow that lives alone in some white neighborhood, some nice neighborhood, and then they just zip right back to their part of town when they're finished. And that's all they would continue doing, just on it would just be the same thing, only a larger scale. You'd have a larger black neighborhood called a state or whatever now, and they would just roam anywhere outside of it. And of course, if we did, let's say we did give blacks a whole state or a whole region of the country, right? There would literally be no white people living within hundreds of miles of that state. All the way around it would be a desert, would be a food desert, would be a business desert, would be a housing desert. Literally, the only place we could put blacks, honestly, would be in the middle of the Sierra Desert. That would be the only place in America that we could put the blacks. We'd have to build them a little Burning Man community out in the middle of the Sierra Desert and tell them, hey, listen, if any one of you is ever caught outside of this desert, you're getting shot on first sight. But as long as y'all all stay put right here in the desert, you all claim y'all are the sun people. Well, this is just like Africa. So y'all should be just fine right here in the desert, in the heat right here. It's just like Africa right here. and y'all are conditioned for it and we're not, says you, because of all of your melanin and all that. So here you go. Here's you an African part of America that's like Africa, where there's shit tons of heat, and y'all live it up right here. Even if we did all of that, blacks would still, even though they know they'd be killed on first sight by anyone who saw them, they would still leave all the time and attack white people all the time. So it's just not feasible. We wouldn't be able to maintain it. We'd spend trillions of dollars a year just trying to keep them contained in that spot without them leaving and attacking us constantly. You know, it would be a never-ending thing. We'd have TV shows about it, you know, first 48 hours, freaking The Ring Around the Black State edition, you know, and it would be just constant crime from them leaving their freaking state and attacking us and then fleeing back to their state. And so it just would never work. The only way is full removal. And that is what we will achieve, you know. And so I realize that Jack don't really hold that belief firmly. I realize that when he's mentioned that, most likely he's just spitballing ideas, you know, trying to come up with solutions. I mean, that's what we're all being told constantly as YouTubers by all of the people who comment. Not all the people who comment, but by some people who comment. They'll say, you know, they accuse the YouTubers who are hardcore right-wingers who are raising awareness to other white people about the victimization of white people, the erasure of white people, and all these things. Very often, someone will come in the comments and say, all you guys do is piss and moan and complain. You never offer any solutions. Meanwhile, that commenter has 0 videos, raising 0 awareness to anyone else online, has no solutions offered anywhere online, but they're very quick to criticize us that we aren't offering solutions and that all we do is complain. Well, at least we are doing something. We're being part of the solution, because the very first step in any solution is to recognize there's a problem. Well, if it wasn't for us pointing out that there's a problem to other white people, then there will be no recognition that there's a problem. So the solution can never begin to come into fruition if we don't take the first step, which is us YouTubers who are raising awareness to all of the white people that we can, that there is a problem at all. You know, white people who have money, they don't think there's a problem. They're doing better than they ever have, making more money than they ever have. They're living it up. They just bought a brand new boat. They just bought 4-wheelers for all the kids. They just got back from a trip to freaking Italy. They're doing great. So to hear some white person like me online saying white people are going down, we're losing everything and all this, they'd be like, that maybe you are. I'm doing great. Sucks to be you. I'm doing great. Speak for yourself. White people ain't going down. I'm doing better than ever. So you think that guy's going to help white people in the war against white people? Hell no. And even if he were to be attacked, him and his wife, let's say they're walking back to their Maserati after a $500 meal, all dressed up in their $3,000 outfits. They get attacked by 4 nigs. Hold them up at gunpoint, pistol whip his old lady, freaking take all their shit, steal the Maserati. That rich cuck will still not acknowledge that we have a problem as white people. They'll just be like, well, you know, we were in the city, you know, late at night, just some bad guys, you know. They'll refuse to acknowledge anything racial about it, because to do so would mean that the white people they had been ridiculing or ignoring or blowing off or whatever all along were right all along. And now all of a sudden there's something more important than them making hand over fist money. All of a sudden there would be something dangerous that exists, that threatens their way of life, that threatens their income. But if they simply ignore it and keep living the way they already were living, where they're making hand over fist and living it up and ignorance is bliss and the whole thing, that's a way better lifestyle for them to enjoy than knowing this hard, scary truth. So what are they going to default to? They're going to go right back to siding with, no, if I stay siding with the multi-culti, Jew-cucked third world MAGA, my business stays booming. New non-whites are walking in the door of my business every day. So I'm making more and more money every day off these billions of new non-whites being flooded into our country every day. I'm sticking with that. Screw all this white people are losing everything ideology. To them, they'll just think it's an ideology for us. That it's our religion because we're poor. We didn't play our cards good enough, so we're poor. So we've turned our grievance into a religion, an ideology, a belief that white people are having everything taken from us. And that eventually even the rich white people will have all of their things taken from them. That it's all just a belief because we're not doing well as individuals. And that we've all gotten together, kind of like a poor man's Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, but for poor white people. All the way until the day rich white people have all of their things taken from them at once. Openly, by the Jews, by the government, telling the non-whites, okay, take all their shit. Rape that dude's old lady if you want. Rape his kids if you want. Rape him if you want. And then kill them all when you're done. Until that day comes for the rich white people, they will never be on our side. And I mean, this is coming from a guy who lives well. You know, I'm not poor by any stretch. Am I rich? Definitely not. But I have everything material-wise that I need. I don't long for anything. I even have most things that I want. Vanity type things, you know. I like certain things and God has blessed me to have those things. And whatever I decide that I take interest, or whatever I end up taking interest in, God blesses me with a plentiful amount of it. God is very good to me. I hear people all the time say, God's been very good to me. He's been very good to me. Well, God has been very good to me, but he's still very good to me. He's very good to me right now. Still to this day. I've been blessed to date the most beautiful women who've ever walked this earth. I've been blessed to have beautiful children who've went off to be great people. I was blessed to live in the greatest timeline ever of humanity so far in this 6,000-year trial of white man, where I got to live my entire childhood pre-technology, pre the digital age, pre-social media, pre-internet, pre-mud flood. I got to live in real America. I got to grow up in real America, true white utopia. And it absolutely was true white utopia. For all of you Generation X or Generation Z and Generation Alpha, I meant to say, for all of you Generation Z and Alpha who long for that and wonder what that was like, wonder if the 80s were really as amazing as the movies make it out to be, as the music videos from the 80s make it out to be. The answer is yes. America was that white and that amazing and that utopia, that utopiopic. That's a Bush word I just made up. It was an all-white utopia. Did we have niggers? Yes, somewhere, but you never had to see them. You never had to deal with them. Never. Not as a child who rode your bike for miles away from home, clear across your town. To being a teenager in high school. Well, let me take that back, because once I got to high school, that's when the busing started again. But all the way to high school, from birth all the way to high school, I got to enjoy an all-white America. And it was glorious. It was every bit as amazing as all these synthwave videos and these 80s movies, the nostalgia, the longing for that time and that kind of place for you to be in and live in that you Generation Z and Alpha people feel when you watch movies from the 80s, when you watch music videos from the 80s, when you watch commercials from the 80s. That is really how much of an all-white utopia it really was. Every bit of sensation you get is true and real, and it connects with you, and it gives you that sensation because you know in your heart of hearts, without any of us even telling you, the first time you ever watched a movie from the 80s or watched a commercial from the 80s or watched a music video from the 80s, you got all the sensations in a flash of time that we experienced all day, every day without realizing it when we were living that in the 80s, when we were there alive, living in that time in the 80s. We had that same euphoric feeling every day. But like a drunk who stays drunk all the time, we didn't know that we were feeling that amazing euphoric sensation every day. We were living in paradise. We had paradise. And we let it just slip right through our fingers. We let the non-whites walk up and just take it right out of our hand. We literally had paradise, y'all. And we will have it again. And I want our people to have it again. But here's the kicker. You and I, who are on this stream right now, we only have X amount of years left that we can contribute or help to see that this comes to fruition. To see to it that white people really do have another uprising, another victory, another multiple generations of an all-white utopia again before Jacob's trouble comes. And we absolutely can have it, and we absolutely will have it. Non-whites cannot continue winning against us the way they are right now for 214 more years. It just cannot happen that way. In less than 30 years, our entire world will be in flames if white people keep allowing the losses that we're taking right now every day. So, at some point, the Jews will finally overplay their hand far enough where even rich white people will realize it'll be too late for them. For us poor types and middle class types, we'll already be hunkered down together, not hunkered down together, but we'll all be hiding in the woods and we'll be in war. And the rich people will be safe in their little safe areas, but then eventually the Jews will finish playing their hand all the way out, and the rich people will even then realize that they've been betrayed. And they'll be the ones who actually get raped and killed the most, because they're going to stay wide open till the very end, thinking wide open to the enemies to the very end, whereas us working class, middle class, poor, and well-to-doers are all going to be at war already, like hiding in the bushes with our gun in our hand, trying to stay out of freaking night vision detection, trying not to get sniffed by the dogs. While the non-whites that are white soldiers have trained how to use our military equipment, and while the non-whites who are the cops that are white cops trained to use guns and police dogs and all this shit are roaming the woods looking for us, and we'll be hunkered down, hiding in the ground somewhere, hoping not to be detected. While all that's going down, the rich people will be still thinking that they're friends with the non-whites and the Jews. And so at some point, the Jews and the non-whites will just turn to them and say, your stuff is ours now. And your woman's ours and your kids are ours. Thanks for playing on our side. But now you have to go. And so they will receive the worst fate. You know, and that will be a little bit of a sweet irony, but I don't actually think of it as sweet because, you know, wealthy white people are beautiful white people, you know, and they have beautiful children, they have beautiful daughters, they have, you know, handsome young men for sons. I don't want any of them to suffer, to be terrorized, to be raped or killed. They're white people. And even though they're traitors to our kind and the whole thing, I still don't want any of those things wished upon them. But that is what will happen to them. The Shabbos Goy may get it last, but they'll still get it. They're still going to get it. And they'll get it the worst. They'll get it the worst because they're going to have no guard up whatsoever. You know, it's not like they'll have had some guard up and they let it down a little bit. No, they'll have no guard up at all because they think that they're friends with the enemy. They think because they've been sleeping with the enemy all along, and because they're friendly with him, and because they don't see color, that the feelings will be mutual between them and our enemy, that our enemy will reciprocate. And they're going to find out the hard way that that is just not the case. And I feel terrible for them, to be honest with you. even now, thinking about what they will suffer and go through and what their pretty daughters will suffer and go through and their nice, young, strapping, handsome sons will go through and what their beautiful wives will go through and what they will suffer watching and dealing with that. I grieve for them right now already, in advance. That's how bad I know it's going to be for them. And I wish that wasn't the case, but it just is going to be, you know. Let's see here. Top Flight Security said to Rooster Cogburn, I think you're the only two guys I know around here from somewhere else. Vlad, the kebabber, said to Rooster Cogburn, that Norwegian guy is just some random guy that Fed posts, but the Trumpers think it's some big conspiracy. Vlad said Tom Crooks could be a Fed, but that Norwegian guy, I don't know. He was talking about a hypothetical civil war. Tucker took him out of context. Here we go. Amazeballs is here. Hello and God bless. If I didn't say hello to you earlier, happy Sabbath to you. And he said, at this point, I'm convinced these are the locusts sent to torment us. 1 day equals 1 year in prophecy, and 5 months equals 152, quote, days, end quote. 2015 minus 152 equals 1863, the year of emancipation. Nice numerology you came up with there on that. To address that point, you are correct that the non-whites are locusts. In fact, our Holy Bible only addresses them as two things, mostly. There are a couple of other things it calls them. It does call them strangers a couple of times, but it also calls us strangers a couple of times, saying that we were strangers in a foreign land and things like that. So while it does call them strangers a couple of times to cut down on confusion for white people who do not know our Bible well enough yet, I don't ever mention that one, and I just mention the two main ones that non-whites are typically referred to in our Holy Bible are locusts and beasts. They are called beasts and locusts, and they are called beasts that are not clean. That's what they are called, beasts that are not clean. They are called that in Genesis, where God is instructing Noah what to load onto the ark, what to spare on the ark. And he says to Noah, and of beasts that are not clean, you shall take them upon the ark. And then he details the number, which is by twos. But what he meant by twos is 2 males and 2 females. So he didn't mean 1 male and 1 female. He means by twos, plural, he means 2 males and their 2 females so that they can reproduce. And the other thing he calls them is exactly what you said, locusts. And the reason he calls non-whites locusts in our Holy Bible is because that is what non-whites behave like. I've given example after example from stories in my own life and examples we have read about online where non-whites, when they come to a white country, they only do one thing, and that is consume or devour, if you will. And that is the word our Holy Bible uses about them, describing their behavior. They devour everything in a white community. They come in and they devour all of our excess money that we had for charity. Then they devour all of our excess food that we would give for charity. Then they start devouring white people's own stuff that belongs to us. Then they start then they start devouring white people's societies, things like our food supply and our infrastructure. They start straining our infrastructure. Our roadways become busy and clogged. Our waiting rooms at hospitals become crowded and take forever. Our doctor offices start becoming overwhelmed with patients, and it's good for their business, but terrible for you when you've got to wait 40 days before you can go see your general practitioner about a terrible illness you have. And so when they come to a white country, they eventually devour every single thing and leave absolutely not a smidgen of anything behind. And that is how locusts do. Locusts come into a farmer's field or come into a small farm community, and they devour everything there. They don't leave one kernel of corn or one blade of grass. They consume everything. And that is what non-whites do. I told this story many streams ago, and I think I've told it more than once on a couple of different streams, but I'll give a quick version of it this time, as quick as I can give. For another example, one day I was at a park, and there was this one tree in the park that offers fruit. And people, white people, walk through this park regularly. And every white person that walks by knows about the tree. And they know that they can take a piece of fruit off of it and eat it. And the park doesn't get mad about that. They don't tell people don't eat from the tree or anything, or don't pluck off the tree. You know, it's okay. You can pluck a piece of fruit off and eat fruit from the tree. But white people know, being white people, that it's meant for everybody. So it's not meant for you to come there and eat every single piece of fruit off the tree just for you and just for your family. It's meant for everyone that comes to the park to each be able to pluck one piece of fruit as they walk by it and enjoy it. Well, one day while I'm there with some friends, we are walking the trail. And as we're walking the trail, we're coming up on the tree, and I see this little family of Mexican midgets, and they have two big baskets, and they're filling these baskets with every piece of fruit on the tree. They're literally plucking every single, and this tree had like probably 200 pieces of fruit on it and laying on the floor around it. And they're gathering up every single piece of fruit off. They had the kids picking it up all off the ground, putting it in one basket. And then the little Mexican guy and his little midget wife are plucking all the ones they can reach off the tree. And so all the fruit hangs low enough where people can reach it. You know, there's only going to be a few pieces of fruit way up high that nobody would be able to get to unless they had a ladder. So these idiots, these inconsiderate piece of shit, non-white, typical non-white locusts are taking every single piece of fruit off the tree. Every single one. And so by the time we got to the tree, they had plucked it practically barren. And I'm so pissed off. I'm in a massive rage by the time, because we were so far away and I saw what they were doing. And at first in my mind, the white person part of me kicked in, and I thought, they'll take a few and put in their baskets and walk away, you know. They'll probably get 5 or 6. In a billionth of a time, it went through my head that, they'll probably just get 5 or 6, throw them in their basket, and go back to their little camp out spot. Nope. They kept grabbing more and more and more, and so the closer we were getting, the more they kept plucking and throwing in the baskets, and I saw the kids gathering all the ones up off the ground, and I'm thinking to myself, dude, they're trying to get every single one they can get. And sure enough, by the time we got to them, they had practically every single piece of fruit available in their baskets. So I said, hell no, I'm not putting up with that shit. So I stopped right there at the tree, and I made them dump all that shit out. I said, give me that. And I snatched the basket out of the dude's hand. And I snatched the other basket away. And I turned them upside down and started dumping them out. And I said, take y'all's ass out of here. You don't freaking... I don't remember what I said after that. I bitched them out. But I said something like, your typical thing. I scalded them, told them obvious shit that anybody ought to already know. I said something to the effect that, this fruit is here for everybody, not just for your dumb ass, But like locusts, exactly what they are, exactly what our Holy Bible perfectly already declares them as, they were going to devour everything from that tree possible, rendering it completely useless for any white person that ever walked by it again until the next season or next time it would finally grow fruit again. And the thing is, when I snatched that from them, they know English. They pretend they don't know English. They know fucking English because they want to know English. So they know it. They only pretend they don't know English when you're mad at them and you confront them about something. That's when they pretend they don't know English. They know fucking English. Promise you they do. Especially the Mexicans like they were. Mexicans definitely know English. Because they want your money. They want to freaking take your job. They want to pretend they're just as American as you are. And so they learn English. But when you confront Mexicans, they will always, always, always default to the no habla inglés bullshit. They'll always default to pretending they don't know what you're saying. But they know what you're saying. So when I was bitching them out, they were looking at me like I was this crazy guy, this horrific bad guy that's committing a crime against them. The look of terror on all their faces as I chewed them out and took their baskets from them and dumped the fruit on the ground and told them to get lost. The look on their face was like I was the bad guy. I was the villain. They had done nothing wrong in their mind. And suddenly they're just being attacked by a crazy bad guy. And that is the look that every one of them had on their face. Every one of them were horrified. And you might ask yourself, well, why would they be horrified? Why wouldn't they have been like sniveling, like, you busted us or something like that, knowing they're criminals? And the answer to that question would be because they don't think of it as a crime. No different than real, actual locusts go into a field and think of it as a crime to eat everything in sight on this poor farmer's field. You don't grab one of the locusts and sit them down and go, hey, man, what the hell's the matter with you, bro? This poor farmer's 80 years old. He's been working this farm since he was born on it. He's been on this farm his whole 80 years of his life. He's having the worst year ever in his entire life on this farm. He's about to lose everything. He's about to lose the farm. He's at the lowest harvest yield he's ever had a terrible winter. He had a real nasty freeze that killed all of his spring crop. How dare you come here with all your buddies and y'all are just mindlessly eating all of his last crop away. You're going to ruin this man's life. You're going to cost him his farm. This man's 81 years old. He can't go anywhere and get a job. So not only are you going to cost this man his whole farm, you're going to cause him to die of starvation and homelessness. He's going to lose everything, and he's going to become homeless, and he'll probably starve to death. Do you think that locust is even going to comprehend anything you're saying to it? Do you think it's going to feel bad or have empathy or understand and where you're coming from? You think the locust is going to put himself in the farmer's shoes, walk a mile in the 81-year-old farmer's shoes? No, it's a locust. It's just doing what a locust does. Devour. Eat. That's all a locust is for, is to eat and reproduce. Eat and reproduce. What do non-whites do, y'all? What are non-whites good for, y'all? What are non-whites good for, y'all? They're good for the Jews for two things. What are they? The two things that work against white people whenever they're in our countries. Eating and reproducing. They eat our food supply away. They eat up our jobs. And they out-reproduce us. Locusts. Beasts that are not clean, and locusts. Top Flight Security said, speaking of ladies, where are our ladies? Yeah, it's a good question. I don't see Deb of Smith. I don't see Deb of Christ yet. I don't see Miss Loyal White Knight. But hey, we do have Slow Boy Whiteboard here. Rooster Cogburn, replying to someone else, said, Crooks looked Middle Eastern to me. I don't know if I don't think I've watched that Tucker interview y'all are talking about. I'm pretty sure I saw the headline for it or the thumbnail for it or whatever, but I had no interest in watching it because I typically don't watch Tucker at all. So Tucker to me is just a Jewish shill. I'm not discouraging any of you from watching him. I'm just saying that's why I don't watch him typically, you know. I did watch him debate Nick Fuentes, obviously. But beyond that, I don't really ever watch him. Let's see here. Evan Smith said, wait, our white people are that cucked they don't allow themselves to like a certain color because they want to lie to themselves that they don't see color? Freaking ridiculous. Well, no, it's really true. I mean, I don't know if you've ever interacted with white people who've bought new vehicles and such, but when you talk to, a lot of guys, white guys who've bought a vehicle, a lot of times they don't pick a color, they know more of what they want vehicle-wise. In other words, if they want a Chevy 2500, they know they want a Chevy, and they know they want it to be a 2500. But they're not exactly particular about a color sometimes as white guys. And I think it roots all the way back to being too ashamed to be definitive about a color, because color has just been browbeat into white people that we're not supposed to care about any color of anything, that the color of anything never matters. All that matters is what the thing is. You know what I mean? I think that's my point of how I was trying to explain it. Top Flight Security said, is 1863 when the Civil War started or ended? Well, 1865 was the actual enactment of the Emancipation, but 1863, I think, was when the first draft of it began. And as far as conflict, I'm pretty sure conflict ended by 1860. Oh, that's a good question. We may not have had our last conflict till 1863 or 64. But in fact, I want to say we even had conflicts still in 1865. In fact, we may have had some of our biggest conflict, I think, was in 65, and then it was pretty much done after that, because in 65 we had the final actual full-blown emancipation. Let's see. Amaze Balls said, but it doesn't say that they wouldn't have that power once the prophecy had run its course. Okay, he's talking about when I was talking about Revelation and how Israel, how the world's going to turn its back on Israel, and how that actually is us that are having the world turn their back on us, not the Jews. I'm trying to see how your comment fits in what all I was talking about with that. Let's see, but it doesn't say that they wouldn't have that power once the prophecy had run its course. If you want to elaborate on that again, I'll pick back up with you here in a moment about that when I get down to the bottom. Since I'm going to try to zip all the way down to the bottom through all these quickly, and then if you post a new thing about that, explaining a little more what you mean there, then we'll read that out too. Evan Smith said, okay, so he put the Civil War 1861 to 65. Yep, I figured that was about right. That because I remembered in 65 we still had, like, a big part of the war was still happening, I think, in 65. Amazeballs said 1863 is when the Emancipation Proclamation was passed. Okay, so it was actually passed in 63. I thought that happened in 65. Vlad the Kebabber said to Rooster Cogburn, how did you find that one guy's channel? Was it random, or did you know him? Amazeballs said, even the, quote, hair-like women, end quote, part matches to a T. What other group of men spend so much time, effort, and money on their hair? Gosh, I don't remember what part of that I was talking about either. I'm sorry. I'm too far away from time-wise from when you guys commented this stuff. My bad, y'all. Rooster Cogburn said to Vlad, it was most likely through a Telegram post. All right, I'll try to skip some of the conversation back and forth with between people. Top Flight Security said, if I buy a new car, the paint color matters. Well, you know, there are still plenty of white guys who are decisive that they would want a certain color, and would say they want that color and go looking for that color only, maybe, or whatever. But it definitely isn't the bulk majority of us. I would say it's probably a 50-50 or so. About half the guys I know who've went shopping for new vehicles did not care what the color was, you know, and that's just bizarre when you're spending so much money on such a statement of yourself, you know what I mean? Your vehicle kind of is a reflection of your personality. Maybe not always, you know, maybe there are some people who are super cool and they have this raggedy piece of crap car, which isn't cool, but really they're super cool and whatever. I'm sure there are. It isn't like a perfect match, but, you know, on the whole, you know, people's vehicle tends to be something they use to kind of express themselves, you know, especially if they have the money to buy whatever they want and buy new and all of that, like the people I'm talking about of our kind, people who have money enough to go buy a new car and pick what they want and what color they want, what options they want. Those are the people I'm referring to. And about 50% of them, guys in particular, mostly, that I know, they just have no particular, and they have no preference of a color. And maybe it really isn't. Maybe I'm reaching too hard, and maybe none of those examples of the white guys I've known have ever were because of white people being browbeat about color or whatever. But I suspect that most of those guys who didn't want to pick a color or didn't care what color, as they said, really it's because they're sports cucks and because they've had the whole color doesn't matter thing beaten out of them, and that all that matters is the thing itself. All that matters is that it's a Chevy and it's $2,500. That's what he wanted. He wanted a Chevy and he wanted a $2,500. So it doesn't matter what color it is, because after all, it's a Chevy 2500. Well, that's the same thing they tell us about non-whites. They go, it doesn't matter what color someone is. We're all the same. We all bleed red. We're all one human family, they love to say. And then turn around and say, but white people owe all of us non-whites everything. So it's not about color. Color doesn't matter until it's time to blame white people for all the non-whites problems. Then all of a sudden, color matters again. Let's see here. Vlad, the kebabber, said to Rooster, I wouldn't be surprised if that Jeet Cash tries to track you down for a single comment. And then Rooster said, yeah, he wouldn't like my live chat logs at all. I talk trash on Pujeets a lot. Vlad, the kebabber, said, you didn't know Tom Crooks, right? Or just the Willie guy? And then Top Flight Security said, yes, digital ID is coming. Yes, that definitely will be coming in the future. And then he said, or it's already been here, I guess. Yeah, it is technically already here, but it will be like in full effect in the future. That's for sure. It's just a matter of time, how long, they drag it out before they finally force it upon us. And Amazeballs also said, Butler was the last straw for me. The head wound that appeared fatal, but wasn't. Then suddenly the whole world was backing him, and the Rabs literally crowning him the Prince of Peace was too obvious. Yes, that was kind of a thing they were doing with that. They were trying to make it look like, he was the beast that took the deadly wound and then was healed from it miraculously and all that. We all were pointing that out, that they were theatrically making it out to be like that, like prophecy and all of that when it first happened. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they did it for that symbology, to mock the Bible and everything. Rooster Cogburn said, I don't even remember leaving that comment, to be honest. Oh, okay, he's talking about whatever he said, I guess, 4 years ago on that other thing. And then Top Flight Security said, yeah, the earshot head tilt. Yep. And he also said, and everyone standing around like they weren't being shot at. Yeah, exactly. I mean, on my other channels before this one, I don't know how familiar you are with this channel, but with my old channels, I would cover the hoaxes. And one of the things about the hoaxes that we would, point out to the non-believers, people we were trying to wake up, and snap them into reality and everything. One of the things we would point out to them is that these crisis actor companies have over 400, and this is on their own websites, on their own homepage of their websites. They tell you this, and you can read the number and everything. Specifically, the one example I'm speaking of here is crisiscast.com. Crisiscast.com. Right on their own website, you can read where they brag about being able to provide up to 400, that's the number they use, up to 400 actors, fully rehearsed, trained, and rehearsed to act out a hyper-realistic disaster scene. Whether it's a shooting, a natural disaster, or whatever. And it says, it goes into more detail in that exact spot on the homepage where it's bragging about the 400 actors it can provide that are fully trained and fully rehearsed. It says, it continues on with its sentence and says, fully trained and fully rehearsed to act as victims, as amputees, people that got their leg blown off because of an imaginary explosion at the hyper-realistic event, medics, police, military, bystanders, just innocent bystanders, and the perpetrators themselves of crime, criminals or whatever. So basically they can provide fully rehearsed, 400 fully rehearsed actors and actresses to act out whatever scene you want, whether it's an assassin shooting, like an assassination thing like they did with Trump and Kirk, or if they do a stunt like the Boston Marathon bombing, or they do a stunt like the gay club hoax in Florida, or like the Handy Sook. And so that was one of the tantamount things that we would point out to people, is we would say, look, read their website. They brag on their website about being able to provide 400 people who all are in on it. You always hear these people back in the day when we were trying to teach them that NASA is a hoax. They were all saying, oh, there's way too many people in on it. How could they have so many people in on it? You mean to tell me all these people are in on it? And the answer to that for NASA is no, they're not all in on it. They really think that the shit they work on in their little department gets put on something that gets sent to out of this world. But in this case, with the crisis actor companies, of course they're all in on it. The whole point of the company is they're crisis actors. They're teaching people to pretend to be in a crisis. That's the whole entire premise of the company. And that's the whole entire premise of the actors. And so, of course, in this circumstance, in this matter, yes. They are all in on it. And so when you look at that crowd in Butler, or you look at that crowd at the Charlie Kirk rally, what do you see there people-wise? Less than 400 people. Even that rally at Butler was only about 400 people. And someone hearing me say that right now is probably telling themselves, fuck, no way, dude. No way, dude. No way, dude. Get on the internet right now if you doubt me. Get on Google Images. Type in Butler, Trump rally, the day he got shot, supposedly, and all that. Pull up the best 4K picture you can. and use whatever means necessary you like to count the heads of the crowd. If you want to use a piece of paper and start it at the bottom, work your way up across, counting heads going along the piece of paper edge, whatever you want to do to get yourself an accurate count of the amount of heads you see at the Butler rally, I guarantee you it was 400. Right around that number. Somebody listening to this is thinking for sure, no way, dude, you're way off. It was way more than that. He had way more people there than that. Bet you he didn't. I'll bet you if you get on Google Images and you pull up a 4K picture of that rally, I'll bet you there ain't but 400 people there. And if there are more than 400, I'll bet there isn't even 500. I'll bet it's 400 and something people there. And guess what? That webpage bragging about how crisiscast.com can provide up to 400 actors. They posted that on their website 15 years ago. You don't think they're going to have more employees than 400 now? When they've been doing this crisis acting bullshit everywhere and recruiting high school kids all over the country, but mostly Masons kids like Rainbow Girls and whatever the boys' version of the Freemasons are when they're adolescents and all that. Forget what their side's called. But they've been hiring leftist, anti-white, white kids and Jewish kids. There's almost never any blacks or any non-whites in these companies. That's another reason they're hoaxes. Because anytime you watch any of these supposed tragedies, there's almost zero non-whites involved, and it's pretty much all white-looking people. The victims, the shooters, everybody involved is white. Or they look white. But they're actually Jews playing as though they're white people, And so one of the things that not only do we point out that not only do we point out to the people the thing I brought up first, that crisiscast.com exists. And keep in mind, crisiscast.com is just one crisis acting company. There are like 35 crisis acting companies. 35. So what if they need more than 400 people at a Trump rally? No big deal. They'll hire 2 crisis acting companies. And between the 2 of them, now they'll be able to provide 600 people or 700 people. All fully trained and rehearsed to act as whichever thing they've been assigned to act like. A police officer, a victim, a person that got their leg blown off, a person that's been shot, a medic. And they list all those things. And here's the other thing. Because they are crisis acting companies where they train and rehearse to perform these and I'm quoting them here, hyper-realistic events. And let me quote even deeper. They call them hyper-realistic, high adrenaline events. End quote. That's what they really call it on the website. Since they're trained to and rehearsed to perform these hyper-realistic, high adrenaline events in public in front of unknowing people, that means that some of the crowd at Butler don't have to be crisis actors. In fact, they only really need a skeleton crew of crisis actors, and the whole rest of the crowd could have not been in on it. They could have just had 25 people standing behind Trump and maybe 20 people sitting in front of Trump in the crowd, standing in the front, and maybe speckle a few way out in the crowd, one here and one there, and that be it. And the whole rest of the crowd is just legit crowd members, you know? And that's all they need, is to speckle 30 or 40 crisis actors into being a part of the crowd, and they're rehearsed to act out their parts, and between the 30 or 40 of them in the crowd and the rest of the crowd believing what's happening is real, everything plays out perfectly for them. Just discovered them running down on batteries. So at some point, if I go away and I don't come back for like 5 minutes, it will be less than 5 minutes. But if I go away for more than, say, 20, 30 seconds, it just means that my mic died and that I'm hurrying up and digging out some batteries to put back in it. Okay. Let's see here. Vlad, the kebabber, said, okay, no, he's still speaking back and forth with someone else. Scroll on down. Okay. Top Flight Security said, excuse me, said, I feel like you're not projecting. I feel like you're predicting the future or manifesting it to happen. Well, if you're talking about me, I certainly hope I'm not trying to manifest anything to happen other than good things for us on our side. But I think you're talking about, because I was talking about the futurist part earlier and all of that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't truly think I'm a futurist that can truly predict the future or anything like that. But for entertainment purposes and just for mainly food for thought, and for the comparison of us coming with instruction manual, like the products of the future may read their own instruction manual. I was just using it for that comparison, but I hope if I were to ever have the ability to make anything manifest to happen in the future, I hope I manifest only good things for our people. That's for sure. Amaze Balls said, he also used to do that creepy snake rhyme about a lady tricked into taking a venomous snake in. And when it bites her, she cries out, "Why? Why did you do it?" And it basically replies to her, "You knew I was a snake when you let me in." Yeah. Trump always tells that story, and back when he first started telling that story is when we started warning people that he was giving us notice that he's the snake. One of the things that I teach on this channel and that I have taught on channels before this one is that part of legalism, which is Jewry, is there's a portion of it called giving notice. And that is a specific procedure in legalism that's required by Satanism / Judaism / legalism / Jewry. All four of those words are synonyms. They're all synonymous to each other. So Jewry is Judaism, is Zionism, so I'll add a fifth one. Jewry is Judaism. Judaism is Zionism. Zionism is Judaism. Zionism is Jewry. All three of those are the same. And all three of those are the other two that I had already said a second ago. And they just kind of left my mind for a second. But Jewry, Judaism, Zionism, and Satanism, and communism, funny enough, but that isn't the one. Crud. I don't know why the other one left my mind. But in any case, they're all one and the same thing. And well, I forget what I was going to say about it, but to get back to the point about him saying he was, the notice thing, legalism. Gosh, I couldn't say it. God, moron. Anyway, so legalism is Satanism, is Jewry, is Judaism, is Zionism. All right? All five of those words are synonymous with each other. Legalism, Jewry, Judaism, Zionism, Satanism. All one and the same thing. And so, a thing in legal world, and I don't know exactly why it exists necessarily, because they could have just not come up with this dumb rule, but they have this dumb rule in Satanism where they have to tell you everything they're doing to you or that they're going to do to you. They either got to tell you they got to tell you in advance, and they got to tell you in real time, or one or the other. Telling you after the fact is of no effect in their religion. It has part of the humiliation ritual of humiliating you is to tell you they're going to do it to you before they do it, or to tell you they are doing it to you while they're doing it to you. And so that's what the whole point of doing it either before or during is about, is for maximum humiliation of you. And so they give you what's called notice. Notice. It's kind of like when you see something happening and you have a buddy with you and you tap him on the shoulder and you point to what you want him to see. You want him to notice what you just noticed, you know? And it exactly means that. It's giving you notice. It wants you to take notice of something. You'll hear in legalism when you're watching a court case, you'll hear an attorney once in a while ask the judge, and really they call a judge the court. They'll ask the court to take judicial notice of something. And it all means the same thing. It means acknowledge it, remember it, notice, acknowledge it, and memorize this circumstance, this scenario, this example, this thing. And so when Satanists, Jews, plan on doing something to white people, or when they're in the process of doing the thing to white people that works against white people, that destroys white people, that dupes white people, whatever it is, they, in their religion, to maximize humiliation against you, will give you notice that they're doing it or that they're going to do it to you. And since they're forced to tell you in advance or tell you in real time that they're going to do something bad to you or that they're doing something bad to you, the one bone they get thrown back their way is they're allowed to do it however they like, right? So it can be so almost not telling you that they didn't really tell you, but they still really told you. And that's why comedy is their favorite way to give you notice about things. Comedy is their favorite because they can pretend they're kidding with you when they tell you something plain as day in plain freaking words. Saturday Night Live is a great example of that. If you ever watch older Saturday Night Live skits, sometimes they will just look right at the camera and say, because Jews steal your money and give it to blacks. They'll just say some crazy truth like that right in your face. And the whole crowd, the idea is you're supposed to roar with laughter. You know, that's just a stereotype, that's just a meme, that's just a trope. Therefore, you get the joke, so it's hilarious, and you should just be roaring with laughter along with their laugh track. But what they really just did is they just gave you notice. That's what that is. In Jewish legalism, telling someone the truth is giving them notice of the truth. Whether or not you tell it to them pretending you're telling them it as a joke, whether you tell it to them and you say it in some hyperbolic way where it sounds like you're way over exaggerating or you're way blowing out of proportions the thing that you're telling them, you can transmit notice any way you like. That's what I should probably say here. You're allowed to transmit, you're allowed to broadcast your notice any way you wish. Let me give you one more example of that to really solidify in your mind the understanding of what I'm saying here. Back before the internet, while television was still impossible for the commoner to have any access to, and it kind of still is to this day, that rendered television something hands-off for commoners. We had no access to it, really. So the only way that white people had for the internet back in the day was the newspaper. Okay, so the newspaper was the internet. And it wasn't the internet just for white people to consume news from it every day. It was the internet because people could communicate with other people using the newspaper. And so how that would work is every newspaper had ads in the back of it. Classified ads, they were called. I'm saying it like this not to insult you Generation X folks, but to truly explain to Generation Alpha and Generation Z kids who may have no idea the contents of a newspaper, what goes on in a newspaper. So inside newspapers, before the internet, almost all newspapers, if not all newspapers, had a classified ads section. And so whatever newspapers are local to your area that you were able to purchase every day, you could advertise an announcement in any one of those newspapers. You didn't have to put an announcement in all of your local newspapers. You didn't have to put your announcement in a national newspaper that covers the whole country. All you had to do was pick the most small, local, cheapest to advertise in newspaper that you could possibly find in your area. And you could put an ad in that newspaper. And if no one rebuts your statement you've made in the newspaper, then it stands as established fact. And that is in legalese. In legalism, after a certain period of time, if you have made a public claim, in other words, if you have given the public notice about something, and no one in the entire public opposes you, legally opposes you, then after that certain period of time that legalism has determined, erroneously or arbitrarily, it is then declared in legalism, in legal world. That means our courts and everything else, if someone were to ever take you to court. And that means the cops, that means judges, that means our government. Legally, it becomes established fact. And so, instead of using a comedy show, you know, Jews back in the day with newspapers, they would post like these outlandish articles where they kind of like rage out at white people, right? And it'll be about whatever. It would have been about, it was always like really specific stuff. So that way white people never figured out that it was basically just a Jew using the newspaper and using some circumstance to basically hate rage on white people. And so the way they disguised it was they always, the article that's bashing white people back then would always be some hyper-specific topic. Like, in other words, it would be some guy who's supposedly lashing out at bean farmers because they're not using Pacific Railway trains anymore, you know, and they're only using the other rival brand of railroads or something. Something super specific like that back then, you know. And what it'll be, though, if you can just zoom out away from it to look at the bigger picture of it all, is it'll ultimately boil down to it's just a Jew. And the whole article, he's just taking jabs at white people in different ways, you know, all while pretending to be hyper-focused on whatever the subject matter is of the article, allegedly. But it's just an excuse to keep taking little jabs at white people throughout the article. And they still do that to this day. They do that all the time with like online articles nowadays and stuff. Except nowadays they can be much more bold. So nowadays they just straight up say that they're talking shit about white people and whiteness, you know, which just means white people. And so they're much more bold now than they were back in the day because they've flooded our country with billions of non-whites. And now that those are here, it's possible for it to be fashionable to be anti-white openly in the public. You know, that wasn't really possible when we were an all-white world because white people would have never made sense of why it would make any sense to be anti-white, you know. So when we were an all-white world, white kids had to be tricked into being against parents in other ways. So we had to be rebels without a cause. We had to be runaways. So lots of Jewish imposed things on us in the 80s were to try to make fashionable to run away from your parents once you're a teenager. And this would, of course, ruin our chances of having a strong family structure and end up going to college and all these things. And this is, of course, back when college was still beneficial, not like it is now. And, you know, all of that was a plot to get us to stop going to college, while then they could say, oh, there's not enough white people going to college, so we've got to bring in foreign students, which means non-whites. And then, oh, well, these foreign students can't afford to go here, the poor things, but they have a human right to be able to go to our white people schools that they have never contributed to ever. So we're going to take some of your white people tax money and pay for them to go here. And so they're already doing, nowadays they do that openly. But back then they had to do it very carefully and very slick because we were an all-white world back then. So basically they were just trying to get our white kids all back then to rebel against their parents for any excuse they could come up with to rebel against them. And, you know, once they got the kids rebelling against the parents, then you're creating family dichotomy, you're creating animosity in the family, you're creating a breakup of the family cohesiveness and strength and structure. And also, you're hosing that new generation of white kids out of their college, because now if the parents are mad at the kid and he ran away and he's only in 11th grade, well, he's going to go out and get a full-time job somewhere. And then he's going to say, well, I'm already working and I'm already making money now and I already have a good job now, so I might as well just stay doing this. I could always go back to college some other time. And booyah, now the Jew has kept the white kid out of college, has the excuse to bring the foreigner in, because after all, they got the empty seat now, has the excuse to steal the money from white people to pay for the foreigner, because after all, you can't expect the little poor foreigner from a third world to have any money to go to Harvard. And then, they give them passing grades even though they flunk everything, and then they make them a quote doctor or a quote have a master's or have a quote bachelor's degree in something when they can really only do second grade math at best and can't read or write any cursive English writing and don't even know how to spell 8th grade words in English. But yet they're a doctor or they have a master's or they have a bachelor's by the time it's all said and done. And now you further in the future, they go to apply for the same job this white guy does, who moved out in 11th grade, didn't end up going to college, doesn't have the support of his parents. He applies for the job, and so does Akeem Ohimahoaha or Tyrone Biggins. And he gets automatic dibs because he's a brownoid. And not only does he get a box checked for that, but he's got a college degree, and the white guy doesn't. So, going by what Trump's always talking about, meritocracy, well, according to looking at it on its face, it appears as though the Nog has meritocracy and the white guy doesn't. Meanwhile, the white guy probably knows how to spell collegiate level words, could probably ace a spelling test, from like even a collegiate level spelling test. The guy who dropped out in 11th grade can probably do, maybe not collegiate level math. I don't want to, pump the guy up that good, but he might be able to do, all of the math of complete grade school, all the way through 12th grade levels of math. But that Nog that gets the job instead can't even tell you what 7 times 12 is. That Nog that got the job instead of that white guy can't spell restaurant. That Nog that is given the job instead of that 11th grade dropout white guy, that rebel without a cause, that runaway as he was taught to be in the 80s. That Nog can't tell you what the capital of Texas is. But that 11th grade dropout white guy probably can. That Nog that got hired instead of the 11th grade dropout white guy. That Nog that got diversity hired because of, quote, meritocracy that is completely artificial, but nevertheless is accepted as 100% real, valid, Trump-servative meritocracy. He can't tell you where Germany is on a map. But that white guy probably can, who dropped out of 11th grade, who has no meritocracy. And this is why every time I'm saying all that, just to throw in this side tangent about cuck-servative terminology. You know, we're always talking about our JDAR being activated whenever we hear certain things that trigger our JDAR. Well, I'm here to add to your list of things tonight that you should include in your database for triggers for your JDAR. You already know to listen subconsciously. You're always listening for specific memes and tropes and euphemisms and phrases that the Jews love to use when they're talking about white people or talking to us, like scolding us or talking shit about us. But another series of words you should be adding to your database for your JDAR's triggers are cuck-servative words like meritocracy. Okay, that does not focus on white people only. That does not make America white again. It fools a Trump-servative, cuck-servative into thinking that it perhaps might steer us toward making America white again. But that same cuck-servative will tell you, oh, but there's some really smart Indians, and hell, there's a whole bunch of Indians that are doctors, and oh, there's a lot of smart Asian people. They're smarter than white people. So while they openly admit that, they would still think that meritocracy, in the back of their mind secretly, without ever having to admit it to anyone, surely will make America more white. And in some businesses it would, because it would get rid of all the blacks instantly. You know. But not in this fake meritocracy that is accepted right now. You know, right now, all a Nog has to do is be able to dribble a ball, and he's given a college degree. And his college degree is meritocracy. But his college degree, even though it's accepted as 100% real, is total bullshit. And if we were comparing his mind to his degree, his mind would equal Monopoly money. Completely worthless. Arbitrary, worthless, made up, and that's it. Zero value at all. So make sure your JDAR has the whole list of cuck-servative words, cuck-servative buzzwords, you know, listed in it. Meritocracy being one of those. Because whenever you hear a politician, especially Trump, talking about how we need to return to meritocracy, they're not saying what you need them to be saying. You need them to be saying, we need to make America white again. White. Not European, not Caucasian, not of the founding stock. I'm not saying all of those are cuck-servative words to add to your database. I'm just giving some pussified cuck-servative examples of what they say to avoid having to say white people. They'll say if they're trying to start getting brave racially and they want to say white people, but they're afraid to say white people, they'll say more cowardly stuff like the founding stock of our country, or Europeans, or Caucasians, which is a derogatory term the Jews made up for us. Don't ever call white people Caucasians. Never call yourself a Caucasian. You are not from the Caucasus Mountains, okay? That's a lie that Jews tell about white people evolving from cave people and living in caves in the Caucasus Mountains as cavemen. So evolution is a Jewish lie, as is white people ever being cavemen from the Caucasus Mountains. So we are not Cauc anything, and we are not Asians, and we are not from Asia. So we're not Cauc anything, and we're not Asians anything. So we're not Caucasians. So never call any white people Caucasians. Know that that word is like calling white people niggers. It's basically like a derogatory term for white people. Anyhow, they will use pussy words like that, like European or Caucasian or the founding stock of the country, instead of just saying white people, white. And, white people are so browbeaten, like we talked about earlier, about color, that white people actually feel uncomfortable saying the two words together, white people. And you can prove that to yourself anytime you want by you going out in public and saying something positive about white people and saying those words, white people. And look at the stranger white people's looks on their faces around you when they hear you say the words white people talking about anything positive at all. I don't care what it is. You could be walking in the mall and be like, man, white people made this an incredible mall, didn't they? Or something a little less. That's a little too weird to say. That may give you some weird looks. But something like, wow, white people really did a good job designing this mall, huh? This is an amazing building or whatever. And you'll see people look at you like, what the hell? That person just said something positive and said white people in the same sentence. Like, the only time it's okay for white people to say white people is if they're saying something bad. That's the only time they feel safe enough to say the words white people, is if they're talking crap about ourselves. If they're saying, oh, us white people are always, they always use us in the beginning. So they're like, oh, us white people are always so pale, or, oh, us white people, we whatever, some stupid negative thing, and they have no problem. It can just flow right out of their mouth. No anxiety, no fear, no weirdness, no butterflies in their stomach or whatever shit they get whenever they say white people, or whenever they even think about saying the words white people and saying something positive all in one sentence. Whatever weird sensation they get, just at the thought of saying anything positive with the words white people in it. They have none of that when they are, as long as they're talking negative about white people. The words white people can just flow right out of them, as long as whatever they're doing is talking shit about white people. And, man, if it's positive, though, they could never do it, So when they finally do start coming around, and realizing, because here's the thing is, they all listen to our streams, all right? They listen to our pro-white streams. Any of you pro-white folks who tune into me who have much, much bigger channels and just don't want to have to admit that you get some of your ideas from over here. You folks, sorry, hold on one second. Sorry about that. Okay, where were we? YouTubers. So yeah, any of you big YouTubers who listen in, because here's the deal. I know some of them do. And, for all of you folks who, and other people listening too, these other right-wingers, these cuck-servatives, they listen to y'all, and they listen to our pro-white channels. And as they start coming around and getting a little more like comfortable with admitting that blacks really are a problem, gosh, they cause a lot of crime, gosh, yeah, maybe the Jews really are behind a lot of shit, blah, 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 that against, yeah, I guess it is against us white people and stuff. Whenever y'all make videos and you're finally starting to come around and admit, and this applies to just people who don't make videos but comment in the comment sections too. This applies to, I'm addressing both y'all right now. I'm addressing folks who do comment warrior in the comment sections, and I'm addressing the big YouTubers who may listen to me and get ideas off of me to do on their shows. Stop using cuck-servative terms about white people. Stop saying Europeans or Caucasians or Germans. Like, it's fine if you're trying to get across the Nazis, right, to someone. If you're trying to convey that you're talking about the Nazis, of course, go ahead and put the Germans of the 1930s had it right after all, or whatever you're saying. But I'm talking about when you're talking about white people as a whole, in general, when you're generally speaking about white people, never use any other words other than white people. Please, for your own sake, not because it's my preference and I demand everybody say it the way I'd prefer. It's for all of our own sake that we do it that way. All the non-whites call us white people. When they're around us, they'll sometimes call us Caucasians because they know that it's a derogatory term. They know that it's the Jews claiming that we are cavemen who came out of the Caucasus caves in the mountains of the Caucasus Mountain, or that were cavemen who came out of the caves in the Caucasus Mountains, which isn't true. The non-whites know that isn't true. The non-whites know that we are God's special creation. The non-whites all know that only white people descend from Adam and Eve. The non-whites all know, and the Jews all know, that only white people are mankind. The non-whites and Jews all know that the non-whites are beasts and locusts, and that that's all they are in our Holy Bible. And so some of them who already know all of that actually like to toy with white people when they interact with white people. So sometimes a black or a Asian or whoever who has white envy will call you Caucasians or call us Caucasians instead of white people, because they know it's an insult. But on the whole, all the rest of the ignorant non-whites of the world who don't think to toy with white people by calling us Caucasian, right? They all call us white people. So the only people who are afraid, literally afraid, to say the words white people in any kind of positive context whatsoever are white people. They're scared to death of it. And I challenge you to try to come up with clever positive things to say. Come up with clever ideas. Clever, positive things to say about white people that you can say in public to someone that won't immediately get you attacked by non-whites and stuff like that. Stuff that can't be really truly taken as offensive unless you just want to be an envious non-white and claim offense when there really isn't any, where you have plausible deniability about what you're really saying. You know what I mean? And any of y'all who listen to me know I'm not a wordsmith. So you'll have to come up with your own eloquent way of crafting a statement to say that sounds totally harmless, doesn't offend non-whites, or isn't worded to, you know what I mean? Even though it's supposed to offend them. It's supposed to offend them and piss them off. That's the whole point of it being clever and all that, is you got to figure out a way to make it sound like you're just saying a general statement. You're not talking, you're trying to sound like you're not trying to talk any crap about non-whites whatsoever. And you're not really trying to talk up white people per se either. It just so happens to be that the thing you mention is positive. Therefore, you are talking up white people, right? And so, as long as you say the words white people and you say something positive about the white people, okay? White people did something good. White people got that right. White people are awesome. You might just say white people are awesome. Like you walk into some place and you're admiring the huge stained glass window that the place has that dominates the entire, viewscape of the building. And you go, wow, white people sure are good at stained glass windows, huh? Look at that, or whatever it is, some kind of compliment, some kind of positive thing to say about white people. You will see that the white people around you will be petrified. They'll have a look on their face like, whoa, is this dude like a Jeffrey Dahmer? Do I have like a serial killer next to me right now? They'll literally freak out. But this is the birthing pangs. That's what that is. Whenever you have white people get upset with you, about saying positive things about the words white people, any kind of conflict you ever get about that or whatever, those are birthing pangs, This has to happen. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. And so the pain is going to happen. It's going to come. But the pain is not going, just because the pain is going to come does not mean that the baby's not going to be delivered. The birth is still going to happen. The pain is going to come. The woman's going to have to scream bloody murder. But it's all going to go down. It's still going to happen. And so we have to let these birthing pangs happen. So figure out a clever way to say something positive about the words white people. And by that, I mean white people are people. But I just mean make sure you use the words white people. Don't say something positive about Europeans or Germans or Caucasians ever. Caucasians, don't ever say that word ever again. But white people, And again, I'm not going to be able to come up with something super smooth and clever to say right now to tell you to say, like on the fly. Maybe I should have thought of something long and hard before the stream started so that I could give you one. But since I did not, I don't have anything immediately on the fly thought up to tell you. But it's food for thought for you to be able to come up with your own clever way to say something positive about white people in public. And honestly, it's best to be doing it in front of as many white people as you can, because the white people are who we're trying to break free of being afraid to say white people. Non-whites, if you say it in front of non-whites, all they're going to do is be aware of the fact that you are a racist, right? That you are on to the non-whites, that you know what's up. See, every time we get accused of being racist, what that means is the non-white realizes that we know what's going on, that we know that they don't belong in our country, that we know that they're here invading and milking us dry, that we know that they are locusts, that we know that they are beasts. That's what calling us the scary R word means to them. They're letting you know when they call you a racist that they're on to you, that you're on to them. That's what they're saying. They're basically saying, and I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling kids and that stupid dog. When they call you a racist, it's a confession that they know that they've been had. Or not that they've been had, but that you were going to be had, but you blew the jig. The jig is up. You blew their cover. And so now the only thing they can do, the only thing they have left to do is lash out at you. Fucking racist. Oh, you're a racist. Oh, you're one of those neo-Nazis. Which is the exact same thing as saying, and I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids and your stupid dog. It's the same thing. It's a confession that they are caught. They're busted. I'll get back here in the chat in a moment. I apologize for your wait. I'm actually on the hunt for, well, I know where they are, so I'm not having to hunt them, but I'm trying to, with one hand, dig out my AA battery stash. I actually keep them put away in a spot that I have to unzip. It's kind of tricky to do with one hand just because of the nature of the design of the thing that I have to unzip. So I apologize. Stand by. Because basically, I'm getting a little nervous about how low this battery level's getting. So I figure, heck with it. I'll just get them out now and have them ready to go. And then when it dies on me, you'll only have to wait a few moments while I do a quick swap. Okay. Boom. Ready to race. So, yeah, all of you who influence online, that's what I should just say. Not just big YouTubers, but all of you comment warriors, all you folks who are involved online anywhere and even in person. Never use the word Caucasian ever again. That's a cuss word for white people. And always use white people, I'm sure every one of you have found one of these retarded cucks in the comment section somewhere that's like anti the words white people, but he's still supposedly a pro-white guy, you know, like, we're not white people. We're not even white. We're peach-colored, and we are Germans, and we are Swedes, and we are Norwegians, and we are British, and we are, and, you know. Anytime you see one of those idiots, please do what you can to uncuck them. Explain to them that they're completely ass backwards and that the entire world acknowledges and envies and wishes they were the white people and we are the white people. And then go through the whole list, you know. Explain to them the colors in the Bible. Explain to them the color white versus the color of all the other colors. And that brown means imperfection and spots and blemish and problems and difficulty. And that black means death and doom and destruction and ruin and corruption and wickedness and filthiness and untrustworthiness. And that white means righteousness, cleanliness, holiness, uprightedness, honesty, purity. And it also means, and I'm not making any of these words up, by the way, the salvation of Jesus Christ. So every single positive descriptor in our Holy Bible is the color white. Or the color white represents every positive descriptor in the Holy Bible is how I should have worded it. And black is the color that represents every negative descriptor in our Holy Bible. And brown is a buzzkill color throughout the entirety of our Holy Bible. And that's not to say that brown is a buzzkill color for white people, because white people have a whole slew of our people who have gorgeous brown hair. But because we're white, we call it brunette. It's not good enough to call our women's brown hair brown. So we call them brunette. And their eyes are not brown eyes, even though some of our white girls have gorgeous brown eyes. They aren't actually brown. They are, but they're not. We have another name for them. We have another color name. And we still often will say brown eyes, you know, but often it's a hazel color that we're calling a brown-eyed girl, where we call them brown-eyed, but really their eyes are hazel-colored. And most white people, before a couple hundred years ago, that's what we always used for the color brown for white people's eyes, if they had brown eyes. We didn't say they had brown eyes. We said they have hazel eyes. Nowadays, we call people with hazel eyes brown-eyed, and then anyone who has really, really, really bright brown, almost grayish brown eyes, then we call that hazel now. But that had its own name back in the day, too, and we didn't call that color scheme hazel. If you recall, a hazelnut is a light brown color. And people could argue that we didn't get the name hazel from that, but I argue that we probably did. Because we pick the colors of different fruits and things to apply to a color. So, hazel is really brown eyes, as we call it nowadays. And so, really, our white women don't really have anything brown about them. They have hazel, they have brunette. And the word brown is mostly reserved just for the non-whites, you know? And it should be so obvious to white people. We have 12 hair and eye color combinations, which distinguish us apart from all the world's black-haired, brown-skinned, brown-eyed beasts. Only white people can blush. Only white people are this color that represents every positive descriptor in the Holy Bible. And maybe I shouldn't say every positive descriptor, because after all, there are some other positive descriptors like wise and rich. Maybe you could consider that a positive one. And maybe another one or two. But all of the ones that truly matter, righteousness, uprightness, purity, honesty, cleanliness, and the salvation of Jesus Christ, all of those are indeed descriptors that the color white represents. And you can Google that, and that is what it will say. So, the idea behind us having to say white people all the time, it really matters, because saying conservative terms keeps white people down. It keeps us minimized in the non-whites' eyes. It keeps us minimized in our own cucked white people's eyes. Remember, they all wish they were white people. And so us white people need to start being comfortable calling ourselves the ones that everyone else wishes they were. You know, I think another reason a lot of white people are scared to say white people out loud unless they're talking bad about us is because that's all they've ever heard said by non-whites. Anytime non-whites ever say white people, they hear non-whites talking bad about white people. So they figure if they ever say the words white people, they better make sure they're saying something bad too, because they've never heard anyone say white people saying something positive about us, you know. So I think there's a little bit of that going on too, but stand by real quick. All right, sorry about that. Evan Smith said, just saw a slide about the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The Hart-Celler Act was 1965. We were talking about the Civil War in the chat here, which ended in 1865, 100 years before. Seems they like anniversaries. And then Rooster said, that's not surprising, Evan. And then Evan continued on this note, do you think they might do some crazy thing in 2033 for the anniversary of them billing Jesus. This thought occurred to me. What do you think? Yeah, I think 2033 probably will be a year that they pull some kind of sacrificial ritual, or I don't want to say sacrificial, but some sort of ritual. Yeah, I could totally see that being a thing that will come in 2033. And I'm sure it'll be something fairly epic, you know. But even though I'm saying that and agreeing with you and saying, I'm in the boat with you. That's what I'm saying. I'm hopping in that same boat with you. I do think that they will pull something in 2033 to commemorate the 100-year, everything you said. I also think just as equally that they may not do anything that year, just because when we get to the point where we're like, okay, they always pull the stunt on this day, they always pull a thing on this day, be on the lookout, they end up picking a different day. For example, this year we were all watching 9/11. We're always watching 9/11, and we're always watching 9/23. Not everybody, but the hardcore truthers are always watching 9/23 and 9/25. Some really hardcore truthers worry about the 1st of September also, so 9/1. But that's a deeper discussion for much deeper levels of truthing. And I don't go that deep in this channel because I want to stay at the surface level for white people only, you know. But the deeper and deeper into the rabbi hole you go, you start learning about other dates that are important to our enemy and stuff like that, like September 1st. You know, the difference between September 23rd and September 25th is determined by how deep of truthing you got into with the 9/23 thing. Because it turns out there was just as much 9/25 propaganda as there was 9/23 propaganda. And but the 9/23 crowd won out because usually we were also seeing a 15 afterward. In other words, 9/23/2015. And sometimes we would see the whole entire date in propaganda, in movies, commercials, whatever. It would be 9/23, and you'd see a 20 somewhere in the thing, and then you'd see a 15 somewhere, and you're like, wow, that really just said that. It said the whole thing, 9, then 23, then 20, then 15. That's crazy. And so because there was nothing that was 9/25 in 2015, but there was of 9/23 in 2015, the 9/23 crowd won out that debate. And sure enough, on 9/23/2015, they really did do Event 201 or whatever it was, and they basically they tested a nationwide power outage. Nationwide, they called it a power outage simulation, but really what it was a nationwide test of them causing a nationwide power shut off. And doing that is very electrically dangerous to do nationwide, because you're talking, our electrical grid is so massive and so powerful, so high energy, that you can't just you can't just shut it all off simultaneously. People think you could. I'm sure a lot of electricians that ever listen to this channel and hear me say that would say, sure, you could. But no, You couldn't, because you're never truly, and any electrician will know this too, if they open their mind and really think about it for a second and are honest with themselves, there is no way to truly shut down every zone of every part of our grid all at the same time, perfectly at the same time. And since we don't have that ability, or since that phenomenon is the case, that's the circumstance, we cannot do so. That means everything has to be shut down in zones. And depending on the load of each zone, which is determined by population, and that typically has a correlation with usage and whatever of an area, doesn't always apply. Sometimes industrial areas use way more than a residential area does, whatever. But on the whole, they can typically predict usage or average out and understand and calculate usage based on, a certain variety of factors, one of them being population of an area. And so they have to shut the grid down in zones based on how the load is going to shift around. The reason they can't try to just one switch everything off nationwide is because the phenomenon exists, like I said, that it cannot happen that way. Everything won't just turn off at the same moment instantly. And so because that phenomenon exists, if you tried to shut off too much of the grid at one time, it would cause a surge through the system. And, really smart people could shut off the grid in such a way, in large amounts, in such a way where they could send the surge in certain directions to certain places they want it to go in the grid, in hopes that the grid would either absorb the shock, the surge, or it would cascade the shutdown all its own from the surge through circuit breakers and whatnot of the rest of the grid. And basically they could just start, a cascade effect or a domino effect of shutdown. But that was a long-winded thing to explain that that's what Event 201 was, or 201. That's what it was. And it was a test to see how much of the grid they can shut down effectively, or they already had that figured out and they just wanted to test shutting down the grid nationwide. And to keep people from being suspicious, they only shut it down at for a split second. It was so fast that it didn't even make the lights wherever you were go out. They just did one flick. That was it. Just one off flick. And they went off and came back on so fast that all you saw was just, it almost looked like, when a giant bug flies past the one light bulb that's lighting up a room you're in, and its shadow for a split second as it flies past the bulb, just darkens the room, but only for such a quick second that it was inconsequential. Well, that's how fast the flick was. On 9/23/2015. They did it at 10:15 p.m. Eastern. And so that's when they did it for the eastern side. Now, I don't know how much of an area where I was that they did. I don't know if they did the whole eastern time zone. I don't know if they did just my county I was in at the time. I don't know if they did the city I was in at the time only. I don't know. But at 10:15, where I was, the entire place blacked out for a split second. And I mean everything. Every store, street light, everything. but it happened for a split second, you know. And since we were waiting on it all day that day and expecting it and looking for it, we recognized it instantly when it happened. I mean, it was already getting so late in the night that we thought, maybe they decided not to go through with it, or maybe they did go through with it and we just aren't going to see any kind of visible sign that they did so. Because that could have been the case too. They could have just virtually checked everything and then just not done anything to cause the grid to flicker or do anything. And so they would have still had their test done, and we would have been none the wiser whether they did anything or didn't do anything. But instead, praise the Lord, their test, when they took it, we saw a flicker. And it was everywhere where we were. Our entire world, our entire view everywhere, everything went out for a split second and came back. So we knew that was a full grid turnoff. And that perfectly coincided with the exact day we were waiting on it to happen. And so who knows? It could have been happening all throughout the day. Like other parts of the country may have been clicked off and back on at 3 p.m. and other places at 5 p.m. Who knows? But they have practiced it more than once. They do practice it on 9/23, or they did that one time. And you know what's wild is when you think about it, they did all of that propaganda for that date, right? I mean, they had it in tens, I don't want to say hundreds, but they had it in tens of movies. They had it in multiple commercials. They had it in still picture advertisements. I mean, it was a lot of places that they advertised that date. And so even to this day, there are some truthers who believe that, or speculate that they actually did do some other way more major thing on that date. Some people think that they opened up a portal with CERN on that date to welcome in some demons or whatever. I've heard some other takes too. But for whatever reason, we never truly confirmed any crazy thing that came about on 9/23/2015 other than they did do their Event 201 test. Now, Event 201 was advertised to the public that they were going to do it, but I don't remember if they advertised that they were going to do it on September 23rd, which I think they did advertise they were going to do it on that day, or if they advertised that they were going to do it on a different day. But we all knew that 9/23 was going to be the day that they tried to do it. So I think they did advertise that was the day they were going to do it, and that's why we were all aware of that day also for that. And we connected the two together, you know. But in any case, yeah, thankfully nothing super terrible happened on that date. But yes, I imagine in the future they will probably use that date again. And like you had mentioned with the 2033 thing, I am totally on board with that. I think they totally will. But because they've been throwing us bones here, or curveballs here and there, I think they may pick a different date. They may not do it on 2033. They may do it on 2030. They may do it on 2028. They may do it on 2035, you know, who knows. But you know, it would make sense that they would do it on 2033. You know, 33 is one of obviously their big number. And they obviously did major things to us in 1933, huge major things to us. And so it absolutely would make sense that they would do something on 2033 to commemorate the 100 years. They're big on centenarian stuff, or centennial stuff, I should have said. And I'll get back to the chat in a moment. But other conservative words to be on the lookout for, I don't have a list of them compiled, right off the top of my head to tell you, but if I were to spitball some right now, just the ones that grind my gears are just the ones that take away from the words white people. Those are the main ones that are bothersome, Any word that they use to replace the words white people. Anytime they should have said the words white people, but they say something else instead. Oh, the West. Oh, I hate that one. Calling white people and white countries the West, or calling white countries Western countries. That grinds my gears big time. No, or just as much as meritocracy does. Every bit as much as that stupid freaking word does. Because, for obvious reasons, I mean, you're hiding the words white people or white countries in that case, And I just hate that. That's not America. That's not pro-white. So I'm not down with that. So make your JDAR, add that to your JDAR list. Anytime you hear Western countries, the West. And the reason I'm telling you to add it to your JDAR list is simple. Because when your JDAR is activated, you'll actually be inclined to respond. You know what I mean? You'll be inclined to comment back, clap back at them, Whether it's you're going to argue with them or just gently correct them and say, you mean white, you completely misspelled white countries, And you could even be softer about it and be like, it's okay, bud. You can put white countries. They're white countries. We don't have to hide behind the words Western countries. We can just put white countries. And maybe put a smiley face emoji afterward, to let them know that you're not trying to be combative with them, that you're trying to bring them into the white community. Part of our conundrum is that we're in a hostile environment in the comment section. You have Jews in the comment section working as YouTube employees and working for the JDF and the IDF and whatever other stupid fucking 15 Jewish defender organizations they have. Fuck all of you pieces of shit who are listening tonight, by the way. All of you fucking Jewish pieces of garbage. But since the comment section is, a hostile environment often, we tend to be pretty edgy with our wording when we talk to other white people, especially the ones who I'm telling you to be aware of using conservative terminology that we need to eliminate from our, vocabularies. And so whenever you do correct one of them, it is better to be less aggressive with them. Because after all, you're trying to win them over to our side. And I'm guilty of being overly aggressive sometimes in the comment section with our own white people. Better for us to reserve our more aggressive comments to the non-whites. And granted, you're wasting your time anytime you comment to a non-white. So just know that commenting to non-whites is practically a massive waste of your time. Even if it only took you 20 seconds to do it, you just pissed away 20 seconds of your life that you could have done something much better for yourself. So I don't even recommend commenting to non-whites at all. Let them live in their own circle jerk. I know it's tempting to get on their comments and be like, oh, you idiots never made anything, and you ain't Hebrews, and you ain't this and that. And I know I'm guilty of it myself. I'm telling my own self right now out loud, just as I'm telling you all. I'm telling my own self to do the same thing. That we all need to ignore talking to the non-whites. It's a waste of our time. They already know the jig, and we know the jig. The jig is up when it comes to us and them. It might work with cuck normies when they argue with them, but with us, the jig is up. We already know their deal. We know they're beasts. We know they're locusts. We know they're invaders. We know they're here to take our shit. We know they're not Americans. We know they're not white. We know they're not Christians. We know they can't be any of those things ever, and that they have no intention to be, that they are here to be our enemies and to conquer us and to conquer our women, conquer our children, take our shit. And so what conversation do we need to have with them? None. There's really no conversation to be had. It's time to swing, and that's it. So really and truly, we all need to be more gentle with our responses to the white people that we correct, the conservatives that we correct about things. But I still want you to have those conservative words in your JDAR, so that your JDAR is what activates every time you hear those type of words or you read those type of words in the comment section. Because I know most of you's JDAR has to be the most sensitive thing you have. Right? Subconsciously, your brain is always operating, always listening for, always scanning for anti-white Jewish rhetoric. And so by including the conservative lexicon into that, remember, we already added lefty words, like we already say that you don't want to be using the word indigenous. I've told y'all that plenty of times. All those freaking right-wingers over in Europe, especially in England and the UK in general, they love to say and call themselves indigenous. And it's like, ugh, I get it. I realize you like to, y'all think, oh, since we were here first, we call ourselves indigenous, But that's an anti-white word. That word is no different than the word racist or racism. Indigenous, even though they don't mean the same thing at all, but I just mean that they're both created under the same theme of anti-whiteness. Indigenous was a word made up by the Jews to assign to the non-whites in America the feathers so that they could shame white people for being on stolen land. All right? So for us to try to take their stupid terminology that's literally created to be only an attack on white people and then try to commandeer it as our own, we're not Jewish, right? We're not blacks who commandeer the word nigger. We're not Jews who commandeer whatever word we use for them that they use among each other now. It don't work that way for white people. Right? We're not going to take a derogatory word of ours and make it our favorite word we like to call each other to take the thunder out of it or whatever, right? It isn't going to work that way for us. Instead, it's just going to do more and more of our white kids to being more and more anti-white. So having those words in your JDAR database will allow you to not only not use them yourself mistakenly in one of your comments or in something you say on a video, but it'll also keep you hyper aware, on the lookout. Remember, we're the watchmen. And so we got to be the most eagle-eyed of everyone in the comment sections and on videos. we got to be able to hear the best. We got to be able to see the best. And we got to be knowing what we're listening and looking for. And so having the conservative words in that JDAR database is really going to be helpful for not letting certain words fly right past you without you correcting someone. You know what I mean? When you hear someone say Western countries, correct them. Say, you mean white countries. Because remember, we have Eastern countries too. We have white Eastern countries and we have white Western countries, but only white people created the West. And only white countries are Western countries. Therefore, they're just dodging the word white. That's what they're doing. When they're saying Western countries or saying the West, they know, not you and me, they know that they are talking about exclusively white countries. Yet, they purposely are avoiding the word white. So, what other words could we add to that database? What's another conservative word that you hear them use all the time in place of white? What was one we said earlier? Founding stock. Yeah. That's another one. Founding stock. Oh, here's another one. Citizens. All right? Citizens. And I'll double down and make it even worse. I'll raise you one. Tax-paying citizens. Never, ever call yourselves taxpayers. Okay? Never, ever call yourselves taxpayers. Never, ever call yourselves tax-paying citizens. And never call yourselves citizens at all. Add all three of those to your JDAR database. And I can explain why. It's very simple. Citizen in law, citizen in legalism. Let me rephrase what I'm saying. Citizen in Jewry, in legalism, means a slave. All right? And legalism has overtaken, has commandeered, just like the Jews do all our things. They have commandeered our law with legalism. So in our God's law, a citizen means what a conservative thinks a citizen means. In our natural law, meaning God's law, meaning our fascist white Christian country, where because we're fascist, that means the laws of our God, the laws of our Holy Bible, are the laws of our government. In that arrangement, citizen means someone who belongs there. And we were even careful with how we worded it. Our founding framers called it naturalization, and they called you naturalized. And that was to distinguish you apart from what Jews had already come up with, starting to declare that citizen means slave in legalism. Legalism hadn't been implemented in America yet. It wouldn't be for 150 years. 120 anyway. So, since it hadn't been implemented yet, we were going by our white Christian fascist government structure. And in that structure, a citizen means someone who belongs, someone who's been naturalized, someone who's natural to the country. meaning you're organic to it. You're as American as a tree that grew up out of the ground in it. You're as American as apple pie. Get a drink here real quick. Sorry. That's cold. Woo. All right. But a citizen in legalism literally means you are a slave. And that's the word it uses. And it doesn't use any other word. The word citizen in legalism means a slave. That's the definition. Now, why would any one of you, white people, ever desire to be a slave to anyone or any government? You wouldn't. So, when we see conservatives calling themselves citizens, when you hear, and most importantly, not as much as when you hear them say it or see them type it in a comment section, you can correct them for it for sure. But the ones you really want to be on the lookout for are when politicians call us that. When politicians are calling you citizens, they're calling you their slaves. They're calling you slaves. So just be on the lookout for that. Make sure your JDAR picks up on that. You know, taxpayers, tax-paying citizens. Anytime you hear a politician say that, they're taking the piss out of all of you. And anytime you see a conservative type it in the comment section or mention it on a video, that's just them still being cucked about legalism / Jewry. Oh, ooh, that's cold. Dadgummit. All right, let's get back in the chat here. Top Flight Security said, we have to exile them now. I agree. We needed to exile them 100 years ago. We needed to exile them in 1619 or whatever year they finally really did show up with their first boat of blacks. Evan Smith, 2,000 year anniversary. Ooh, good point. Good point. You know, coupling that on top of what Evan Smith had pointed out, or on top of what Amazeballs, or who was it that pointed that out just now? No, it was Evan. Never mind. So Evan Smith just continuing on with his thought, compounding on the 2,000-year celebration with the 100-year celebration. Yes, that makes 2033, I would say, quadruply, because of the 2,000-year celebration. That's a millennial celebration. I would say absolutely 2033, something very major will be planned by them to do. Absolutely. And good on you for catching that and pointing that out, because 2033 wasn't even a thought in my mind at all. And to be honest with you, we don't have that far to go until we're at 2033. So all of you may want to get all of your affairs in order before 2033 comes. And if you want to live it up, a little bit before 2033 hits, and it ain't going to wipe you out to get a bunch of loans and stuff. Go out and get you a bunch of loans and get you a big fancy car and live it up for a year or so. And then, hey, if something crazy in 2033 hits, if that's the year they decide to cut the power and go shit hits the fan and everything, well, hey, at least you got to live it up that last year in 2032, right? Top Flight asked, wonder what they did for 1,000. Well, that's a good question. Maybe we should all look into what all occurred in 933 AD. I'm not going to do it right now, but that is something that we could all study up on and maybe convene back on it on another stream, on what all of our findings were, and see if we can't hash out what we've discovered from all that. Amazeballs said, to be fair, it's already destined to happen. Quote, though I will bring a full end to all of the nations to which you've been scattered, I will not make a full end of you. End quote. Jeremiah 30:11. Yes, there will not be a full end of us. We will not be exterminated. And I do operate at all times with that understanding, but I don't use that as I don't ever mention it to anybody new. To an initiate, you want to keep them under urgency. You want them to be more worried, right? Because they've never been worried like they suddenly will be when they become pro-white. They'll have never been worried like that before. And then if right after they suddenly become burdened with all this knowledge of the war against white people and the whole thing, everything that we all know, full understanding, that's very heavy on a lot of people. And some people don't take it as well as others. So if I were to then come along and mention, or if any of us were to come along and mention that well, basically what you were saying in the verse you had quoted, that we will not be fully exterminated, what that'll do is it potentially could cause that person who is just now taken on for the first time ever this additional massive burden of knowledge of the war against white people, by hearing just days later, weeks later, months later, moments later, that white people will not be fully exterminated, and God said so himself, that is kind of like a pacifier put back in their mouth, right? It's kind of like Trump getting another win, his second 4 years he's gotten. What'd it do to all the white people who are Trump-servatives? Instead of defending white people, instead of fighting for white people every day, what do? They're happy as a clam. They're hashtag winning. They're sitting at home with their feet up, not helping white people defend white people, not helping white people force the non-whites out of our country. They think everything is just peachy. Their favorite guy is at the wheel. No need to worry. And so that's why I don't tell our people, I don't reassure our newcomers that God will see to it that we are not fully exterminated, because I want them to be concerned about white people being exterminated. I want them to have that concern on their mind. I want them to, when they are online, interacting with people in the comment section, or if they make videos, when they make videos, I want them to always have going in the back of their mind that we are being exterminated. And the reason why is obvious, because really and truly we are being exterminated. And just because God won't make all of us be killed, just because he won't let us go fully extinct, doesn't mean that our numbers won't be dwindled down to basically extinction levels. You know, we can be brought all the way down to extinction level dismal numbers and still not be extinct. And so I don't want any white person who has just recently taken on all this new, I don't want any pro-white person to, but I keep mentioning the newcomers because they'd be the most susceptible to put their feet up suddenly. You know, an old school truther has been around a long time, been pro-white for years, will read that scripture and understand that God isn't going to allow us to be exterminated, but will also understand that that doesn't mean that our urgency is reduced. A newcomer is more susceptible to reading that and being like, oh, phew, I was worried for nothing. I guess I'll kick my feet up again, you know? And so that's why I don't mention to newcomers that God has promised that we won't truly be all the way exterminated. He won't allow it. And, you know, since there are only the 10 of you who are super ultra faithful visitors every time I do a stream, I'm going to retouch on a little secret that only you 10 will hear live, and then most people probably won't hear because the chances of anyone listening, you know, to these streams for hours and hours after the fact is very slim. So perhaps you folks be the only ones to hear this tonight, but I will touch on it again since I have mentioned it before. And really, one of you folks have mentioned it already in the chat before. But there is a passage, and I apologize that I don't have the proper citation to give you, but there is a passage in our Holy Bible in the New Testament where it basically says that God's ultimate plan is for all of Israel to be saved. And that would mean that no white person of Israel will face eternal death. No mud shark, no wigger, no sports cuck, no rabid leftist that hates white people and hates God. But because that seems to be such a striking contradiction from everything else that our Holy Bible teaches us, we don't consider that verse to mean that as we think it's written. Because A, it would basically denounce everything else about the Holy Bible. You know, the whole threat of eternal damnation and hell, the promise of eternal life if you do obey. That would render it pointless and dull and not really all that special if there is no hell that was the counter to that we were facing. Sorry, I'm just gathering my thoughts here how I wanted to finish that up. check this too real quick. Okay. What are we talking about here? Keep getting distracted. Oh, yeah. The saving everyone thing. Yeah, so I tend to not mention that God's plan is to save everyone because I and many others who've hashed this out before believe that we just misunderstand that verse and that it doesn't really mean that every white Israelite is going to be saved regardless of, whether they hated God and hated Jesus Christ or homosexuals and all those things. Because after all, Christ himself says in Revelation at the end of the Bible, all of the things that will not get to be going to heaven, all of the types. And he goes through detail of them, and homosexuals is one of them. So no fags of our people and liars, various ones. And I think he lists 5 of them there, 5 or 6. And so, they will not be there. They will not be in heaven. It's not allowed. And so, idolaters and stuff like that. So that would mean sports cucks, that would be people who worship celebrities, anyone who's famous, whether it's movie famous, music famous, wiggers, they're idolaters. And so Christ is specific to John the Revelator. There at the end of Revelation, he details, who's not going, who's, what types don't get to go. And so because of the totality of the Bible versus that one verse that seems to completely contradict the entire Bible, we just deemed that we misunderstand that verse, and that we just, because anytime the Holy Bible appears to you as though it contradicts itself, it is not contradicting itself. Even if it seems like in plain Jane words it's contradicting itself, plain as day, flat out, it is not. It is still us simply misunderstanding it. And notice I didn't say misinterpreting it, because the Bible is not meant to be interpreted. That's what's gotten us in this whole mess. And that's what's caused us to have multiple denominations. And that's what's caused us to be so atomized, even as Christians, because of that stupid word interpretation or interpret. That word should have nothing to do with our Holy Bible. Unless you're a high 3-digit IQ person that can comprehend and understand along with us that it's okay to use the word interpret or interpretation, as long as you're not using it to mean, oh, that's your interpretation of what this verse says, or oh, that's this story over here can be interpreted to mean blah, blah, blah. That is not the proper way to use and understand the words interpretation and interpret about the Holy Bible. Now, if you were a person of a decently high 3-digit IQ and you want to go ahead and use the word interpret or interpretation correctly when you're speaking about the Bible, one could say, you could talk about where Abel's blood cries out to God from the ground. That's what God said. You know, why does his blood crieth out to me from the ground? It would be okay for a 3-digit high IQ white person who understands the difference of context and when to use and when not to use the word interpret or interpretation to say that you could interpret that to mean that God knows that his blood is there and it's basically crying out to him because it's spilled all over the ground. Like, you could interpret that to be a metaphoric way of saying, look, his blood's everywhere all over the ground. Not that his blood really does have a pair of vocal cords and is truly screaming out to me. That would be the one and only kind of example where you could use the word interpret or interpretation and not damage your understanding of the Bible, you know, because the Bible is not meant to be interpreted and none of its lessons are meant to take interpretations from them. All right, the lessons are plain as day. The instructions are plain as day. The rules are written plain as day. Our salvation plan is written plain as day. Our ministry of spreading Christ's gospel across the whole world to all white people across the world see here where I'm at. Oh, here I was. Rooster Cogburn said, Leonid's meteor shower is supposed to peak in 2033. Yeah, I don't give a lot of hoo-ha to the meteor showers and stuff. They're cool. I appreciate them, and I think they're beautiful to see. And it may even be significant, you know, for this whole thing. But I don't think I've ever really seen the Jews use any like meteor stuff as a special as a special astronomical day, you know what I mean? Like they do go by some astronomical stuff, obviously. They do solstices stuff, sacrifices and stuff on solstices. They do stuff on, you know, Sabbath, new moons, and things like that. I'm sure they have, you know, other rituals I'm not aware of that are astronomical. But really, I think if they do something in 2033, I think it would only be coincidental. Even though they're always saying there's no coincidences, I think that one's just like a happy accident coincidence if they do something on that year and the meteor shower ends up peaking that year. I don't think they designed it around that. I think they would have just basically designed it, like you said, around the 2,000-year celebration and the 100-year celebration. I think that's about as deep as the reasoning would go for 2033, you know. Amazeballs said, 2027 has been making the rounds as the year for something big. Okay, hadn't heard about that. Top Flight Security said extinction event coming. Maybe. The thing is, like, we know they want to do one eventually. But, it's really hard to say because right now they're winning. And as long as the Jews are winning and getting practically everything being played out the way they want, they really don't have a reason to blow up the whole world yet. You know what I mean? Like if they're already getting what they want that they were going to try to achieve by blowing up the whole world, if they already have it and they didn't even have to go through all the hardship of blowing up the world, I think it's stalling them. I think they're enjoying the good life right now, and they don't want to have to give that up to go to start living like Mad Max style, Thunderdome style and all that. I think that has a big part to do with it. And also they're trying to bide their time until their Messiah arrives. And of course they're so desperate for a Messiah that a bunch of them already even claim that some idiot in South America is their Messiah. That he is literally the Messiah of the Jewish people, that has come down from heaven. And he has quite the following, too, like a shocking amount of followers. But yes, extinction level event coming. I could see that. Just can't say, how far in the future, but I think it's definitely been perhaps postponed a little bit because the Jews are just really enjoying themselves right now, being on top of the world while we still have everything, electricity, clean buildings, police, white girls everywhere. Plenty of stuff for the Jews to enjoy right now, Top Flight Security said sun is going to go supernova. Well, it's going to get cast to the earth. So, the sun isn't, of course, as usual, the Jews have taught us to believe everything ass backwards of what our eyes and ears and our Holy Bible say. And in this case, the sun and moon are roughly the same size as each other and roughly about the same height above the earth. And so the sun and the moon and a third of the stars are going to be cast down onto the earth, which, of course, isn't possible in the heliocentric model with these giant balls of material bigger than Earth and all that. So I do follow the Bible's way, and the Bible declares we are under a solid dome and that the sun and moon and stars are encased within the dome, inside with us. And that renders the sun and moon enormously smaller than the earth, and they just chase each other in a circuit above the earth. So for our sun, the whole going supernova and all that thing, that may be a phenomenon for stars that are in the dome that we can look at. But for our sun, that wouldn't be the case because our sun is not the same. That's why it has its own unique, well, we call other, in heliocentric model, they'll call other stars suns also, but really our sun is unique. And we don't consider it to be like all the other stars at all. And not because of size either, but just because of the circumstances that don't make sense in the heliocentric model. So, but the sun and the moon and a third of the stars will be cast down onto the earth. So we could say that's going to be like going supernova, because when it gets crashed down to earth, I mean, we don't really know how big the sun and moon are. Everybody back in the day was trying to figure that out, like, big time. And the closest two estimates we have are 3.3 miles in diameter or 33.3 miles in diameter. Those are our two best guesses so far. Let's see here. Amazeballs said, personally, I'm thinking pole shift or disruption in that Earth's magnetic field, causing massive quakes, mass quakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, etc., since it would align with the Earth swallowing up the dragon's flood. Well, I mean, I don't know if the magnetic situation of the Earth may or may not flip, but all of that's based on the ball Earth heliocentric model, which really isn't true. So I would say, based on aviation maps and aviation compasses and everything, that it's pretty much we're in like a fixed magnetic situation. We're in a closed system. We're basically in, I'm sure you've seen a snow globe in your life, and that's basically what we live in. We live in the Truman Show, if you will. And, that is why the Truman Show portrayed the guy running it all as God, because to the little guy, the character, Truman guy, that dude running the show is God. And as far as he knows, that is God. And so, we're kind of in a Truman Show as well. Only the people observing us are not, us. It's, God and Christ and the Holy Ghost and the 24 elders and whomever saints were ever brought to heaven without having to taste death, and any saints who were called up to be forever with him. But as far as the, the baller stuff like pole flipping and stuff, I mean, maybe our magnets would flip, but I doubt it. And it wouldn't be because of, like a ball Earth situation either. It would be because of some other phenomenon that we just haven't discovered yet, or rediscovered yet, I should say. We probably knew the reasoning years ago, generations ago, and we probably have only recently lost it. Evan Smith said, and I mean it, I'm not just saying it as some random baby truth or insult, but I don't know. I haven't looked super deep into him. Evan Smith also said, Handsome Truther said in one of his streams that he was arrested at Unite the Right 2017, but Nick didn't. That says something. Disclaimer in parentheses says, disclaimer, no longer a listener of HT after his anti-Christian rants. Yeah, I don't know if it was you that told me about that, or if it was someone else who visits the chat regularly, but someone told me that he went on a big anti-Christian rant And it was from one of you that I trust your judgment. So because of reading that from one of you folks, I have not visited him either. And I got to be further honest and admit that I haven't watched him in probably over a year or two before I was told about that. So let's see here. And I was only told about it this year. So I was probably only told about yeah, it was this year. Oops, here we go. So yeah, I mean, I haven't even been on Goyim TV, gosh, in probably 3 years or more, even. And that would mean that was the last time I watched anything of his, because I don't think he can stream anywhere else. Let's see here. Evan said, I don't get that one. I'll skip that. Amaze Balls said, I should hope so. Pretty sure I'd qualify. Check my PFP. Vlad the Kebabber said to Evan Smith, I don't know. I think at this point there is a ton of feds. Amaze Balls said, exactly, but it feels like we're living through Jacob's trouble as we speak. Yes, okay, to get back to Jacob's trouble. Yes, because we are in a Jacob's trouble. We are in one right now. And it's going to get a lot worse, unfortunately, I'm sad to say. But dadgummit, why'd it move? Let's see. Let's go back. Evan. Let's see here. Amaze Balls asked, a combination of biometrics and geotagging, perhaps? Could be. Yeah, I mean, could be. He also asked, or said, I just looked into the $15 per Jewish podcast, listened and reacted to. And who would have guessed that there'd be a disclaimer on the front page of the main site stipulating that they only pay other J's. Wow, it really says that? Damn. Yeah, it's about as in our face as they can get. I mean, the thing is, they're so emboldened now. They know that, they already know that nobody's coming to get them. They know ICE is a sham that just keeps white people sitting home with their feet kicked up. Let's see here. a little bit of conversation back and forth. A couple people. Okay. So Vlad the Kebabber. I think he's asking about the thumbnail. He asked something about what I think is a thumbnail, and then Amazeballs said it was one of the slides that popped up a few minutes ago. I was curious, so I go, oh no, okay, this I misread what I was reading there. See here. Amazeballs said, we're all Rhodesians now. That's true. We are all Rhodesians now. We're all Oranians now. Let's see here. Liberia is the only feasible option. I 100% agree. And then Amazeballs also said, well, the only non-violent option anyway. Yes, I would prefer it to be non-violent also. You know, I mean, part of my whole complaint with the blacks is their violence, and the non-whites in general is their violence and their death and ruin of our people. So, of course, I don't want them killing and harming white people as we force them on their way out. But you and I both know it's probably going to be ugly. They're not going to want to leave, you know. Let's see here. Amazeballs said back to Vlad, I'm not so sure. They had 3 million people in the streets at the last one, and seems like it accomplished nothing. I don't know why I can't read tonight. Golly, I'm like stalling in it after every word. And it seems like it accomplished nothing. See, Vlad said, well, it woke up more people. Let's see here. And Amazeballs said to Vlad, if they fear what the group might do if they don't get what they want, then it can work in their favor. But if they believe said group isn't willing or able to go any further, it seems futile. Yeah, that's kind of why I was mentioning earlier that I don't like to say that white people won't be all the way exterminated, because, you know, I don't want them putting their feet up. I don't want them being pacified. You know, I want our people to have a fire under their butt. Amazeballs said, personally, I think we need our own version of the ADL, SPLC, and APAC to advocate, lobby, and run cover for us. See here. Amazeballs said, you know, fight fire with fire. And he also said, or he asked, they didn't start out that way, though, did they? Crud. Just got rid of the chat. Hold on. Gotta bring it all back. Bring back that chat. Let me get it. Come on. All right. Way further back than I thought. Oh, I remember. I just let's see here. Yeah, here we go. I'm almost there. Sorry about y'all's wait. Okay, here we go. Amazeball said, fire with fire. Yeah, I said that earlier. And then Amazeball said, they didn't start out that way, though, did they? And then Vlad said, first, we would need to elect the people. We would need to elect people that represent us. Yeah, no kidding. We definitely need some people who represent us. Amazeball said, I'm honestly starting to wonder if we've been duped again and are actually in the little season, which is what's throwing a lot of us off regarding the prophetic timeline. Well, if it wasn't for the sun and moon and stars doing exactly what they're supposed to do, which has ruled over our days and nights and seasons and years, perhaps we could say that, but it's been so reliable. It's like, the little season thing is, so many people have claimed that they are in the little season, but to let you know when the little season is, it's the one day that white people are missing from the earth. That's the little season. And it's not only that day, but it begins that day. So to explain exactly for anyone listening in where the little season that Satan's going to be loosed is, what's going to happen is at the end times, Christ is going to show up like a thief in the night on our people who are alive at the time. They will not be expecting him to arrive at that moment. And so suddenly he will be there. And he's going to call all of the dead up out of the ground. And then after all the dead are up onto the ground, then he's going to call all the living together with us, and we're all going to meet in the clouds together. Then it says we're going to go spend our first day together in heaven. That's Sabbath. So we know Christ's arrival will be on a Friday. And then we know that Sabbath, he will spend his first Sabbath. We will all spend our first Sabbath together with God in person. So, so that's the little season. And one day in heaven, we're going to be spending our first Sabbath day in heaven with God. And that one day with God is as 1,000 years on the earth. So we're going to be in heaven. For us, it's only going to be one day, one Sabbath day. But when we get back It will have been 1,000 earth years. And because the sun and moon have been cast down to the earth, and because only stars remain, sorry, I'm reading something here real quick. Oh, I was down here. Okay. Okay, here we go. Amazed Balls said, I'm honestly starting to wonder if we've been duped again. Okay, I did read this. And are actually in a little season. Yep, that's the little season thing. Okay. So yeah, that's the little season. The 1,000 years that we are in heaven with Christ. It's 1,000 earth years, even though the sun and moon and stars have been cast to the earth. 2/3 of the stars may or may not still be up in the dome, but because the sun and moon are gone, their bodies are going to litter, all the non-whites' bodies, it says, are going to litter the earth like dung. And it uses the word dung because that's what color they're going to, that's what, if you looked at earth from a bird's eye view, from God's eye view, straight down at the earth, all you'd see is little brown turds all over the place. And so they will litter the earth like dung. And then after 1,000 years, our one day in Sabbath will be over with God. And we are going to return to the earth, riding in the city known as heaven. It's like a spaceship. Only there's no outer space, but think of it as just its own free flying around thing. And so this massive city, it's a cube. It's a 375 mile cube. So it's 375 miles long. It's 375 miles wide. It's 375 miles tall. And it's 4 square. And when it lands on the earth, Satan will have already been loosed. And when Satan is loosed, now remember, when he's bound for 1,000 years, I'm sorry, I misspoke a minute ago. I butchered up the explanation. My apologies. So the 1,000 years that we are not on the earth, the dead will, or the non-whites will be dead from when Christ arrived and scooped us away. The whiteness, the brightness of his whiteness is going to kill all the non-whites, all the wicked. And so when he harvests us away for that 1,000 earth years, it will really only be one day of Sabbath with us in heaven. But that'll be 1,000 earth years that Satan is bound. And so that's when he's bound. So the 1,000 years is the time when Satan can't do anything. And the reason why is because there is no human alive on the earth for him to possess or manipulate or lie to. And so what'll happen is when heaven comes back to earth, we'll spend our 1,000 earth years up in heaven, which is just one day for us up in heaven. And after Sabbath is over for that day for us, we're going to come back to earth riding inside the vessel of heaven. And when heaven lands on the earth, that is when Satan will be loosed a little season. And by a little season, we don't know if that literally means just a little bit of a season of a year, or if it's a metaphorical expression, a slang term, if you will. Like how blacks will say hot minute. That means a while. It means the words a while. So anyhow, Satan is bound for 1,000 years. We return riding in heaven. All of the dead bodies on the ground of the earth will reanimate, and none of them will have rotted because there's no sun and moon anymore. And without the sun and the moon, there is no time. You know, all these people are always like, oh, what is time? Well, that you couldn't ask an easier question. Time is the movement of the sun and the moon and the stars. And since it never fails us, that is what all of our time is based off of, including what God started for us. So, that's when the 1,000 years of Satan, or not 1,000 years, that's when the 1,000 years will be peace on the earth, not Satan. The 1,000 years will be when he is totally bound, because he has no upright biped to do his bidding. But somehow, well, anyway, let me finish the point. So we come down in heaven, all right? We land on the earth. Satan will be loosed a little season. That's what the little season is the time frame when heaven arrives on earth and the time that Satan has to wake up, see it, realize what's happened, and try to win over as many of his kind to his own self as he can. And then, so when we return riding in heaven, Satan will be loosened from his bondage. He will now have people to manipulate and work with. So he will tell them, look, your God betrayed you. You're all hideous now. Every terrible thing is wrong with all of you. Everything is terrible. So you should join me, and let's form the mightiest army this world has ever seen. And if we get enough of us to join and we all work together, we can take on that city and we can take it over. We can conquer heaven. And so that is when all the world's non-whites and all the world's wicked will be rallied together to help Satan attack heaven. And at that moment, when he finally attacks heaven, Jesus Christ will force all of them involuntarily down onto their knees, and they will all scream, "Glory of glory, holy of holies." Jesus Christ is the Son of God. They're going to apologize to Jesus Christ. They're going to say, I am sorry, Lord. We are sorry, Lord Jesus Christ. And as they all start screaming their apologies and screaming their glory to Jesus Christ and screaming that he is the Son of God, that they were wrong all along and that they're sorry, and all the glory goes to God and to Christ. After each one of them has finally, the very last one of them has completed saying that Christ is the Son of God, God plans to, at that point, introduce hellfire and brimstone from above. And a lake of fire is going to form around them. And it's going to start consuming them, burning them, melting them, starting at the bottom of their feet. And some of the fire and brimstone will probably land on their broccoli heads and their tarantula heads and start melting their fro away. And as their fro is melting away and the lava is running down them, melting everything of them in its path, the lake of fire that is forming that they are standing in will start getting continually deeper and deeper and deeper. Let's see here. Amazeball said, I can't help but feel like the end is coming in our lifetime. I've had a recurring vision for years now of being in the middle of an apocalyptic wartime setting. An all white encampment discussing. And he continued and said, I don't enjoy seeing things, but it's happened to me off and on for as long as I can remember. They always come to fruition, but this one has been the most persistent and foreboding by far. Well, I'm sorry that you have to see those things and have those type of visions. I know those are burdensome and things, and you can't just make them not occur. They just kind of impose themselves on you. Christ will not be returning ahead of schedule. God has a mapped out schedule. So we won't have Christ returning in our lifetimes. We have another 214 years until Christ's arrival date. But we will have big time war, and that's what your vision is showing you, is the massive war against white people that all of us are going to be waging in our lifetime, I hope. And I hope it comes sooner than later. I don't know if you were here earlier tonight when we were talking about it, but sooner than later is the sooner the better, really. because that is the least amount of non-whites we will have to defeat. Evan Smith said, where was it? Right here. Going to fall asleep to the stream. God bless, stay white, and happy Sabbath again. Thank you very much to you, Evan, and God bless you to you, and happy Sabbath to you as well, buddy. He said, one quick thing. I started drinking greens mix 5 times a week since you mentioned it on the last stream. Oh, good for you. And remember, you won't have to do it every day if you don't want it. Now, it is nutrition and it is food, and so by all means, go ahead if you need to. But if it gets to a point where you start getting a little bit of tummy upsetedness or anything, if it starts feeling grumbly or anything from having it, 5 days a week, then just knock it down to every other day or something, you know what I mean? And all it'll be is just your digestive system replacing the bad flora with good flora and stuff like that. So it's not like anything bad will be happening, even if you get a rumbly gut. But it weirds some people out. Some people don't like abnormality about themselves and stuff. And so, you can take it every other day if you need to or whatever. But obviously, if you take it 5 days a week, you should nutrify really quick and in a good, healthy manner. So good for you. And God bless you on your endeavor of that. And I hope you just get better and better and better. And he also said, no results yet, but I'm sure I'll see some soon. Good night, everyone. And then he said, oh, wait. Since you're telling the fruit story, I worked with a spick Salvadorian who would steal the stock cart for the both of us and use it as his personal workstation and to push around his lunchbox, his giant lunchbox and giant tool bag. I confronted him that he needs to share it and not have it at his side everywhere he goes, and he gave me an attitude. Eventually, he stole a cart from another trade. Yeah. So I am a billion hours behind you in the chat then, because you commented that, probably 2 hours ago, I imagine. So I apologize for being so far behind everybody in the chat. Amazeballs said, I'm female, by the way, just for your information. Oh, okay. Well, we have another lady in the chat tonight. Well, hello then. And thank you for chiming in tonight as much as you have, dear. Appreciate that. And I apologize if I forget that you're a lady and say bro or sir or something on some other stream or maybe later tonight. I apologize. I will burn it into my brain, though, that you said you're a lady. So, let's see here. Top Flight agree with me and said those are the two I was thinking of too. Evan Smith said the worst part, I was his supervisor. He just didn't care. He even admitted he was a piece of shit and had no remorse over his actions. He stayed on his phone all day and aimed he does the bare minimum. Did the bare minimum. Evan Smith said, Cucker Tarleson. Yep. It was funny. They used to have the saying, you can't cuck the tuck, and it turns out he's 100% cuck for the Jews. Top Flight Security said, oh, are you? Oh, man, I cannot talk tonight. He said, oh, are you? Ha. You could have tricked me with a name like that. Talking to Amazeballs. And Evan Smith told her, based to you, dear, or God bless you for being a based lady. Top Flight said, I'm more listening than watching at the moment. And that's cool. These are, I realize some people don't want to sit and watch these slideshows, but I run them so that there is something visual there, obviously, and then also so that anyone who is interested in learning new info, these new truthers, baby truthers and stuff who may stumble upon one of these streams, I want them to see all this info scrolling along and decide to start screenshotting lots of it and looking lots of it up for themselves. That's the hope anyway. Of course, it might not always work out that way, but that's the hope, is that they will see some of these things and pause the video and screenshot those things and then go look them up. Evan Smith said, hair like women, talking about the locusts in Revelation 9, making a comparison to someone today to that prophecy. Well, funny enough, the Jews do those weird little long tails down either side of their head, right in front of their ears. And the only other thing I could think of would be, maybe the rock band guys, how they all grew their hair out like women and stuff. And it turned out that like 85 or more % of those rockers were Jewish. Let's see here. All right, and then Evan Smith said, actually going to bed this time. Good night. Well, good night to you, and I know I'm telling you this like hours after you already went to bed, so I'm sure you've been having sweet dreams for quite a while by now. Amazeballs told Top Flight, I guess I need to change the name. It just means amazing or awesome, sort of like saying something's lit nowadays. I thought my PFP would clear things up, but apparently not. All right. And Top Flight said goodnight to Evan. Vlad, the kebabber, said, remember the guy who was shot, but they never showed the footage? All those cameras, but no one got it on video. I'm trying to think of which thing you're talking about. I guess maybe let's see, you remember the guy who was shot. But they never showed the footage. I know this is hours later after you replied or commented this, but if you're still here and you end up putting in the bottom, if you're still here and you hear this, maybe explain that one, because I don't remember what we were talking about at that point. Top Flight Security said, yeah, I remember that too. I looked for the video with other people for like a week. Amazeballs said, if anything, that scenario would be more convincing than all of them being actors. Top Flight said, for real. And also said, batteries for your mic, what the fuck, stay white, what year is it? Well, I have a wireless mic. I don't like using a wired mic because I don't want to be stuck in one spot. So I have a wireless mic so I can roam around all I want. I can go pace outside in the yard. And I can go out on the front porch and hang out for a little while. And I can come inside and walk all over the house. So that's why. And they actually last quite a while. I managed to get like 3 whole streams out of one pair of AA's, which is crazy because each one of my streams is usually 5, 6, 7 hours. So you're talking like 20, 21 hours of use just off of one pair of AA's, which is quite impressive. Most wireless mics would not last anywhere near that long on 2 AA's. Okay. Amaze Ball said, does anyone else think they stopped teaching cursive so that future generations wouldn't be able to read our founding documents or really any important texts prior to 1960? Yes, funny enough you mentioned that. Maybe this is your first stream ever visiting us, but we actually covered exactly that on the last stream. It was either the last stream or the stream right before that. It was literally one of the last two streams. We had a whole quick conversation about that where we touched on that again. They stopped teaching cursive handwriting for multiplicity. Remember, the Jews always get more than one benefit out of everything they do. So the first benefit they got by doing away with cursive handwriting, and it was their most important one, was they don't really care about us being able to read the documents and all that as much, but that was a happy bonus, is if our generations in the future won't be able to read or understand any of our founding documents. And that appears to be the most important one, the primary goal, because after all, you know, if nobody can read the documents and if our kids in the future can't read the documents, well, then they won't have any idea what our documents say that founded the country. So that seems on the surface to be, you know, the primary reason that the Jews would want to do that, but it's not for that reason at all. It's actually, that's just a happy bonus accident, or a happy bonus that they get out of the deal. The main reason is because they knew that if they kept forcing cursive handwriting to be taught in school, that blacks, now that they are forced to go to school with whites, well, I should say now that blacks have been forced into white people's schools, they would be exposed as being as dumb as they actually are. Their low IQ would be revealed, because they would not be able to learn not only regular English, which they can't learn that properly already. They already can't read or write proper English. But they especially wouldn't be able to ever read and write English in print and in cursive. That's literally double the expected workload on the student. And so blacks would never in a million years be able to learn both. And not just because of the blacks. They knew they were going to flood our country with millions and billions of non-whites. And what would happen is, if they hadn't got rid of cursive handwriting, not only would none of the blacks be able to learn cursive and print, but most all of the world's non-whites that ever got flooded into our countries wouldn't be able to either. And for that reason, and that reason primarily, I would suggest to you, they had to get rid of cursive handwriting so that it wouldn't expose to white people that all the other non-white races are too inferior to learn English in two different versions. And a super happy bonus that they get out of that is that our generations of our kids in the future won't be able to read the founding documents. I apologize, I'm just having a little pick-me-up snack here. Vlad, the kebabber, said, good point. I don't know if it's specific to any text, though. Amaze Ball said, I was mainly thinking of the Constitution, Bill of Rights, Federalist Papers, but really any hard-written white history prior to 1960. And we covered that. And then Vlad said, yeah, I know, but now we have copies of them in print, so I don't know. And Vlad said, my theory is they got rid of cursive because it was a cultural and educational tradition. Makes it easier for non-whites to assimilate. Well, that's certainly a way that white people could trick themselves into thinking about it. Easier to assimilate, right? Well, the thing is, they're not interested in assimilation. You know, the non-whites are not coming here to assimilate. So that means that's not really what the goal on the Jews' mind is. It's not really about assimilation. It's more, you know, the goal time to change batteries. Stand by, y'all. I caught it when I did. Right, we are back in action. Sorry about that. Quick delay. Let's see here. All right. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, we were talking about the non-whites not planning on assimilating. So, yeah, that was never the plan for the non-whites to assimilate. So, even though white people could kind of easily dupe ourselves into thinking that, oh, yeah, it's so they can assimilate easier and stuff, it's really much more sinister than that. It was to make sure that they don't look as stupid or compared to white people as they are. All right, we got a non-white visitor. This is a whites-only stream, so sorry there, Wavy Nog. We gotta let you pass. As I'm sure didn't y'all have a rap song? I gotta let her pass. We gotta let you pass. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. All right, Benjamin Ban Israel. He said, Shabbat Shalom, white people. Why are you doing comedy so early in the morning? Bullshit is best served later in the day. But I see you white people's delusion is really getting strong. Oh, okay, we got a yiddy diddler. And let's see, you are of your father the devil. Why aren't you telling these white people that they will soon be going to captivity according to the Bible? Them fake Jews are white people. Oh, this is another wee wuzzer. Oh, we got two wee wuzzers, y'all. Ha ha. Okay, well. And then we have a newest visitor who's chimed in. Y'all ain't tired yet. Has chimed in and says, Shalom, fam. All right. So, a couple of wee wuzzers anyway. Wavy Nog and let's see, Benjamin ban Israel. Yes, we are going to ban Israel, but not the Israel you think. Actually, it is the Israel you think. That's the Israel we're going to be banning. I'll reword myself there. We are going to be banning the Israel you thinking of. All right. Well, cool. I caught all the way up with the chat. I imagine most of my faithful viewers that chimed in early on and stuck around all this time, some of them are probably dozed out now, like Evan. And no hard feelings for any of y'all who ever fall out during a stream, or you just got to go lay down and go to bed or whatever because you got to get up next day, or just don't stay up this late, or whatever your deal is. No hard feelings. I'm thankful you even stopped by at all. And I'm grateful for all your comments. And, you know, like I said, I've said many times before, I like to run these streams for as long as I can, just to allow people to come and go at whatever time they have available. You know, it's already a bad enough night to try to do it, but it's a great night. It's never a bad night. Sabbath's never a bad night. But what I mean is, for view count and things like that, it's a low view count night for channels like mine. Now, for other channels, it might be a plenty busy night, you know. But, you know, for a small YouTuber in the format that I'm in, or the, I should say the genre I'm in, it's a, you know, it's a tricky time slot to pick to try to reach a lot of people. But we start on this night for good reason, any chance we get, and every chance we get. And I'm super thrilled, even if only 3 of you come to visit. I'm thrilled to death to have y'all coming by. And thank you to whoever told me about Jack tonight, whether it was Evan or Precision Etica or whichever one of you. I'm sorry, I don't want to give the wrong guy props and not give the correct guy props. My bad, whoever you were. But thank you to whoever let me know about Jack streams being available again, and I look forward to him doing one. Hopefully he'll be doing one tomorrow night or tomorrow during the day. I'd love to see that. And I will definitely be chiming in if he does one. So long as I happen to be online when he does it and all that. What's crazy is, you know, and I'm sure most of you already know this and have been knowing this for years, but notifications does not work for me. I mean, I have notifications turned off on YouTube on my app or on my phone, but on my app, I have it selected and I don't get anything. Even if I'm on YouTube and scrolling around, it won't tell me, you know? And so perhaps it's because I have notifications on my phone turned off. Maybe that's the only notification it's going to tell me is through the phone part. But I always figured that I could have that off, and as long as I was on the YouTube app and have a thing saying remind me or tell me, whatever the little stupid thing is, notify me, whatever, that it would tell me on the app while I'm on the app. But it does not. And so I don't get notifications because I keep the phone side of it turned off. And so that is why, you know, when folks like Jack post or start streaming and I'm not aware of it, you know, that's why, because I don't have notifications turned on my phone. I do still have it selected for the YouTube channels that I like, hoping that the app would tell me when I'm on the app looking at it. But that apparently is not a thing. I guess I just assumed it would do that, and I was wrong. So I have to basically just get lucky. to catch a jack stream. And I actually have gotten lucky several times, and that was great. And enjoyed the heck out of all those. So definitely look forward to more of those coming up. And I hope they're sooner than later. I hope he scores, all of his subs back would be ideal. But, I hope he scores as many subs as he can possibly muster back up as quick as possible. I'm still in shock that it took all the way till now for him to amass 50 subs back. That's really disheartening to hear. I mean, he's been at it so long, and he's rebuilt up to 200 and 300 and 400 over and over again before he gets freaking the boot or whatever happens each time. And then, now he's having a dickens of a time just getting 50 subs. That's crazy. He should be like automatic 300 subs, the day he restarts. And it's wild to me that he doesn't score that much right away. It's very surprising. All right. Man, it is cold outside. You got to be bundled up out here. Anyhow, so what else? What else did I want to cover before the night was over? I thought about I was going to kick this idea around with you all and see what you think, but I've been kicking around the idea of doing a reaction video where I Mystery Science Theater 3000 through, I actually said it right that time without messing it up, where I do one of those type of deals, that type of format, through the debate between Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, because they both said stuff that needed to be corrected. They both said incorrect things, and I would love to correct both of them throughout that whole conversation. Another one I've kicked the idea around about doing is a response video all the way through, same format, Mystery Science Theater 3000 style, of Nick and Gavin. So if that seems like something y'all be interested in, let me know. Doesn't have to be today in the chat, but just whenever, let me know. If that seems like something y'all be interested in watching, because of course, both scenarios, both interviews, the ones interviewing Nick obviously had terrible takes on all kinds of things. They need lots of corrections that I'll be happy to give. But Nick also needs to be corrected in multiple things on both of those interviews. So I'd be glad to do it. And honestly, that was going to be my stream 2 streams ago. I was going to do that. And then, I don't know, something popped up and made me go a different direction with things. And then another week went by, and then I skipped last week. So time has passed now. But really, I wanted to do the Nick and Gavin one like a week after they had their interview. And then, eventually Nick did the Tucker one too. And so I definitely ought to do that one. And there are others I would like to do reaction videos on, or response videos to, whatever, if you will. I've thought about doing some for some of the other right-wingers, you know, that do videos that are popular. I've thought about doing a response video with Asmongold. I've thought about doing a response video where Arval and someone else are being interviewed. I forgot who the other person was that was being interviewed. I've kicked around the idea with several other interviews of several other major right-wingers. And, you know, all of them need some corrections. And they need to be posted online. You know, somebody needs to play those videos again and then make the corrections as they say them and say the incorrect things. And, I mean, I'm pretty much one of the most qualified people to do it as far as I know on YouTube. So if I don't do it, it would have to be Jack or somebody as based as I am or as he is. And so that's why I was saying that, you know, it'd probably be a good idea for me to do it, because at least I will actually, you know, call out the BS that is BS, you know, whatever. If something is said wrong, I will stop right in the spot and correct it. I'm not a fanboy of anybody, so I'll be glad to stop them in their tracks in the video, make the correction, move on to the next thing, you know. And I think that would be a good, healthy thing to have on YouTube for people to, because there's certain things that slide right past people, you know, and my JDAR is pretty sensitive. I can catch most things. So that'll probably be coming up in the future pretty soon. All right. Well, I think I got through everybody that mattered. And since I did, I will go ahead and shut her down for tonight. But I just wanted to say hello to everybody. And I did want to discuss those other topics tonight a little bit, but I didn't get to watch the interviews to really have anything to discuss with you about them. I just, you know, other than I could just point out that I saw them. But we did touch on the Trump thing, freaking out about we covered the 4 aspects of his throwing mud at the wall, hoping it'll all stick. One being the attack on MTG. I keep trying to say MTJ. I don't know why. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the big attack he made on her. Also, he's been attacking Thomas Massie over and over again, of course. So really, that's 1 and 1B, 1A, 1B. And then you have 2, which was him putting out that investigation that he's going to investigate the Democrats and whether they have any connection to Epstein or what their connection to him is. And then number 3 is he had his administration put out this fake email saying that, where Jeffrey Epstein supposedly is saying, I don't trust Trump. He's a snake. I don't buy it. I think he's whatever. He's scum or whatever he called him. That's BS, because they hung out together all the freaking time. And the 4th thing was his administration also put out a thing claiming that that Trump was an FBI informant this whole time, like all those years where he was partying it up with Jeffrey Epstein every night. All these girls at Mar-a-Lago every night being tricked to all these like famous politicians. It was all FBI informant work he was doing the whole time. All this while he's been an FBI informant. What a crock of shit. So all 4 of those things are complete nonsense. Just obvious clamoring to escape the pit that he's already in, because he's definitely in the Jeffrey Epstein pit. And so we covered those. We touched those a little bit. And Yeah, I think I will probably do response videos about those, at least those 2 Nick interviews, the one with Nick and Tucker and the one with Nick and Gavin. And I'll be doing one of those coming up real soon, probably sometime this week. And in the meantime, I hope all of you have a wonderful Sabbath tomorrow. And I hope all of you manage to have a great week until I get to talk to you again, either next Sabbath or later in the week. And just hang in there, stay white, stay grateful, and stay in prayer, and stay keeping Sabbath. And we will win this thing in the end. Remember, in the end, white people win. That's the bottom line. The non-whites know it, and as long as we keep it in our mind and understand it and know it, prophecy will play out the way it is written. So God bless you all. Have a wonderful Sabbath. Have a wonderful week. I will talk to all of you as soon as possible.